Hi, hello, and welcome, or welcome back, I suppose. This first bit, I might sound a bit nasally, I might sound a bit congested or whatever. I am coming to the tail end of whatever it is that I had in my last video. I'm filming this maybe a couple of days after that came out, but I want to do the intro now, film it early, and then I'm just going to film each individual part of this as we go through. You will see what I mean by that, because let's actually get on to what we're talking about. So, when I mean, you already know, you've seen the fucking title, but anyway, don't know why I put it up, it's down there. Anyway, when I was a kid, I had a very close connection to a little trio of books. I'd read 6 of this series, but the first 3 really meant a lot to me, and that is the Saga of Darren Shan, the Cirque Du Freak series. So, these are the ones that I had when I was a kid. So we have book 1, which you can see that I very much was most attached to. It's slightly peeled. All of them have, like, sun damage and stuff, because I read them. They have seen a lot of love, especially this one. And this book in particular, I just kept going back to. I had all 3 of the first books, but I had the first 3 in the series. What are you doing? Hang on, Zelda wants to leave. This book, I was very much into the idea of like escapism as a reader when I was a kid. And don't get me wrong, that's still to an extent true now. But there's this very particular, I'm sure I could read into it in some ways, but the very idea of being able to escape, as Darren Shan does in here, because the lead character is also called Darren Shan, as is the author. This is one of those, it's totally based on a real story kind of thing, and I was a smart enough kid to not fully believe that, but there was still the idea that maybe it could be, not maybe it could be real, but maybe it could be me kind of thing. And you can see immediately, the second one, it still has that love, it's got some peeling, and they are gorgeous. And here again, the third one probably read the least out of the 3. And I read the next 3 in the series from the library, which means I've only probably read them once, because I didn't have them immediately available to me. But recently, I say recently, probably a couple of months ago now, I don't know, time is complicated, but Darren Shan tweeted about the fact that, I think it was from World of Books, which is a second-hand, it might have been from World of Books, don't quote me on that, but there was a online bookstore, I don't believe second-hand, or maybe sometimes second-hand, but they were selling the series for, I believe I got this for £16 or £16.99, and usually it goes for 60 plus. So, I mean, you may have seen my short or whatever talking about it recently, but yes, I now have the full series, and I figure I should probably talk about it, because this series had a big effect on me as a child. Not least of all, I think it is the reason that I wanted to be a writer. And the thing is, my brother was really into Darren Shan as well. He read the Demonata series. I only ever read the first one of that, and I think one day I will go to that as well, because there's one scene in particular in that first book in the Demonata series that really stuck with me. I think if you have read that series, you can probably gather which one I mean, but I don't want to go into that too much, because it's not the series that we're talking about today. So, I am going to do a full review of the Cirque Du Freak series. I'm very aware that they're not aimed at me now. I'm 25. I first read these when I was in primary school. The age that this is really aimed at, that sort of middle grade, like late primary school, early secondary school. But I have read, because they were on Audible for a while, and when I had Audible, well, they're still on Audible, but for a while they were on that, like, if you subscribe, you can get these, like, as it were, for free. You don't need to spend a credit to get them. I don't know if that's still the case, but I was like steadily just listening to them in the background. I don't remember if I actually ended up re-reviewing them when I was writing reviews rather than doing this. But point is, this series means the world to me. Again, I think it is the reason I wanted to be a writer. Even though I mean, when I was a teenager, I wanted to write horror stuff and things like that, but then I never really read much horror beyond this. Maybe some, like, vampire books here and there, because I think even as a kid, vampires in particular have always fascinated me well before I went into Dracula. But I think I got into wanting to read Dracula because I read this, because I had that thing with vampires. And, you know, Dracula is my big boy. Undertale tattoo as well, but, like, I'm a very particular kind of nerd, I guess. But and one day I will get a tattoo related to this, but it's difficult because one of the biggest symbols of it is a spider, and I'm not putting a spider on my body because even though I read this and I loved it, I'm not having a spider on me. That would, I think, freak me out a bit too much. And actually, weirdly, now that I think about it, I was you know those, this is kind of related, kind of unrelated. This is a very rambly opener, but this is a me video, so what do you expect? When I was a kid, and not knowing my transness at all yet, there's a character in this who appears, I believe, in book 1? Yeah, he is the Snake Boy, Evra Vaughn, and I thought he was so cool. And whenever I was, you know, playing imaginary games or whatever, that was one of the names that I chose, or at the very least just Evra. And it had, I think, had I realised when I was much younger that I was trans, I might not be Autumn, and Evra might have been in the running. And don't get me wrong, it's a banging name. And maybe if I hadn't have already chosen Autumn, Evra would be a great name. Maybe not the full Evra Vaughn, but Evra? Great name. 10 out of 10 for that. But yeah, I have rambled here for nearly 10 minutes now, and I don't know how much is going to get cut. So yeah, stick with me to read through the book series that made me want to become an author and get to read 6 of these books for the first time ever. Before I get on to this, I'm adding this in after writing this part of the script. This will now be a multi-part series of reviews. I knew this was going to be long, but I'm pretty sure the review of book 1 is going to be about an hour long, or at least the raw footage probably will be. And if they're all about the same length, then we'd be looking at a 12-hour video. And I love a long video, but even I have my limits. I don't think I originally thought about just how intricate I was going to be in the script, but here we are. So this one is the one I read the most, and the one where I'm super aware that nostalgia is going to play somewhat of a part in my experience reading it. It's impossible to avoid that, but that's going to happen less and less as we go. Honestly, after book 3, I can't see it playing a part at all. I recall this book so well, but aside from some little snippets, I can't say I bring too much to mind, like, after this. Anyway, I don't want to dilly-dally because, you know, this whole video is going to still be beefy as hell, and I know what I'm like for tangents, but hopefully we can avoid them. I'm better with being scripted on audio than I am when my face is on the camera. Introduction. I've always been fascinated by spiders. I used to collect them when I was younger. I'd spent hours rooting through the dusty old shed at the bottom of our garden, hunting the cobwebs for lurking 8-legged predators. When I found one, I'd bring it in and let it loose in my bedroom. Honestly, I'm genuinely so surprised this book never changed my relationship with spiders. On the one hand, the main spider in this book is dangerous, but it's also like controllable in the way that a dog is. I mean, I'm better than I was as a kid, but that fear has never left me and joined me well before this book ever arrived in my life. I mean, the other day I was, playing a little Paper Mario. I've been enjoying the new remake, The Thousand Year Door, and there was a spider on my ceiling, and I kept moving around my living room, so it was never directly above me because of the pure fear that it might just drop. It probably wouldn't, but what if it did? This book, I thought maybe that it might help me get over my fear of spiders as a kid. I'm so surprised it didn't. Also, this is a great opener for letting us know that there is a creepy crawly factor to this book. Spiders are going to play a huge role in it, and a lot of this introduction on the whole is about the fear factor of the book. Darren, our main character, is a kid who's always loved being frightened. When he was a kid, he conjured nightmarish images about the spiders he kept for himself to keep himself scared. We also learn that our main character is as flawed as any given human. This is not a black and white story where our heroes are the perfect good guys and our villains are the worst among us. And that's linked to the fact that this is set up as a true story. I have a feeling that this might have something to do with a lot of classic horror, see Dracula and Frankenstein, both of which were made out to be based on real events. That might not be true, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Real life's nasty. It's cruel. It doesn't care about heroes and happy endings, and the way things should be. In real life, bad things happen, people die, fights are lost. Evil often wins. I just wanted to make that clear before I began. And yes, that is a little on the nose, but this is a children's book after all. Things are going to be a little more overt than they would be for an adult. Well, than they're supposed to be for an adult, frankly. I see Darren Shan trust his 10-year-old readers more than I see some authors trust fully grown adults to pick up what they're putting down. And while I don't think I really fully believed that this book was based on real events, I definitely kind of wanted it to be, despite the darkness. It felt a little bit naughty to be reading it because it's scary, as if my parents weren't the ones who bought me the book in the first place. Also, I will have to try to remain clear between talking about Darren Shan, the main character of this book, and Darren Shan, the author. But to make that sort of difference clear, if I say Darren, I mean the character. If I say Shan, I mean the author. Chapter 1. We start out in the most terrifying of horror locations. A secondary school bathroom. Nothing more scary than that. No. We start off in the most mundane of ways, with Darren having had to leave class feeling sick, so he's sat in the cubicle right at the start of break time. In the end, I didn't get sick, but I still felt queasy, so I stayed on the toilet. I heard the bell ring for the end of class and everybody came rushing out on their lunch break. I wanted to join them, but knew Mr. Dalton would give out if he saw me in the yard so soon. He doesn't get mad at you if you trick him, but he goes quiet and won't speak to you for ages, and that's almost worse than being shouted at. And look, I'm 25 now. It's been nearly 10 years since I was at second school. Jesus Christ. But I will say that Shan does generally seem pretty good at not being patronising to his reader. I don't remember ever feeling like I was being spoken down to when I was reading this the first time around either. It all felt right to me. The way he talks about teachers, priorities, friend dynamics, it all felt right at the time, and that rings true for me now as well. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure Shan was about my age now when he wrote this book, at least when it was published. So all things considered, he's not so far removed from school that the feelings of that time are a completely distant memory. Obviously, him writing this for the first, if he wrote these books now, it probably would be a little bit different than him having written it. I think this came out in 2000, so 24 years ago. The teachers who'd go quiet instead of yelling were often the ones that were the most devastating to disappoint, and also often the most frightening, because you knew that if they ever did yell, it would be like all hell breaking loose. Actually, my year 2 teacher, Mrs. Waller, convinced us that if we ever made her cross, she turned into a werewolf, so maybe that was the most frightening. We were like 6, obviously we believed her. What if she wasn't lying? You think we were taking that risk? Steve Leonard, aka Steve Leopard, comes in to get him out because they need him for the football pitch. They're currently down a good few goals, and while they end up losing that game, one of their other friends, Alan, tells the little group that they have that he has something really cool to show them, but they're called inside before they can find out what it is. And it's such a good setup because, like, almost everything is achingly normal. Right here is just a group of friends on the most normal school day. No idea that anything bad could happen in the near future. All things considered, we don't really get normal for that long, and it's always interesting looking back at this point now that I've finished the book, and I'm sure this will seem like a lifetime away by the time I get to the end of the series as a whole. Chapter 2. We had Mr. Dalton again after lunch for history. We were studying World War II. I wasn't too keen on it, but Steve thought it was great. He loved anything to do with killing and war. He often said he wanted to be a mercenary soldier, one who fights for money when he grew up, and he meant it. And I was like, doesn't this come up in a major way later? This is one of those things where it's like reviewing from a standpoint of having read them, or some of them before. Because while this book doesn't bring up like a full mercenary side to Steve, it definitely gets set up towards the end of something like that, but we'll get there when we get there. The setup isn't the most subtle, but it kind of was to me when I was little. So until the scene on the balcony later on, my thoughts on Steve were just that he was like Darren's edgier friend, kind of aggressive but not a bad guy. It is interesting approaching this as someone older and being able to understand cues, I guess, better this way, even though understanding cues is not my specialty. While they're in class, they can't help but be buzzing about what the hell Alan had to show them. Darren eventually gets him to hand over the paper he was waving about in the yard. It was a flyer, an advertising pamphlet for some sort of travelling circus. There was a picture of a wolf's head at the top. The wolf had its mouth open and saliva was dripping from its teeth. At the bottom were pictures of a spider and a snake, and they looked vicious too. Just beneath the wolf, in big red capital letters, were the words Cirque Du Freak. Underneath that, in smaller writing, for 1 week only, Cirque Du Freak. See Sieve and Circe, the twisting twins, the snake boy, the wolf man, Gertha Teeth, Larton Crepsley in his performing spider, Madame Octa, Alexander Ribs, the bearded lady, Hans, Ramus Two Bellies, world's fattest man. Beneath all that was an address where you could buy tickets and find out where the show was playing. And right at the bottom, just above the pictures of the snake and spider, not for the faint-hearted. Certain reservations apply. But of course, if you've ever tried to pass a note around in class, you know that it never goes unseen and Mr. Dalton takes it from Darren. And I do appreciate that Shan included this section where Mr. Dalton explains that there's a reason that freak shows no longer exist. They were deeply exploitative of those who were deemed other by general society. And listen, he knows he's not getting through to a bunch of teenagers, but this is as much for the reader as it is for the classroom. It's one of those things that I don't know how much attention I paid to it when I read this as a kid, like actively took it in, but as an adult I'm glad it's in there. Freak shows are a particularly sordid part of history that should not be repeated, though I guess that's what reality shows are now. Chapter 3. While Mr. Dalton cut the address off, he did still give the rest of the flyer to Steve, and after school, they're all discussing how they might still be able to go. Well, Steve memorised the address, so that's one hurdle jumped, but they all still have to be able to pay. They can scrounge together some of the funds needed, but they'd still come up short. Now, Steve does not get along with his mother, to put it lightly. It's just the two of them in the house, and he feels no shame in making up the rest of the money by borrowing from her savings pot. He says he'll put it back, and does flip out at the idea that this is stealing. But this is really where I, as an adult, went, oh, Steve was kind of not a great kid from the start. Like, the thing is, when you're at school, there are a good amount of kids who don't really have a lid on their anger and flip out pretty easily. And it does, unfortunately, feel kind of normal. And as much as anything, there's a level of, well, everyone's hormonal. But as an adult, I know what a lot of those kids grow up to become if they can't learn to get a handle on it. And Steve does not strike me as a guy who wants to ever get a handle on it, with that getting confirmed in a few ways later on in the book. But I remember as a kid being really shocked about how things turned out with him, which is kind of the point. I'm supposed to be alongside Darren, and as a kid, you don't read people in the same way. Like, Darren's going to support his friend and see the best in him because that's what you do, and you kind of do the same because that's what Darren does. But we end the chapter knowing that Steve is headed out that night trying to get the tickets for the four of them. Chapter 4. That night, Darren is at home with the thoughts of the freak show swirling around in his head, unable to think of anything else. While Darren is talking to his little sister Annie, Shan does fall into a trope that I know I'm not alone in kind of cringing at. He's told her about the circus, and when she offers to make him look old, like with makeup, just in case they don't allow kids in there, he says, "Thanks, sis." And look, I'm sure there are some siblings out there who generally refer to each other as sis, as bro. And I'm going to imagine more likely calling each other bro, because like that's kind of just a term people use for each other anyway. But to me, it just does not track. And for a lot of people in my experience, it doesn't really track. Like, I myself have siblings, and in particular, there is one of them I'm more likely to call something beyond his name. Sure, this is a book for kids, so we're not using the same kind of words here, but I do think, and it's with love for each other, siblings are more likely to insult one another than call each other sis and bro. My brother has been piss boy in my phone since I was living with him in 2020. He spilled a drink on his trousers and it looked like he wet himself. Therefore, piss boy. And like I said, there's not going to be as many curse words in this book, and I do generally try to keep them as a minimum in a book reviewing... in a review for a book for kids, but this is me. Swearing is kind of a natural part of the way I speak. But I do just see, like, thanks, sis, and I cringe a little bit. But the rest of the night is filled with your average teen behaviour. Cringing at mum's affection, staying up late to read comic books, and, getting told off for staying up late and reading comic books. Chapter 5. Quick one. Steve is late for school because of an appointment, leaving the other three wondering for a while if he's bunking off to avoid them. Maybe he couldn't get the tickets after all, and he's just like, oh, I can't face it. But he does show up, and he's got good news and bad news. Good news, he did manage to get tickets. Bad news, he could only get 2 tickets. The person selling them that it was only 2 tickets per pamphlet. Chapter 6. Now, they agree that one of those tickets has to go to Steve. He did sort of put the most money in. I mean, it wasn't really all his, but he also was the one that actually went to go and get them. So the solution they come up with is that they take a page out of a notebook, cut up a bunch of ticket-sized pieces, put those and of course the actual ticket into a lunchbox, shake it up, let the pieces fly in the air, and whoever catches the ticket gets it. Something in Darren tells him not to scramble about, as he knows his mates are about to do. He closes his eyes, sticks his hands out and grabs, like something is guiding him. And this is the first point where the idea of destiny rears its head. It's very much more subtle here. That didn't make sense. But anyway, it's far less overt here. But I found myself looking back at it later on, so I'll dive a little bit more into it as we go. And hopefully through the rest of the series, we'll be keeping on diving into this idea. But for whatever reason, this scene is one that always really stuck out to me. I think it's because it's a bit of a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory moment. And I think definitely one of those things where it's like, I wanted to be Darren in this moment. And to be clear, his life is not changed for the better by him getting this ticket, but it's escapism via fiction. His life becomes interesting, and that's what was important to me. While his other two friends are scrambling about trying to find the ticket in the sea of notepaper, Steve notices Darren's closed fists and gets him to open them, revealing that he does, in fact, have the ticket. With no sense of decorum with his mates, he then just screams out his excitement. But, I get it. In that moment, he's feeling chosen. Chapter 7. The plan is for Darren to head to Steve's for a sleepover, because it should be far easier to sneak out from there than Darren's place. Steve doesn't get on with his mum. He lives alone with her. His dad left when Steve was very young, and they're always arguing and shouting. I don't know why. I've never asked him. There are things you don't discuss with your friends if you're boys. Girls can talk about stuff like that, but if you're a boy, you have to talk about computers, football, war, and so on. Parents aren't cool. Look, I don't fault Shan too much for not going further into this. This book came out in 2000, as far as I know, but I do wish we looked a little bit more into the idea that boys don't discuss their feelings, that's for girls, because it could be a little bit of a learning moment for the kids reading it, especially given there generally is a really good chance that these books probably did have a predominantly male readership. If there was anyone that Steve would be able to talk to, it would be Darren, and it isn't long before their relationship will be changed forever, and definitely not for the better. While passing time, before they leave, the two of them are reading a bunch of horror comics, and because of this, Darren is asking Steve about vampires, how to deal with them, all that sort of stuff. And this is where we see a really interesting aspect of these two's relationship. Whether he actually knows what he's talking about doesn't really matter in terms of how these two play off each other, because basically, Steve is the one in the know when it comes to supernatural stuff, seemingly, especially vampires. He's clearly spent time doing research, and like I said with that, whether he knows what he's actually talking about, it's not that he's bullshitting, it's that the evidence in front of him might not be as truthful as it seems. Obviously taking things from movies and all of that sort of stuff, but he clearly has spent time doing actual research into vampires and things like that. Darren is really curious about it all, but he's always just asking questions. He always wants to know more, but he's a few steps behind, which is kind of what you would expect for a main character of a book. The person who's in the know is not usually our main character, because it helps us understand things if we have somebody asking questions. And this serves as a bit of a power trip for Steve. He's the one in the know, and it's really obvious that he has a sense of superiority about that. Chapter 8. We found ourselves standing in a long, dark, cold corridor. I had my jacket on, but shivered all the same. It was freezing. Why is it so cold? I asked Steve. It was warm outside. Old houses are like that, he told me. We started to walk. There was a light down by the other end, so the further in we got, the brighter it became. I was glad of that. I don't think I would have made it otherwise. It would have been too scary. The walls were scratched and scribbled on, and bits of the ceiling were flaky. It was a creepy place. It would have been bad enough in the middle of the day, but this was 10 o'clock, only 2 hours away from midnight. First of all, Shan is a man after my own heart, given the amount of exclamation marks throughout this whole book, but you can really see it here. If you all could see my scripts, I swear to God you'd be sick of seeing them, but I am a lover of the exclamation mark, and I refuse to change. Second of all, I do not have any issues with the balance between showing and telling, leaning more towards telling. This book is aimed at 8 to 12-year-olds. You are going to have to do a little bit more explicit explanation, but like I said earlier, Shan really still trusts his readers to be able to see a little bit beyond what's on the page, which, again, like I said, is more than I can say for some authors with adult readers. Finally, I think this is a good location description for the reader it's aimed at. I remember being terrified of this place when I read it as a kid, even if for me as an adult, that's very simple, but also sometimes the simple stuff is the most effective. We find out that there's a doorway to a balcony in the theatre where a boy fell from, and that ended the boy's life. The balcony becomes important later on, so put a pin in this, I guess. They're greeted by an exceptionally tall man, curious as to what two kids are doing at the show. Steve speaks up shakily, telling the man that they're here for the show. After taking his ticket, he turns and says, "How about you, Darren? Do you have a ticket?" And girl, let me tell you, I'm a grown-ass adult. I still got a little chill down my spine. I would follow through. There is not a single chance that there would not be a mess made. It would be a nightmare. There is an excitable fear that's really palpable through the end of this chapter. From that moment where he goes, "How about you, Darren? Do you have a ticket?" Like, it's just palpable. You can feel this fear through everything, and it's great. And the chapter ends with a giant cage being brought onto the stage, and the rug gets yanked off the top to great screams from the crowd. Chapter 9. The screams are from seeing the Wolfman in the cage, and it seems that the screams are less that of like genuine horror and more like when you're on a roller coaster. It's a thrill thing. Everyone is warned that once he's released from the cage, however, everyone must stay quiet, or else he may well become violent. More accurately, he will become violent. The women with the Wolfman lead him around the theatre, letting people see him up close and feel his coarse fur. The Wolfman and the ladies were about halfway down the rows of seats when there was a big bang. I don't know what made the noise, but suddenly the Wolfman began roaring and he shoved the ladies away from him. People screamed, and those nearest him leapt from their seats and ran. One woman wasn't quick enough, and the Wolfman leapt on her and dragged her to the ground. She was screaming fit to burst, but nobody tried to help her. He rolled her over onto her back and bared his teeth. She stuck a hand up to push him away, but he got his teeth on it and bit it off. Now look, as an adult, is this absolutely terrifying to read? Not really, but this isn't for me. That's kind of shocking. I mean, it's still shocking now, but especially as a child. In the same way a lot of the nasty stuff in Horrible Histories was kind of shocking, just without the humour added onto it. And there are moments in here, and from what I remember later on, where there is still some humour injected into some darker scenes, usually in the moments where it's less like important to linger on the darkness of everything. But you know, there is stuff that genuinely makes my skin crawl in current day in this like section of the book where we're at the circus, and like this was just the intro. It's all super age appropriate, but horror is a genre for everyone if it's done right. Say Coraline, if you ever read that, then you'll know that that book is genuinely frightening no matter how old you are, and yes, more so than the film adaptation. And no, we will not be talking about the Cirque Du Freak film adaptation. It does not actually exist. But the Wolfman is subdued by the tall man we saw earlier, and in a wonderfully magical moment, the woman has her hand sewn back on, and they put some kind of powder on the sewn up area, and she's able to move her hand about like nothing had ever happened. It's a great way to introduce the show. There is real danger here. This is not a fake shock show. People can get hurt, or worse, and also we have real magic introduced to us in something that could so easily be fake. Chapter 10. We have two performers in this chapter, and it's far more light-hearted. That is generally the ebb and flow of the circus that we see here. Alexander Ribbs is a contortionist, but like next level. He can twist and twist and twist his body up and spin it back round like a coil. He's a regular circus performer, just like turned up a few dials. It's really cool and a fun way to cool down after the incident with the Wolfman. And next up we have Ramus Two Bellies. He can eat and eat and eat and eat, and not necessarily just food either. This is either going to be very funny for you or make you want to vom. I think I thought it was funny when I was a kid. I don't now. It made me feel so queasy now. But to be fair, I can't watch like competitive eaters or like mukbang videos or whatever. It's excessive and it makes my stomach flip, and I had that same sort of feeling reading this. It's simple and it is very effective. Were any of this in a book for an older audience, I don't think this stuff would need to be any more visceral and descriptive. Sure, some of the language would be made less clearly simplistic, but I think you could mostly lift this and put it in a book for older readers. It's great stuff. Chapter 11. After Ramus, there's a brief intermission and little trinkets are being sold to the audience by hooded figures. Steve continues to show us that he knows about the supernatural. He tells these hooded figures that he can't read to try to make them talk, later explaining that he's trying to find out if they're actually human. He does not think creatures of the night are delegated to the realms of fiction. He takes it very seriously. Much of this chapter is taken up by the bearded lady. By the bearded lady. She's a stunningly beautiful woman who can rub her face and exceptionally strong hair sprouts out. She gets people to try to cut it with all sorts of different implements, but they're all unable. She then strokes her chin again and all the hair goes back up into her face. I think that would be kind of cool. I think I would like to be able to do that. I think I kind of wanted to do that as a child as well, which... yeah, but we can read into that, I suppose. But of all the people in the show, the most important shows up at the end of this chapter. Larton Crepsley and his performing spider enter onto the stage, and Steve immediately perks up, gasping. He clearly knows something about this Crepsley that the rest of us don't. Chapter 12. This act has always been the most frightening to me, but that's because spiders have always frightened me so much. But big, hairy bastard tarantulas always scare me. Oh, it's just the most. They're too much. You don't need to be that big. And like they're so bulbous and everything. Like with the Wolfman, the audience is told to stay silent, and while we can't be sure that bang was from an audience member, nobody is taking the chance with this one. Everyone knows the danger is real. Quick pet peeve, because this does come up a lot in this bloody book, and I love this book, but this gets me. Poisonous, if you bite it, you die. Venomous, if it bites you, you die. It's just a thing. Like, he talks a lot about, oh, this is a poisonous spider. And sure, if I eat Madame Octa, she might not be good for me. But what he means is, if Madame Octa bites me, she'll kill me. Pet peeve. I think it was like a common misconception for a really long time, and people generally get it right now, but I just... This scene is my own personal nightmare, however. Crepsley can control Madame Octa by playing a flute. And she does some, like, cute, if you like spiders stuff, like lift weights and walk on two legs. But she also crawls on and swings from his face. No! Bad. And Mr. Tall comes out and plays his own flute. Like, Mr. Tall being the tall man that we saw earlier. If you hadn't have guessed, but he comes out and plays his own flute, and Crepsley has Octa over his mouth, and oh my god, I just realised it's Octa because I ate like, God, I'm so fucking stupid. Anyway, she's over his mouth and spins a web over it, and he eats the web. No. All of that is what I like to call a sensory nightmare. My notes for this whole scene were all just variations on the theme of being in my own brand of hell. And the thing is, this was one of my favourite scenes as a kid, despite or maybe because of how mortifying it was. Like, Shan, you do excellent work, and thank you for causing me nightmares for like 15 plus years. Jesus. But that scene ends with the confirmation that Steve knows something more about Crepsley, and if Crepsley knows that Steve knows, it could be very dangerous. Chapter 13. I do think it's a good choice that Crepsley isn't the main event. I think it would have been an obvious choice for a start, but I like that it means we have a little time to stew on and think over what Steve might know about him.
I accidentally missed Hans' hands. He walks on his hands and can run like an Olympian on them. He's very fun. I'm unsure where he was in the show, but I'm slipping this in here just because it's where I realized.
Gertha Teeth is up next, and not only is she built like Tomohiro Ishii, but she also has incredibly strong teeth, as you might have guessed, that can bite through metal and can't be chipped away at with like a hammer and chisel. She's then followed by a pair of twin contortionists, Steve and Siasa. It's all fun, but that being said, move over. My favourite character has arrived. Chapter 14. Snake Boy is here, baby. We don't learn his name in this book, but if I use Everett or Evervon, like accidentally, if I'm talking about him here, this is who I'm talking about. That's who I'm referencing. He's a kid who's got snake scales, and he's got like webbed hands and feet, and he can like slither about, and he hangs out with a giant snake. I loved reptiles as a kid, so I thought he was cool as hell. And honestly, I still think this act is really cool and fun. But it's unfortunately a short performance, and it rounds us out. I think a huge reason. Now, it's only a short performance, and it does round us out. And honestly, I think a huge reason I love this book is that I wanted to go and see this show. Obviously, of course I did. I read these chapters on repeat, even if I didn't read the rest of the book. It's such a cool event, and even now, I love the thrill of it all. I'd love to be able to create something as spectacular as this in my own writing. It is magnificent. As they're getting ready to leave, Steve tells Darren that he has something important that he needs to do, and that Darren should just go. It's too dangerous for him to be there. I mean, obviously, Darren doesn't leave. Remember, we put a pin in the fact that there's a doorway to a balcony? Well, here we can take that pin out. He heads up the stairway and hides in the balcony area with a view of the stage, where eventually Steve shows up. Soon after, joined by Mr. Crepsley. "I saw you watching me," Mr. Crepsley said. "You gasped aloud when you first saw me. Why?" Because I know who you are," Steve stuttered, finding his voice. I think it's really interesting to see the difference between Steve with his friends and Steve here when there's genuine danger. He goes from a ball of rage and anger to a very obvious little boy in seconds. And that's consistent right through to the end of this book. Right here, the Steve at this point in time, he is all bark and no bite. Chapter 15. We learn that Crepsley's real name is Verhorsten, and that he is, in fact, a vampire, a real one. And this scene right here is the kind of culmination of the dynamic between Darren and Steve I was talking about earlier that we've seen in bits and pieces throughout. The thing with Steve being super well researched and creatures of the night also incredibly confrontational, versus Darren being incredibly curious but not so well learned, watching on instead of facing the threat head on at this point. And we soon learn that Steve wants more than to just confront Crepsley for not being so truthful about his true identity. He wants to be like Crepsley, become a vampire himself. He knows that he's too young to be turned outright, but he's read about vampires taking on half-vampire assistants. We learn a little of what this means in this book, but it's something we get more clarity on later. Crepsley is not wholly opposed to this idea, but has to test the boy's blood first, and on doing so, immediately spits it out in disgust. This boy has bad blood. He is evil, and there is so much to unpack there. Like, all things considered, this is still a boy, no older than 16, but I do believe he's a little younger than that. I can't remember if the ages are ever confirmed, and I don't think so, but I think they're in their older years of secondary school, because they're still playing football and everything. Like, they don't, I feel like it would be more obvious that they're talking about school and not like sixth form or college or whatever, but I don't think their age, and I assume that's on purpose. I assume that is because of ranges, because I remember when I was reading it the first time round, I put my age on them. I assumed they were like a little bit older than me, but I assume when I was a kid, I think they were like 13 at most, where it's like that feels kind of grown up, but still a child. Whereas now, I think they're meant to be like 15, 16, where it's like they're still young enough to do stupid things, but they're old enough to not be like little children, tiny little baby children. Does that make sense? Like, they're still kids, but they have a little bit of experience, but I don't know how to explain it.
Like, they're coming towards the end of secondary school, I would say that much. They're probably in year 10 or year 11. So, like, yeah, that would be, 14 to 16, I guess. And I'm going to put them up more of, like, maybe 15, 16. Anyway, first of all, we track back to the idea of destiny. Like I was talking about with Darren catching the tickets, Steve seemingly cannot evolve to become better. He's next level bad, pure evil. It's in his blood. Second of all, I think it's interesting that we see a kid who's had a hard life be this way. And I don't know how I feel about this choice. I'm going to be totally honest with you. He's from a single parent household, and because his dad is kind of shit, and his relationship with his mum isn't exactly ideal either. Because this does seem to track with the idea of destiny, giving the kid the rough home life, bad blood is kind of interesting. Like, I don't know if it's like, oh, well, destiny always made him out to be this way, so life made it so that his life is difficult, so he becomes somebody who lashes out and that sort of thing, or, you know? And, like, I know that this is maybe a nature versus nurture kind of thing, and maybe he could purify his blood in some way and improve past what life has handed to him so far, but I'm curious to see how Shan handles this character in the long run, because it's a near guarantee he'll be back, even if he isn't a frequent recurring character. There is not a single chance in my mind that Steve is gone by the end of this book. Like, sorry, after the end of this book. No chance. I feel certain that it might be in book 3 that Steve comes back. But don't quote me on that, because I feel like he's not in the second one, because I can mostly remember the story of that. But, anyway, Crepsley refuses to turn him, because the bad blood does not a good vampire make. They're not an inherently evil people. They're hunters in the way that, say, a lion or a wolf is. They don't even kill people, just taking enough blood to satiate their hunger. In response to this rejection, however, Steve threatens to one day track Crepsley down and kill him. It's clearly serious about it, but it's unclear how likely he is to be able to follow through, given his fear at the start of this scene. Chapter 16. Hello? Sorry, my computer's just making my life difficult. Quick summary on this scene. Quick summary on this chapter, because I don't have a huge amount to say about it. Good, bad, or indifferent. So 2 main points. 1, Darren is avoiding Steve. Firstly, because he wanted to become a vampire, and secondly, for the whole bad blood, pure evil stuff. 2, he makes up his mind that he wants to steal Madame Octa, despite knowing who/what her owner is. I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but when Darren saw Octa, he was like immediately enamored with her, even though he was terrified of her. We've known from the start he loves spiders. That's not surprising that he's like, yeah, I want this one, because Octa is a very unusual creature. She looks somewhat like, I don't know what they're called, and I'm not going to put anything on the screen or give the name or anything, but there's that black and orange spider. In my head, she'll always look like that, and from the description it's that, but she's got some like greens and purples in there. If you love spiders, I'm sure she's gorgeous, but for me, no. Anyway, Chapter 17. This is where we get Darren sneaking out of the house to go on his thieving mission. It's such a good example of Shan's writing, just in general, but also specifically for his audience. So there's a really nice pacing to it. In general, there's like a nice steady rhythm to it. It's all just hits like pop, pop, pop as we go through. You can feel the urgency. And specifically, this is so good for a younger reader who may well need a scene like this to avoid lingering on any tiny details too much. Not only can that just mess up pacing, but for younger readers, little distractions can really take them out of a moment. And I do have to consider that I am aware, and, you know, I am and always have been someone with ADHD. So that is going to affect the lens which I view this stuff through. But when I was a kid, I would sometimes skim stuff that was meant to be fast-paced but wanted to tell me too many little details. Like, I like this where it's zip, zip, zip. It's more short sentences. It's getting, I need this, I need this, I need this. Here, 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 here. I really like the way that works. I don't remember ever having skimmed or skipped stuff with this book, and a scene like this really exemplifies why that is. Eventually, he makes it to the theatre and has to go down to the basement. He has to quietly sneak by the Wolfman. even if he's in his cage, if he wakes, then he's likely to create a really loud fuss. He also nearly steps on Snake Boy, absolutely bricking it when his eyes are wide open, seemingly staring right at Darren, but thankfully he's just sleeping, but in that way that snakes do when they've got their eyes wide open. And if I remember rightly, Evra has these like bright yellow eyes like some snakes do, so yeah, you would crap yourself. And then he's by Crepsley's coffin, where Octa's cage is sitting. He takes her, leaving behind a note. Mr. Crepsley, I know who and what you are. I have taken Madame Octa and am keeping her. Do not come looking for her. Do not come back to this town. If you do, I will tell everyone that you are a vampire and you will be hunted down and killed. I am not Steve. Steve knows nothing about this. I will take good care of the spider. This is one of those moments where reading as an adult makes a huge amount of difference. It's so clear that this is from a child. This is a childish act, and it makes me want to just go, stop, no, I just want to protect him. When I was a kid, yeah, I was like egging him on, of course I was, but now it's just like, oh baby, no. Chapter 18. He makes it home before the rest of the house wakes up, hiding Madame Octa in the wardrobe, making sure she has enough space to breathe and everything. But when he gets back home from school, he discovers that Octa can eat, deciding to start taking notes of what she enjoys in his diary. I remember particularly that she likes to eat pizza, but he's only going to give her that as a treat. And while he is having fun, the looming fear of Crepsley coming back to claim what's his haunts Darren. I spent hours sitting up in bed, holding a cross to my chest. I wasn't sure if the cross would work or not. I know they work in movies, but I remember talking to Steve once, and he said a cross was no good by itself. He said they only worked if the person using them was good. That line is so simple, but it packs so much punch. Knowing what we know about Steve now, it's just, oh, that's so good. Knowing that Steve could never use that, and knowing that he would probably try, because he might think that he's a good person, and then just, oh. After checking the theatre to find the circus gone, Darren returns home to try to do some of the performances Crepsley and Octa did together with the little flute. It goes well for a while, but in an unfortunate turn of events, Octa launches herself directly at Darren's face. Chapter 19. But thankfully, he still had the little flute in his mouth, and Octa bounced off that, and she's feeling a little woozy. He realises that it all could have gone a lot worse, but he can't help wanting to continue with her. Only the world's dumbest person would run a risk like that again. Step forward, Darren Shan. And yeah, that line got me, I can't lie. Sometimes something simple is all we need. I snorted out loud. He regains control of Octa, getting her back in her cage for now, and when he goes downstairs, he lies and tells his mother that he's learning a new instrument and not to come in when he's practicing. He does tricks with her again, even letting her crawl on his head and face, and let me say that is once again a visible nightmare for me. I've held a few creepy crawlies in my time, and it was always kind of a lot. The giant stick insect was fine, mostly because he just sat there was no movement, and even though I could feel like it's weight, you can't feel the legs, but the cockroach, nightmare. It would not stay still, and that sensation of the little legs just going off, no, they have too many legs. 6 is too many, and 4 is too many as well. Oh, too many legs, just too many legs. No, thank you. Though, to be fair, it's not just crawlies. Maybe it's not like too many legs. It's just a sensory thing. Because I once very briefly held a giant African land snail, and as soon as that slimy git touched my hands, I made the handler get it off me, and I was begging for hand sanitizer. I'm just not good with bugs, man. I like looking at them. Not spiders so much. But I think that is just because, like, there's something about them. I can see too much of them. But, like, if they're in a tank or something, I can look at them and go, that's cool, that's a bug. And, like, some little beetles and things when they're outside, I'm like, they're cool, they're shiny, it's, like, glittery or whatever. Fine. But just, I'm not good with bugs. I'm not good with bugs. Chapter 20. Steve visits and confronts Darren as to why he's been avoiding him. And he figures out quickly that Darren never left as he was told to after they watched the show. Darren also reveals that he saw everything between Steve and Crepsley. And yes, the concept of Steve's bad blood was horrifying. Darren explains that he was actually more perturbed by the idea that Steve actively wanted to become a vampire. And I remember as a kid going, yeah, but like, I get it though. I want to become a vampire. That sounds so cool. But at the same time, I get it. I get why he was like going, bro, what the hell? Because if you think about it, that is a creature, a monster, as it were. They are the horror villains, but I was just a bit of a weird kid, so I sort of wanted that. They argue, and Steve does get a little aggressive, but they end up pretty much making up when Darren lets slip about Madame Octa and ends up having to reveal what he's done. Steve's initial reaction is fear, less at the spider herself, but more knowing what her proper owner is capable of. Darren assures him that it seems like they might be fine. Crepsley has had plenty of opportunity to come for him, and hasn't done so far. He also tells Steve that he's been able to get her to start doing tricks, and this is the point where I was like, alright, yeah, no, it absolutely is a spider that's like the catalyst for change. I knew it had something to do with Annie, who's his little sister, but I couldn't quite remember how at this point. So for me, this scene was like overlaid with the sense of dread. And this is again something where it's hard as a reviewer to be like really impartial about it, because I have got a huge connection to this. Darren shows off with some tricks, and they decide to recreate the moment from the show where Crepsley had Octa over his face while Mr. Tall controlled the spider. As Octa is over Steve's face, Annie, Darren's little sister, bursts into his room, causing Octa to panic and ends up biting Steve in the neck. Chapter 21. Steve stiffened as soon as the spider bit him. His yells stopped dead in his throat, his lips turned blue, his eyes snapped wide open. For what seemed like an eternity, though it couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 seconds, he tottered on his feet and then he crumpled to the floor like a scarecrow. Now he's collapsed, but he's still breathing. Darren only has a brief moment, but he manages to gain a semblance of control and get Octa back in her cage. Darren and Annie end up arguing with one another, understandably so. This is a beyond stressful situation, and these two are just kids. At most, Darren is 16 and Annie is a few years younger than him. I don't know how old she is. Again, I don't think it's discussed at all what their age difference is, but like, maybe she's in late primary school, early secondary school, because she seems to be like playing with toys and things like that, which generally you don't see people playing with toys in the same way as like when they get older. But I mean, it's hard to... Anyway, she's a few years younger than him. Where was I? And like, yeah, this whole situation is one where, as an adult reader, it is so much more stark just how horrendous this all is. Danger just isn't as apparent when you're a kid. And don't get me wrong, this was all still incredibly frightening when I was young, but it's different now. It's a difference between watching or reading. I know I brought this up earlier, but like, it's the difference between watching or reading Coraline as a kid and reading it now. I thought it was pretty scary, but as an adult, there's this feeling of desperately wanting to protect these kids and take care of them. You're in the adventure with the characters when you're a kid, and the characters are effectively your peers. The danger of it all doesn't really sink in because it is like an adventure. For the rest of this book, I realised that a lot of this book was harder to read for me now. It's all a lot more vivid when you have a little bit more life experience, and you sort of end up going, oh, these are babies. These are just babies. And like when you are 16, let's say, you don't feel like that, and that feels incredibly patronising, but you are so young when you're that age. Just so young. Darren pleads with Annie not to tell anybody what happened, fearing jail, obviously, because it would probably end up looking like he's done something wrong, which he kind of did. The agreement is on the terms that if the doctors cannot find anything to cure him, then they have to reveal Madame Octa and the truth. Chapter 22. The drive to the hospital is a difficult one. The whole time, Darren is battling whether or not he should tell the truth about what happened. Part of the reason he's feeling bad about it is that he's convinced that were he and Steve reversed, he's sure that Steve would fess up about what happened. And I don't think I believe that, not for a second. I understand why Darren thinks that. Steve's his closest friend. They have a kind of loyalty to each other because of that. But we've pretty well established that Steve isn't great, even disregarding the stuff with Krebsley. His obsession with war and his inability to keep a lid on his anger shows us a boy who isn't the person Darren wants him to be just because he cares about him. There's good in him, I'm sure, but I can only see that he would be incredibly selfish in this situation. And yes, Darren is also incredibly selfish in this moment, but we see that this is a rarity for him. He is generally very much giving to others. And the lie they've gone for is that the window was open, Darren went to the bathroom, and when they came back, Steve was on the floor stiff, blue, but still alive. So something must have come through the window. After a few hours, Steve's mother arrives, screaming at Darren, asking what he's done. She's pulled aside, like she just keeps going, "What have you done to my boy? What have you done to my boy? What have you done to him?" And she's pulled aside and is told to stop. It's a really hard scene, but it's a very good one. As far as everyone else is concerned, Mrs. Leonard is scared about her son and is lashing out. And the thing is, that's true, because she has no idea what's happened. So as far as she and everybody else is worried, she's just lashing out because she's scared about her boy. But this would probably be the single best time for Darren to fess up about what actually happened, but he can't do it and ends up being sent away with Annie so Mrs. Leonard can try to calm down and also obviously spend time with Steve. As it gets late, their father takes Annie and Darren home. In a fit of rage, he yells and shakes Octa's cage. As he starts rattling her around, he loses grip and the cage goes flying out of the window. He can't catch her in time, but as she's about to hit the ground, a hand reaches out from the bushes and catches her. The hand, of course, belonging to her rightful owner, Mr. Krebsley. Chapter 23. He walks away after checking the spider's alright, but Darren doesn't feel one bit safe. In the morning, they learn that Steve is basically comatose. The doctors know he's been poisoned, but at this point they can't tell by what. Darren still can't bring himself to tell the truth, but that night he decides he needs to confront the one person he knows will be able to help. Chapter 24. He heads to the only place he can think that Krebsley might be, because it's the only place he's seen him beyond his garden, that being the old theatre. I didn't know what I'd do if the vampire wasn't there, but somehow I sensed that he would be. It was like the day Steve threw the scraps of paper up in the air with the winning ticket hidden amongst them, and I shut my eyes and reached out blindly. It was destiny. So, this is the first time that the concept of destiny is brought up outright. The ticket moment, the idea of Steve's bad blood, and now this. There's no guarantee that Mr. Krebsley is at the theatre, but it's almost like Darren is supposed to be there. I'm super interested in how Shan handles this the rest of the series, because there is no way this is just like a book one thing and it's left behind now, because it is more and more overt as we're going through. Darren makes his way to the basement, where Krebsley is, of course, waiting for him. "You've been waiting for me, haven't you?" I asked. "Yes," he nodded. "How long have you known where Madame Octa was?" "Found her the night you stole her," he said. "Well, why didn't you take her then?" He shrugged. "I was going to, but I got thinking about the sort of boy who would dare steal from a vampire, and I decided you might be worth further study." Couple things. Krebsley knows that Darren knows about his vampirism. If he's been watching him, that's perhaps not surprising, but it's interesting. Oh, actually, no. He mentioned it in the thing, didn't he? He mentioned it in the note. I'm fucking stupid. But anyway. I was going to say, it's like, it's Shan trusting his reader to read into that a little bit, but no, I'm just stupid. And no, he mentioned it. It's like, oh, I know what you are. But I'd been scripting for a really long time when I got to this point. But it feels like this is feeding into the idea of Darren's destiny. Krebsley could have taken Octa and or caused Darren harm, but he didn't. Maybe destiny wouldn't permit it. I could edit that out and just talk about the second part there, but no, I'll keep it in. Because, like I said, I was just been scripting for a long time, and I was trying to read into things too much. But then I was like, wait. No, he definitely mentioned it in the note earlier. It's like, I know what you are, you'll get hunted and killed. Ignore me. I super know what I'm talking about. I thought I was so fucking clever with that. Crepsley is gentle with Darren though, explaining that holy water and crosses will have no effect. Why should they? Vampires are not inherently evil, as we've discussed. Many do not even kill those they feed from. Most of them don't. He also tells him that, yes, there is an antidote for Octa's venom, but he's not willing to hand it out for nothing. Darren has to do something for him in return. When Steve was talking to Crepsley, he was asking about becoming a half vampire and Crepsley's assistant, but then, bad blood. But Darren, on the other hand... Chapter 25. Darren is more than a little reluctant, but Crepsley basically lays it down as simply as, you become my assistant or Steve dies. Those are the only options. He wants to argue, but knows there's no point. So he asks what being an assistant with a half vampire would entail. And honestly, the assistant side of things is what you expect. He's basically a PA with the addition of being on guard duty. But in terms of the vampirism, regular vampires do age and can die in a lot of regular human ways. Regular vampires age 1 year for every 10 years that pass. With half vampires, they age 1 year for every 5. It's not necessarily clear how much that means, but I assume it is still a person-to-person thing. So, I have a bit of a baby face, so visually I don't age particularly quickly, so I assume that would slow down, but my body maybe. I don't know how much that would make a difference. Maybe it's more a case of everybody when they get into their 30s and then their 50s, it's every so often it becomes the milestones of where things really start showing up. Maybe that's the sort of thing that slows down. Regular vampires cannot move about in the daytime, not really, but half vampires can. Half vampires do not need quite so much blood to keep them going, but it is still necessary. And they do get some vampire powers, but we don't really learn what that means at this point. Darren doesn't want this, but he also doesn't have a choice. Okay, I sighed. I don't like it, but my hands are tied. I just want you to know this. If I ever get the chance to betray you, I will. If the opportunity arises to pay you back, I'll take it, and you'll never be able to trust me. It's so interesting to see the way Darren and Steve reflect each other in moments like this. When Steve says he wants to hunt Crepsley down, sure, he sounds believable, but he also sounds incredibly childish, and it sounds like he's got a lot of bark, but you can't tell how much bite is also behind it. Darren, on the other hand, I believe him outright. For a start, he's not threatening to commit an act of violence. He's just saying he has no loyalty, and Crepsley shouldn't expect that loyalty. They're not equals, but Darren and Crepsley sound much more like that than Steve and Crepsley ever would. As with Steve, Darren's blood needs to be tested, but he does have good blood, so the change is viable. With his hard nails, Crepsley pokes small holes in the tips of each of Darren's fingers. The real way to spot a vampire in this universe, not the 2 neck holes. They put their fingertips against one another's, and there's a lot of pain for both of them. And when it's done, Darren is left sweating, dizzy, and like he's going to throw up. The effects will take a few days to show, but Darren has been changed. No going back now. There is no time to discuss what to expect. However, Steve needs tending to. Also, basically the full transformation is done in the same way. I'm pretty sure he explains that here. It's longer. It's a longer, more blood going into Darren, if that's, the sort of if he was becoming a full vampire rather than the half. Chapter 26. When they leave the theatre, we get a hold on tight spider monkey moment where Darren hops on Crepsley's back, and because vampires have incredible speed, they run to the hospital. When I was on his back, he started running. I didn't notice anything odd at first, but soon I began to realise how fast buildings were zipping by. Mr. Crepsley's legs didn't seem to be moving that quickly. Instead, it was as if the world was moving faster and we were slipping past it. I love that description. It's simple, but it works really nicely. Super speed is almost always going to be a little bit goofy, but I think Shan gets away with that here, and they arrive at the hospital just in just a couple of minutes compared to the 20 it would have taken for a regular person to run that whole way. And I think, to be fair, it's easier to make it not goofy in a book than a film, but even then, it can still be a fine line, and I think Shan gets it. They have to climb up the side of the building to get in, which, very Dracula, I must say, but it doesn't take long for them to get there. Steve is ragged, and had they been any later, then he might not have made it. But Crepsley administers the antidote. It's kind of grim, but I like the way that Crepsley is. He's got a very dry sense of humour, which isn't too surprising. I mean, like, gallows humour when you're dead, for all intents and purposes. You know, I mean, the living dead. I guess that vampires are the living dead, right? Yeah, and I think they still kind of are in this universe. Sort of. Anyway, a nurse comes in, and in a panic, Crepsley throws a sheet on her, which did make me giggle. That is some slapstick nonsense, and I love it. But Darren runs from Crepsley without any attempt from Crepsley to stop him, and it isn't long before we see why. Chapter 27. When Darren visits Steve in hospital a few days later, he lies and tells him that Octa is dead. He's certainly not bringing up anything to do with Crepsley, obviously. But Steve tells him that when he woke up, he's certain he saw Darren. And interestingly enough, the nurses said that she saw a man and a boy in that room. But Darren just plays it off. It's unclear here how much Steve really believes him, but not fully. I think that much is clear. Over the next few days, the vampirism starts kicking in. He's sleeping less, his hearing is improving to the point where he can hear people 2 rooms down when he's at school. He's also now fitter than ever. He is a beast on the football pitch and physically stronger than he's ever been. He goes to catch a football flying at him, only to burst it with his newly hardened fingernails and freak strength. Something that makes you go, yeah, this is why Crepsley was okay with Darren running away. Because there's only so long that Darren is going to be able to hide what he truly is. And Steve, it's not long before he's back at school, and he can see that there's been a change in Darren. He asks about it relatively subtly, and Darren blows him off. It's very clear now that Steve knows what's going on, though. One of those things where it might not be mega clear for the younger end of the reader demo, but once they have good reading comprehension, they should be able to pick it up. Once again, I am so pleased with the way that Darren Shan trusts his readers. Even a lot of authors with adult readers don't have this faith, and I keep repeating that. But I just think it's telling that Shan respects his child readers more than some people with adult readers respect their readers. And like I say, 8 to 12 is there's quite a lot of change going on there with readership. Like, you've got the back end of primary school through to the early side of secondary school. You're going to have some good reading comprehension at this point, but by the end of that, like, what, you're 12 or 13 when you start making your choices for GCSEs, there's a huge difference there. So I don't remember how well I read into that when I was younger. I did have quite good reading comprehension. I was always very interested in English and books and all the things like that. I mean, why do you think now I have 2 degrees in I have an English Lit and Creative Writing Bachelor's. I have a Creative Writing Master's. This stuff has always interested me. And I'm going to be honest, at my university, if you did Creative Writing as a Master's, you were also doing some English courses as well. But anyway, like I'm saying, I just love the way that he knows that there's going to be differences in reading comprehension, and there's going to be some things that it's like, this is said outright, and this is, you don't have to do, it's not like you have to do a huge amount of digging of reading between the lines, but it's like, if you're paying enough attention, then you're rewarded for that. Towards the end of this chapter, they're in the schoolyard playing football, and one of their little group, Alan, falls over, bloodying his knee. I think Alan was the one that actually brought the flyer in for the circus. Vampire instinct takes over, and Darren runs over and starts drinking from his knee. And bestie, maybe do not do that. Not exactly. Thank you, Zelda. Are you yelling at me? Have you got something to say? No? Baby, have you got things to say to people? She wants to go into my underwear drawer. Because she's a pervert. Yes, he's just drinking from Alan's knee. Lovely and foul. So, yeah, not good with being covert about what he is. And yeah, he like covers it up with a joke or whatever, but he knows he's running out of time in terms of staying hidden, I think. It's not the last straw, but I think the cogs start turning here for him going, this might be a bit more difficult than I thought. Chapter 28. After he rushes home, he heads to the bathroom to decompress. Annie has a go at him, telling him that she needs to go into the bathroom, and he tells her to just come in, and they have a little chat, a little joke with each other. But it's not long before we get one of the best horror scenes in this book. I raised my right hand and she went quiet. Her eyes widened and she stared silently at my fingers as I waved them slowly from side to side, then around in small circles. I wasn't sure how I was doing it, but I was hypnotizing her. Come here, I growled, voice deeper than normal. Annie rose and obeyed, and she moved as if sleepwalking, eyes blank, arms and legs stiff. When she stopped before me, I traced the outline of her neck with my fingers. I was breathing heavily and seeing her as though through a misty cloud. My tongue slowly licked around my lips and my belly rumbled. The bathroom felt hot as a furnace, and I could see beads of sweat rolling down Annie's face. I walked around the back of her, my hands never leaving her flesh. I could feel the veins throbbing as I stroked them, and when I pressed down on one near the bottom of her neck, I could see it standing out, blue and beautiful, begging to be ripped open and sucked dry. I bared my teeth and leaned forward, jaws wide open. At the last moment, as my lips touched her neck, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, and thankfully, that was enough to make me pause. The face in the mirror was a twisted, unfamiliar mask, full of red eyes, sharp wrinkles, and a vicious grin. I lifted my head for a closer look. It was me, but at the same time, it wasn't. Yeah, this has relatively simplistic language and storytelling, but this is still just a good horror scene. The tension is built so nicely. The fear that he might kill his own little sister is so real. We know he doesn't have control over this yet. She's so young, and it would 100% destroy him if he went through with it. It's great work. That just... it crushes you to read that, and it's also just reading that for the first time. I mean, I read that knowing sort of how things go, but even trying to read it not thinking about that, just going, wait, he doesn't do that, does he? That's not the reason. There was still that voice in the back of my head, and I knew that he didn't, but I was like, he doesn't, does he? Chapter 29. He spends a couple of weeks saying final goodbyes without those around him knowing that's what he's doing. And I wouldn't have known this as a kid. But he's basically doing the sort of thing that people do before they end their own lives, and that bloody hurts. Again, when you are a child, the idea of mortality does not occur to you, and I thought this was kind of sad, but I have life experience now, and Jesus H. Christ, Mr. Shan, your pun intended, going for the jugular. He's getting towards his final days with his family, trying so hard to make sure it's as normal as possible, because he's never going to have normal again. And I was sobbing. I'm a grown-ass man reading a book for kids, and I was sobbing. I'm not ashamed to say it. During the night, Crepsley arrives explaining how this is going to go. He's going to give him something to drink, which will make him appear dead to most readings. He's also going to break his neck, not the spinal cord, so he won't be paralysed, and then throw him out the window to make it look like the cause of death. Sure, he might break a few bones, but, he'll heal. So much to break down there. 1, interesting that he's going out the window, like when he threw Octa. 2, Crepsley is not very good at being compassionate at all during this, and it's hard. 3, his parents have noticed that he's been acting differently. And then he ends up in the garden, seemingly having thrown himself out of the window or having fallen. His parents genuinely will never know if it was an accident or if he did this to himself. Maybe reading this with adult reading comprehension was a mistake. I'm upsetting myself with this, but I'm not going to linger on the scene when where his parents discover his body. It's really rough, and Shan does an incredible job of portraying that anguish, but I will cry if I talk about it too much. It's horrendous, and it feels so vivid. Anyway, chapter 30. Jesus Christ. This is going to sound like a really weird question out of nowhere, but have you ever been so, like, blackout drunk that your eyes are closed, you can't move, but you can still hear everything going on around you? Yeah, no, like, me neither, but that's basically the situation that Darren's in right now. He can hear his family visiting him at the funeral home. He's prepped. This is basically their last goodbyes before he's buried. His sister is begging for him to stop faking, which hurts a lot, obviously, but the decision is made. Eventually, everyone leaves and he's alone with the undertaker and a nurse. He has some sensation by now, so he can feel the poking and prodding, but he's still not got any movement yet and is still very much appearing dead to everyone else. After a while, an unknown visitor arrives into the room, places and removes a small bit of paper in Darren's mouth, checks his fingertips, and pokes him with a needle. And I was like, wild theory, is this Steve? And we do later learn who this is, so we'll discuss whether I was right when we get there. But also I'm like, am I coming up with a wild theory, or is this just like memory bank stuff? Chapter 31. Eventually he is buried and is thinking on like how he ended up in this situation. There were so many vital moments. If I'd missed the ticket, I wouldn't be here. If I hadn't gone to the show, I wouldn't be here. If I hadn't stuck around to see what Steve was up to, I wouldn't be here. If I hadn't stolen Madame Octa, I wouldn't be here. If I'd said no to Mr. Crepsley's offer, I wouldn't be here. A world of ifs, but it made no difference. What was done was done. If I could go back in time... Less overt than before, somewhat, but another nod towards the idea of destiny. It's all like he was meant to be here all along. If destiny is never properly explored as a concept, I'm going to be so upset. Eventually, he does get dug up by Crepsley. He's feeling rough and stiff from not being able to move, but, you know, there's no bones broken, so that's good. His neck's probably a bit rough, but, you know, he goes for a walk to stretch out. Suddenly, as I was thinking about new powers, a hand reached out from behind one of the graves, wrapped itself around my mouth and dragged me down to the ground and out of sight of Mr. Crepsley. I shook my head and opened my mouth to scream, but then saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. My attacker, whoever he was, had a hammer and a large wooden stake, the tip of which was pointing directly at my heart. Chapter 32. 3 guesses who it is. I'll give you a little time. Of course, it's Steve. He's on his all bark energy being like, I'm vampire hunting and I've got 2 of them right here. It's very clearly bravado, as Darren points out. If he were here to kill them, he wouldn't be chatting first. But during this chat, we do learn that it was Steve poking and prodding and testing Darren in the funeral home earlier. So it's good to know I have a brain cell, even if that was just like memory brain cell. He's mostly annoyed because Darren got to be a vampire and he didn't, thinking Darren did this on purpose to spite him or something like that. And Darren explains to him that Steve would not be alive right now without this change, and that Darren never actually bloody wanted it, but Steve just refuses to believe him. He warns Darren that when he gets older and stronger, he is going to become a proper vampire hunter and kill his friend, and also Crepsley. But he does nothing in the moment, and Darren doesn't have it in him to stop him running away. That is still his friend. Chapter 33. We round out with Darren having a go and taking a swing at Crepsley, which, fair enough. They talk a little and walk into the night on their way to get something to eat. And oh my goodness, this was somehow so much better than I remembered. This aged incredibly well, and even as an adult reader, I got so much enjoyment out of this. If you are an adult reader, if you are an adult reader too, know that this is not written with you in mind, obviously. The writing is very simple and does lean towards telling, over showing, things like that. It's quite simplistic, but Shan does trust his readers enough that, first of all, I can't praise him enough for that, but like, he trusts his readers enough to make sure that you're not constantly feeling like you're having things spelled out to you. Like, I've been doing a little bit of research recently into writing children's books for a younger demo than this, and I think this is the demo I'd have to go for, because trying to read those books back is so difficult. Like, trying to read those books is just difficult for me, and I don't think I could write something that simplistic, because it just doesn't fill me with joy. I think it makes a lot of sense that people writing for children younger than this often are parents themselves, because they're used to it. But there is a lot I am looking forward to as the story goes. The idea of destiny obviously being a big one. It is apparent through this book, but I really hope it's expanded upon. Obviously, Crepsley and Darren's relationship is something that's going to be cool to see develop, as is Steve's transformation, possibly into a vampire killer. I also do think it'll be cool to see how Madame Octa plays into things, because she's so key to this book. Now, I've got some reading to do, but for you, we're moving right on to the vampire's assistant. Right, on to book 2, The Vampire's Assistant. I definitely never read this quite as much as Cirque Du Freak, but I know I read it enough to know that we find out more about the Snake Boy, the name Evra Von coming up, which is the Snake Boy, as I said in the last one, and the recurring Von what bit stuck with me, but the plot on the whole is not quite as easy for me to recall, so let's get on with it, shall we? Introduction. We start out with a catch-up, so don't have to go back over that. I think it's good to include going into a sequel when you've waited a little bit after reading the previous book in the series can sometimes leave you feeling a little lost, especially if you're an avid reader, so you're reading a lot of other things in between. I might not have needed it in this case, but I'm all for it. Also, reading it get summarized so quickly after going through it in so much detail was a feeling. Chapter 1. If I could put this whole chapter in my script, I would. It's stunning, but I'll cut it down because you're going to be here for so long already. Scoutmaster Stanley Collins is taking a late night walk home after a scout meeting. It's cold, it's dark, but at least he'll have some hot chocolate waiting for him when he gets home. Trees grew along both sides of the road home, making it very dark and dangerous for anyone who wasn't used to it. But Stanley had no fears. On the contrary, he loved the night. He enjoyed listening to the sound of his feet crunching through the long grass and briars. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Enjoying the walk, he thinks back on the spooky stories he used to tell his sons when they were younger about the monsters being in the trees. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound that helps him sleep at night, akin to the music of Mozart and Beethoven to him, if not better. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Snap. Well, he hadn't stepped on a stick, but he waits a little. He hears nothing, so he continues his walk. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There we go. All normal again. Crunch, 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 crunch. Snap. He stopped again, the fingers of fear tightening around his beating heart. First of all, beautiful line. Ooh! His mind starts playing tricks on him, seeing monsters all around him in the shadows. A couple more snaps, but still nothing. Maybe it is just an animal, but it can't be. Nothing that big could be up in the trees without being spotted. But he doesn't have time to think about it. He runs, but only manages about 100 meters before he has to stop with a stitch. The sounds are still going on overhead, and there are footsteps following him. He's sure this is the end, but oh, it's just a young boy. A complete misunderstanding. Are you lost? The boy shook his head slowly. There was something strange about him, something that made Stanley feel uneasy. It might have been the effect of the darkness and shadows, but the boy looked very pale. Very thin, very hungry. Are you all right? Stanley asked, stepping closer. Can I? Snap! The sound came directly overhead. loud and menacing. The boy leapt back quickly out of the way. Stanley had just enough time to glance up and spot a huge red shape, which might have been a bat, slashing its way down through the branches of the trees. And then the red monster was on him. Stanley opened his mouth to scream, but before he could, the monster's claws, clamped over his mouth. There was a brief struggle. Then Stanley was sliding on the floor, unconscious, unseeing, unknowing. Above him, the two creatures of the night moved in for the feed. Oh, I just wish I had the time to read the whole thing, because it's such an incredible opener on a number of levels. That line about where is it? Like, he stopped again, the fingers of fear tightening around his beating heart. Oh, that's so good. And the bit is like, oh, it could have been a bat falling down. Where is that? Stanley had just enough time to glance up and spot a huge red shape, which might have been a bat. Like, oh, that's just good imagery. It's just nice. It's just, Shan is just a good horror author who happens to write he tailors his writing for kids, and that is reflected so well in this opening chapter. There's real tension to it, and the pacing is delicious. Being in your head about, is it just me? Is this all just in my head? But it can't be. There's definitely something here. We all see stuff in the shadows, but the vast majority of the time it's just like a weird rock or the pile of clothes in the chair. It's got a real feeling of old horror movies, like silent horror or like early talkies type stuff. It's brilliant. As a kid, I think I loved it a lot because it also reminded me of the song Fear of the Dark by Iron Maiden. Like, you may be surprised to learn that they're a band that I enjoy. I've never done a 4-hour, or however long that video is, video about them songs before. Chapter 2. Imagine a man his age wearing a scout's uniform, Mr. Crepsley snorted as he turned our victim over. Because of course, our young boy and drop bear are in fact Darren and Mr. Crepsley. I appreciate the little bit of comic relief immediately after that scene. It's very early on, and it's good to open with frightening, but it's nice to be eased into it a little bit. Plus, I like that Shan knows when to have a little joke after something serious, when to dissipate the feeling and when to linger in it, because let me tell you, when we get into some scenes where I'm mixing Darren and Shan, where Shan revels in lingering in the darkness, like he really lingers in it, Jesus. Stanley is knocked out, but there's no plan to take it any further than that. They don't want to kill him. They take what they need and go. Crepsley makes a small cut in the man's leg and drinks, but Darren refuses, a running motif of the whole book. He has it in him that maybe he can hold on to, or maybe even return to his humanity if he doesn't drink from a human. It's been a couple of months since the end of the last book, and he hasn't fed from a human once in that time. He is a half vampire, so it's less necessary for him, but he will need it eventually. For now, he's surviving on animal blood, but it's not going to be enough forever. And Crepsley isn't super happy about it, but he knows it'll have to happen eventually. Darren can only be belligerent for so long. Either that or Darren will just die of hunger, I guess. The dynamic forming here is not an uncommon one, and it's honestly one of my faves. It's that begrudgingly fatherly and protective until it stops being begrudging. I can feel it in my bones that at some point it's gonna he stops being begrudgingly and they just fall into this softer dynamic, even if they're playful with each other. It's different vibes, but I think of something like Monsters Inc., for example. Eventually genuine connections form, but I don't expect anything quite so wholesome from this series. But I can see Crepsley really falling into that role of a father figure, and that's so exciting, and I'm sure it won't break my heart at all. I'm sure Shan won't use this dynamic to ruin my life and break my heart. Chapter 3. This chapter has a good amount of vampire lore in it because this series plays around with the classic lore a lot. What the fuck is going on with that? Sorry. Is it a weird font issue or something? Is that what the T's look like? Sorry. It isn't a super plot heavy chapter, but a very useful one nonetheless, and mostly avoids feeling like a huge exposition dump when you're actually reading it. I mean, as I'm going to relate here to you, yeah, it's going to feel a bit like that. And even if, you know, that is basically what it is, I didn't feel like I was reading a lore dump when I was reading it for a review, though going through it now, or like when I was going through it for scripting, it's very clearly that's what it is. You know what I mean? But the first thing we get here is that vampires need to eat regular food as well as drinking blood, not just the half vampires either. And I do really like the idea of that, because they might not be human in the literal sense, but that is still the body they inhabit. It makes sense. And like I said, I think towards the end of the last book, I don't know if this lot counts as like the living dead. Because obviously Darren had to fake his death and everything, but I genuinely think it's more of a transformation than a death. It's curious. Being half vampire, Darren can go out in the daylight to no harm at all. So he does sometimes just move about during the day while Crepsley sleeps. Also, they need to sleep. It seems like perhaps not as much as humans though. Either that or Darren just has an awful sleep schedule, but I feel like I remember him saying that he's not sleeping as much when he was in the turning stage in the last book, like when he was going through those first few days. And I think Crepsley mostly just sleeps through the day because it's like, well, what else are you going to do kind of thing. He's also far more aware of his strength now, and he's got the like Crepsley style nasty ass fingernails, like long and sharp and hard as rocks. He can only keep them short by chewing them down, like clippers and scissors aren't enough. And with regular vampires with the sun, it seems to be that like they can go out, but they burn like that. We also learn that the quick speed running that vampires can do, not half vampires, just regular vampires with this one, but it's called flitting. And I'm so sure that that's what I called it during my Twilight New Moon videos. Like, I knew I pulled that phrase from somewhere, and here it is. Like, even if I didn't use it there, it's a word that I always associate with that kind of super speed, and it's cool to find out where the hell I was pulling that from. Crepsley is the only one out of the two of them that can do that though, like I said, so he is occasionally carrying Darren on his back, because that's how it has to be when they're doing that. It's not something they do loads though. As you'd imagine, it takes a lot of energy to do so. We see Darren looking in the mirror, checking his mouth, and when Crepsley is such a difficult word to say out loud. I want to keep saying Cressley. The P is just getting in the way. But he asks what Darren's doing when he's looking in the mirror, and he laughs at him after finding out that Darren's looking for fangs. He has a stronger bite, but he won't grow fangs, and understandably, Darren is a little disappointed by that. I would be too. If I had to give up my entire life at age 16 to travel around slowly losing my humanity, could you at least let me look kind of cool? Big lore drop for a while here, so I'm just going to bullet point it. None of them can shapeshift, none of them can fly. Crosses and holy water don't do shit, neither does garlic. They have reflections and shadows as well. That's the stuff from lore that's not true here. Now here's the stuff that is. They can't be photographed or filmed, something in their atoms. They just show up as a dark blur. In the case of half vampires, this is more like you can never have them in focus, no matter how good your setup is. While they can't turn into these creatures, they do get on well with rats and bats. There's a kinship there. Not so with dogs and cats. Those animals hate vampires. Sunlight is deadly, like I said, not to half vampires. It's not like a sunlight instantly turns them to dust, but it's more like, you know how everyone has that one friend who's transparent levels of pale and has to wear like factor 50,000, and if they look at the sun a bit funny, they will burn instantly? That's basically vampires. They just burn up really bloody quickly. They can wrap up a shit ton and go out, but it's not ideal. And he says he tan really quickly and start to go red within a quarter of an hour. 4 or 5 hours of sunlight would kill him. So it seems like a case of sunlight kind of cooking them like a roast chicken, rather than being like an instant death ray. So you could certainly say that like 4 to 5 hours is like a really long time, but I assume you make them really sick if they're out for too long. Because obviously if you need to run from one place to another, he can do that, but he's going to be inside if he can avoid it. Like, if you can, oh, you know what I mean. A stake through the heart will kill them, but you can also just shoot them or stab them with a regular knife. A lot of electricity will also kill them. They can be killed in a lot of human ways. And yes, they're tougher to kill than a person, but they're not indestructible. This chapter ends once again with Darren's reluctance to feed. I was half vampire, yes, but I was also half human, and the thought of attacking a living person filled me with horror and disgust. Chapter 4. Blood. Mr. Crepsley spent much of his time teaching me about blood. It's vital to vampires. Without it, we grow weak and old and die. Really reminds me of the Francis Ford Coppola version of Dracula. I will never forgive my sixth form English teacher for pointing out that the older version of Dracula looks like Glenn Close, because I will never be able to unsee it, but that's the image I'm getting. Like, when he feeds regularly, he's like the young version of Gary Oldman, and then when he doesn't, he's Glenn Close. All of that. That's the image I'm getting here. Vampires here are likely, though, to drink little and often, once or twice a month, to avoid overconsumption. They don't want to kill the people they feed from. Stanley, in the first chapter, would wake in the street, likely thinking he'd fallen. He might be a little shaken, but not seriously hurt. The only sign that anything had happened would be a small scar on his leg, and that's the sort of thing you might not notice anyway, or you might think, oh, well, I fell over, and that's how that happened. You can drink from the dead, but there's, ironically, an expiration date on that stuff. It turns bad, which can turn you mad or even kill you. And I think that's interesting that the term used to describe this blood is that it's bad blood. I'm reminded of Steve in the last book. His blood apparently is as bad as a dead's. It can turn you mad. The end of this chapter is further ruminations on the idea of Darren retaining his humanity. It is a little repetitive for me, but I chalk this up to being in line with the telling over showing stuff that we might get with these books. It's for the younger readers. It's for people to keep being told this is something he's struggling with, rather than it being left in the open. Chapter 5. They're living a nomadic lifestyle, going from town to village, whatever, all over the place. They're just living. No clear purpose. The two of them aren't really getting on particularly well, but that's perhaps not too surprising. We get a brief Madame Octa mention, as we learn that one of Darren's main chores is feeding her and keeping her cage clean. It's not unfair for Crepsley to put that on Darren, given that they were only in this situation because he stole her. We don't get much Octa through this book, but she's still present, which I'd hope for. I just wonder if she's going to play any further role later on in the series as a whole. They're in a new town, and Crepsley's sleeping as it's the daytime, so Darren decides to go for a little wander. He plays some games at toy shops, finding his new reflexes really help him out for video games. He's playing some fighting games and racing games and stuff, and he's got really good reflexes with it. He also gets a little emotional going to a museum and art gallery, given that they were the sort of places his mother would take him to, so it really hits him that he can't have that life again. As he's heading back, he sees a group of kids playing hockey and ends up being invited to join them. And my instinct was like, hey, after the football match, are we sure this is a good idea? I wasn't even thinking in terms of like what actually happens here, but I was just more thinking like, if somebody just falls over, are you going to be able to control yourself? But it does go well. For a while, at least, as you'd expect. He's a bit of a beast on the pitch. And is it a hockey pitch? Hockey field? Whatever. One of the other kids on the other team doesn't take too kindly to it. And clearly he's a bit of a bully. This kid handles his anger by pinching Darren in I believe the quote is, in a very painful place. Which I can only assume what that means. Brother, what the fuck? Why is that your instinct? Anyway, in a good bit of pain, Darren goes for a tackle in the next match or whatever. But he ends up colliding with this bully's leg. Now, I can say from experience, if you get whacked with a hockey stick, even incidentally, it bloody hurts. I can hear and feel the crack of wood on ankle to this day. And it's probably been about 10 years. I didn't come up with a break, thankfully, but it's not a recommended experience. And at least I got some chockies the next day from the friend who bonked me, more than this guy gets, and I was also being hit by a regular human being. Because add all of that to the fact that Darren has his superhuman strength. If you ever saw, because I remember this, I don't really watch MMA so much anymore. I used to, though. I used to be really into it. But if you ever saw the UFC match where Anderson Silva broke his shin mid-match, oh, I can still see that. That image is... Oh! That's the visual we're dealing with here. It's nasty as hell, and Darren immediately feels awful. There's nothing he can do to help or ingratiate himself to this group. To them, he is what he wishes desperately that he were not. He is monstrous. Chapter 6. While getting out Crepsley's fold-away cooking supplies for their evening meal, we learn that Crepsley got these items from a woman named Ivana, who he was friends with a long time ago. We don't learn anything more about her or their relationship at this point, but given that she is named rather than just being an old friend, I can see her coming up again later, so again, put a little pin in it. If it doesn't, then I won't be too upset. It might well just be a throwaway line, but part of me doubts that. At the very least, I will probably eventually read the Crepsley prequel series, and I can safely assume that she probably will show up in there. Yeah. Darren and Crepsley talk as they eat, and Darren is feeling really rough about the fact that he is unable to have friends. Crepsley softens here, with a level of understanding and empathy. He's lived a long time in this life, but Darren is so new to it, and he's so young. As I read this scene, I called to mind the line from Cirque Du Freak. Okay, I sighed. I don't like it, but my hands are tied. I just want you to know this. If I ever get the chance to betray you, I will. If the opportunity arises to pay you back, I'll take it. You'll never be able to trust me. Because I was like, oh, this is either going to be followed through and it will break me into tiny pieces, or he'll have the opportunity but will realise he actually doesn't care about betraying him anymore, and I will eat it up. Crepsley realises that Darren needs to be amongst his own people, not necessarily other vampires, but around people he can be himself with. He doesn't have to hide himself. Darren, he said, what do you think about going back and becoming a member of the Cirque Du Freak? Chapter 7. Darren doesn't have to think about it long to agree to it. Not feeling monstrous is super important to him, and that's probably the easiest place for him to exist like that. Again, we get a slightly softer Crepsley saying that if Darren doesn't like it there, then they'll go. However, he will have to pull his weight when he's there. Everyone is expected to do a lot of work beyond the performances themselves, but that's no skin off Darren's nose. Crepsley is able to track them down via tracking Mr. Tor's thoughts. It's not like being able to tell what he's thinking. It's not mind reading, but he can read his aura. It's something all vampires can do, but it's unlikely that half vampires can, unless they're one of the very few humans who already happen to be able to do so beforehand. But it's not an inherent power for half vampires. Like, some regular human beings are able to do this, but becoming a half vampire will not allow you to do so if you didn't already have that. I just feel like I'm over-explaining things there. Anyway, because Mr. Crepsley and Mr. Tull have already connected a number of times, he is able to find him with ease. Important lore drop for later, and also generally tying into the idea that Darren wants to stop feeling like he's inherently evil and monstrous simply because of what he is. Darren is curious to know if vampires have gods, and yes, they do have their own unique faith, but we don't dive further into the specifics of that side of things. By the way, I really bloody hope we do actually get into that eventually. Give me all the lore. But we do learn that vampires have their own version of heaven or paradise, believing that if they live a good life, their souls are sent to the stars, traversing through galaxies to reach the world at the other end of the universe. Leading a good life for a vampire is generally a case of making sure you don't kill anybody and avoiding causing unnecessary harm. Though there are decent reasons for ending a life. If somebody is already close to the end of their life, It is almost a noble act for the vampire to drink from them until they pass, because in doing so, the vampire carries a part of their spirit with them. An old friend of Crepsley's did this to Shakespeare in order to make sure some of his final writings could be put out there and weren't lost with him. It's really cool world building, and I won't go too much into it now because it's brought back later in the most painful of ways, as you might imagine, because it's this book and Darren Shan loves to hurt us. Yes, Crepsley said, it would be evil to kill a healthy person, but to drink from friends who are close to death and keep their memories and experiences alive. He smiled. That's very good indeed. Come, he said then. Brood about it on the way, we must be off. Brood, you say? The wrestling brain that will never escape me, and I will never remove it from this channel. They flit much of the way, but they stop a few kilometres away from the camp so that Crepsley doesn't appear flushed when they get there. The two of them have a little playful back and forth, and they're in high spirits for the first time in the whole time they've known each other. And I'm just reading this like, yes, good connection. They make their way through the camp, where they've got a wonderful view of the circus setup, and they head straight to Mr. Tall's camper van. We learn that his full name is Hibernius Tall, which Darren thinks is a strange name, but it suits him and has an odd ring to it. I looked it up, and to be Hibernian is to be Irish, so I can only assume that Mr. Tall is from the Emerald Isles. They're welcomed back and welcomed in to the troupe. And while chatting, Crepsley asks about a separate camp they saw on the way in. They're members of the NOP, a little group of eco-warriors. They're not so important now, but definitely come back in the worst ways later on. Not necessarily the whole group, but still. Crepsley heads back to his coffin, which we learn Mr. Tall has kept around in case he comes back. Seemingly, like, it seems that it was likely he would come back, but maybe not so soon. Darren is less keen on the idea of that, implying that Crepsley is just a bit of a goth with a preference. Instead, Darren is sent to the tent of one Evra Vaughn. I have spoiled this already, but that isn't actually revealed until we get into his tent who he is. But yeah, the idea that Crepsley is just like, yeah, no, I sleep in a coffin because I like it, is so funny. The amount of goths I know that are just like, yeah, that's exactly what they do as well. There's no reason for it, but that's what they're doing. When Darren steps into the tent, quietly announcing himself, a snake begins making his way up his body, wrapping around him. I'm not too pleased with the snake being described as slimy. Generally, snakes aren't slimy unless they're covered in something, but that's not the end of the world. It's a pet peeve type thing, and I sort of get it. A lot of people do just assume that snakes are wet and slimy, because they do kind of look like that. Chapter 8. Darren is, to put it mildly, bricking himself, thinking the snake is ready to eat him alive. Evra wakes, wondering who the hell is in his tent, but quickly lets Darren know he's completely safe. The snake is fast asleep and happens to sleep crawl, and I think that's so cute. It's a little detail, and I don't think it comes up again in this book, but the idea of sleep crawling is just like, oh, that's so cute. I love snakes. We get the first instance of something of a running theme or a running bit with Evra. He introduces himself properly as Evra Vaughn, with Darren responding, Evra Vaughn what? The idea there should be something after the Vaughn is a bit that definitely continues through this book, and it's a simple enough bit that I never found myself tiring of it. Not sure if it will come to be something beyond a simple little joke, but it's fine nonetheless, and it isn't repeated constantly. Darren gets shown around the camp, seeing that there are far more people than he expected. This is a machine with a lot of cogs. They bump into Hans and Truska, the bearded lady. I don't know if I mentioned Hans in the first one. He can run really fast on his... I think I might have missed that in the rundown. Hans is like... He can run really fast, but doing a handstand, basically. He is not the most vibrant member of the performance from the first book. Anyway. The Darren Shan? Hans asked, eyebrows raising. None other, Evra grinned. What do you mean, the Darren Shan? I asked. You're famous round these parts, Hans said. Why? Because I lowered my voice. Half vampire? Hans laughed pleasantly. Half vampire is nothing new. If I had a gold coin for every half vampire I'd seen, I'd have... He scrunched up his face and thought, 29 gold coins. But young half vampires are a different matter. I never saw or heard of a boy your age living it up among the ranks of the Walking Dead. Tell me, have the vampire generals been around to inspect you yet? Who are the vampire generals? I asked. They're Hans. A lady washing clothes barked. He stopped speaking and looked around guiltily. Do you think Martin would enjoy hearing you spreading tales? She snapped. Hans pulled a face. Sorry, he said. It's the fresh morning air. I'm not used to it. Makes me say things I shouldn't. Vampire generals, huh? Definitely something to put a pin in for later. This came out a good few years before Twilight, but I'm assuming this is our Volturi type group. Vampire cops, I guess. Or a vampire government, all that kind of thing. Maybe a bit more of like a mythical group. It seems like, he's saying, oh, have they come around to inspect you yet? But this woman's like, you're spreading tales, so maybe it's not clear of just how real they are. I'm certainly looking forward to how this lot comes up in the future. Mr. Tall comes over, trying to find out where Darren can pull his weight, but he's relatively low skilled, so he's going to stick with Evra and help out with whatever he does. Chapter 9. They walk over to the Wolfman's cage for feeding time. After that, we had to feed the Wolfman. His cage was near the back of the campsite. He roared when he saw us coming. He looked angry and dangerous as he had the night I visited the Cirque with Steve. He shook the bars and swiped at us as if we got too close, which we didn't. Why is he so vicious? I asked, tossing him a large chunk of raw meat, which he grabbed in midair and bit into. Because he's a real wolfman, Evra said. He's not just somebody very hairy, he's half human, half wolf. Isn't it cruel to keep him chained up? I asked, throwing him another slice of meat. If he didn't, he'd run riot and kill people. The mix of human and wolf blood has driven him mad. He wouldn't just kill when he was hungry. If he was free, he'd murder all the time. At this point, I was like, oh, is he like half wolf? Like Darren is half vampire? But not long after this, Darren is all like, how did this happen? And Evra says, do you really want to know? And like Darren responds with a kind of half-hearted, yeah, no, maybe not, or not really, or whatever. So my guess is that he's, how do I put this? Akin to the Minotaur in the Labyrinth. In some way or another, I think one of his parents is a wolf and the other is a normal human. And I don't think we have to go into that much further. Evra, however, as we soon learn, is just kind of a freak of nature. He popped out with webbed feet and toes covered in green scales. He was abandoned because of this and ended up being taken on by an abusive circus. The thing you think of when you think of a freak show. He was a thing to be stared at, laughed at. And the owner of that circus abused him horribly. Thankfully, Mr. Tall came along and got him out. But he was born to two regular parents. Later, when Mr. Crouchley asked what I'd done all day, I replied simply, I made a friend. My heart. Sometimes words aren't enough and I just need to... Chapter 10. We're a few days in and I was relaxing with Evra on the edge of the campsite that afternoon when we spotted a figure in the bushes. Who's that? I asked. A kid from the nearby village. I've seen him hanging around before. I watched the boy in the bushes. He was trying hard not to be seen, but to a person with my powers, fading though they were, he was as obvious as an elephant. I was curious to know what he was doing, so I turned to Everett and said, let's have fun. What are you planning? He asked. Lean in and I'll tell you. I whispered my plan in his ear. He grinned and nodded and then stood and pretended to yawn. I'll be off, Darren, he said. See you later. See you, Evra, I replied loudly, waiting till he was gone. Then stood and walked back to the camp myself. They make strange sounds and rattle bushes and branches, etc., all in a bid to spook the kid. They're not doing anything cruel, it's just a silly joke. He screams and runs away, but turns out that was a tactic to get the boys back in the same way they got him. They learn his name is Sam Grest, but because this book is by Darren Shan, we're reminded that we can't have joy at all, and it's certainly not forever. And he did become my friend, but by the time the Cirque Du Freak moved on, I was wishing with all my heart that I'd never even heard his name. Chapter 11. Sam is a pretty normal kid. His parents are kind of hippies. They have a lot of animals and have raised Sam to be like a super intelligent kid, like free thinker. He often sounds wise beyond his years, at least mostly based on his vocabulary. He uses some words that Darren thinks to himself, oh, I'm going to have to look that up later, and it's cute. I was having a little giggle, but there's this feeling looming over everything, given what we're told at the end of that last chapter. And honestly, kind of even without it, there's always a sense of dread about anything joyous, and yet I am lured in by it every time. Shan tells us and shows us over and over again why we should not get attached to these people, but I can't help myself. I'm just going to have to keep getting my heart broken. Sam wants to join the two of them at the circus, but they both know it's for the best that he remained with his parents. He's a regular kid with a regular life. The circus isn't really for someone like him, certainly not being so young. The young people there, like Darren and Evra, are there because it's the best place for them. They could not so easily exist in a wider society. Sam isn't happy about that, but Everett manages to distract him by asking if he wants to come and see his snake. PSA kids, if a man ever asks you to come to his tent and see his snake, politely decline and leg it. But no, I really like the scene. I'll talk about it a little more later on, but I like that we have somebody so normal, because obviously Darren was very normal in the last book, but he becomes something that isn't. Whereas with Sam, he is just a normal kid throughout, and very reflective of many readers, I would assume. Chapter 12. Sam is being shown around the camp, and my paranoia was kicking in at every turn, just knowing that eventually something bad was going to happen to him. Unlike the last one, I couldn't quite remember how things go wrong. Like in the last one, I picked up eventually, I was like, oh yeah, no, it is completely Madame Octa's fault, and I knew it had something to do with Annie in some way, but I couldn't remember if it was who it was that got bitten. I couldn't remember if she distracted them and it was Steve that got bitten, or something happened with her and she got bitten, but either way, I could mostly remember things, whereas in this one, not so much. But Darren is starting to feel the effects of refusing to drink human blood. He's always hungry and often quite lightheaded. My immediate thought here was that the hunger is going to be too much for Darren, and that's what kills Sam. The football match and the incident with Annie in the last book come to mind, but that was all just sort of conjecture at this point. I mean, he runs home at the idea of having to, Sam that is, runs home at the idea of having to wash and brush the Wolfman. Evra's way of getting him to go home. So it wasn't a leap to think that it could also be a part of Sam's end. And there is literally the Wolfman on the cover of the book. Do you think he'd fit in if he did join the show? I asked. Evra snorted. Like a mouse in a house full of cats. What do you mean? I asked. This life isn't for everyone. A few weeks away from his family, having to clean out toilets and cook for 30 or 40 people, he'd be running, screaming for the hills. We manage all right, I said. We're different, Evra said. We're not like other people. This is what we're cut out for. Everyone has a place where they belong. This is ours. We're meant to... I wonder why I, a long-term weird kid, love these books and specifically Evra so much. Guess I'll never know. But Evra trailed off at the end of that last bit because he saw a group of people entering the camp. But that idea, that was like, and I know it's a bit of a stereotype that like we're not like the others or whatever, but this feels a lot less I'm not like other girls, I'm worse kind of thing, and more just like these are outcasts. And it always felt a little bit like my group of friends were like the weird kids outcast and all that sort of stuff, especially until like even into secondary school and everything. And honestly, kind of even into sixth form, I always found myself amongst like quote unquote weird kids or whatever, which always ended up just meaning that I was around large groups of neurodivergent people, but when you're at school, that just means you're weird. And this always resonated with me, and I don't think I really clocked that at the time. I mean, I didn't know I was neurodivergent, so that certainly didn't help, but I don't think I actively clocked that at the time. But now, looking back, I'm like, oh, this is why. That's so sweet. But the group he spotted is, it's the small blue hooded figures that we've previously seen assisting the circus. When Darren and Steve went to the show, they were the people selling the trinkets that Steve tried and failed to get to speak. They're being led by a larger man, and when Everett realises who he is, he looks terrified. Right at the end of the chapter, we learn that his name is Mr. Tiny. And just going off names, I was like, well, I can assume he has some connection to Mr. Tall. It would make sense. Chapter 13. Everett isn't much for talking through much of their evening tasks and only starts once they're back in their tent. Mr. Tiny is the leader of the little people, he said. The small guys in the blue hooded cloaks, I asked. Yes, he calls them the little people. He's their boss. He doesn't come here often. It's been 2 years since I last saw him, but he gives me the creeps when he does. He's the spookiest man I've ever met. He looked alright to me, I said. That's what I thought the first time I saw him. Everett agreed, but wait till you've spoken to him. It's hard to explain, but every time he looks at me, I feel like he's planning to slaughter, skin and roast me. He eats people, I asked, aghast. I don't know, Everett said. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but you get the feeling that he wants to eat you. And it's not just me being silly, I've discussed it with other members of the Cirque. They all feel the same way. Nobody likes him. Even Mr. Tall gets fidgety when Mr. Tiny's around. Well, the little people must like him, mustn't they? I asked. They follow and obey him, don't they? Maybe they're scared of him, maybe, Everett said. Maybe he forces them to obey him. Maybe they're his slaves. Have you ever asked them? They don't talk, Everett said. I don't know if it's because they can't or because they prefer not to, but nobody in the circus has ever been able to get a word out of them. They're very helpful and they'll do whatever you ask, but they're as silent as walking dummies. I was certainly interested in these little people, Mr. Tiny too, but I think just because of everything that went on with Steve in the last book, I find them so fascinating. I wonder if they'll come up in any sort of connected way in the future. As with many things, Steve knew something when he tried to get them to talk. I can see him and Mr. Tiny having some connection down the road, but I am mostly pulling things out of my backside there. But we learned that this man's name is Desmond, but he prefers that most people just call him Des. So he's Desmond Tiny. Des Tiny. Destiny. You get it. But I'm just so glad that I haven't been losing my mind about the idea of Destiny being a thing in this series, and I'm super interested to see how he fits into all of that. We then hear the story of Bradley Stretch. He was a member of the circus who often played practical jokes on the rest of the troupe, but it was always the sort of thing where he was the only one laughing. And in particular, he loved to pick on the little people, likely because they can't/won't speak, or perhaps to try to make them do so. The circus played a show at an Arabian palace, and while there, a sheikh loved Bradley's performance so dearly that he gifted him a gold bracelet. This bracelet was a magic object that you had to will off your body. It couldn't be forced off by someone else, nor could it accidentally come off. Useful for a man who stretches and contorts in strange ways. Jewelry never stayed on Bradley. One morning, we woke up and Bradley had disappeared. Nowhere to be found. We searched for him, but when he didn't turn up, we moved on. We weren't worried. Performers join and leave the circus pretty much as they please. It wasn't the first time one had sneaked away in the middle of the night. I thought no more about it until a week or so later. Mrs. Tiny had been to see us the day before and taken all but 2 of the little people with him. Mr. Tall told me I had to help the remaining pair with their duties. I tidied around their tent and rolled up their hammocks. They all sleep in hammocks. That's where I got mine from. Did I mention that before? He hadn't, but I didn't want to sidetrack him, so I said nothing. After that, he went on, I gave their pot a wash. It was a big black pot set on a fire in the middle of the tent. The place must have been full of smoke whenever they cooked, and the pot was covered in grime. I took it outside and emptied the remains of their last few meals, scraps of meat and bits of bone, onto the grass. I scrubbed it thoroughly, then took it back inside. Next, I decided to gather up the bits of meat in the grass and throw them to the wolfman. Waste not, want not, as Mr. Tall often says. As I was gathering up the meat and bone, I noticed something glistening. Ever turned away and rooted through a bag underneath his hammock. When he faced me, he was holding a small gold bracelet. He let my eyes linger on it, then slipped it on over his left hand. He shook his arm as fast as he could, but the bracelet never budged. When he stopped shaking his arm, he slid the bracelet off with the fingers of his right hand and tossed it to me. I caught it and examined it, but didn't put it on. The bracelet the Sheikh gave to Bradley Stretch, I guessed. The same, Ever said. I handed it back. They're chatting further with a lot of gallows humour, but before Hans pops in to tell them that Mr. Tall wants to see them as soon as possible, as Mr. Tiny has asked to see them. Their response is stuttered, as it often is when characters are scared or nervous in these books. On the one hand, I'm not a fan of it because it's kind of cartoonish. On the other hand, this again, it's aimed at a younger audience, and I keep saying it, but there is often going to be some element of like slightly more cartoonish emotions. So depending on how old you are as a reader or the demo you read in will make a difference of how you feel about this. I'm just not personally a fan of it. We saw it when Steve was talking to Crepsley when Darren was on the balcony. Chapter 14. Mr. Tall and Mr. Tiny are waiting for the pair in the van when they arrive. At first, Darren can't see Everett's problem with Mr. Tiny. He's so charming, and what could possibly be the issue? But I think we all know that many deeply charming people are the worst. There are two kinds of charming. There is genuine and the stuff that makes your skin crawl. I smiled proudly. I couldn't understand why everyone was so afraid of this nice and odd man. There was nothing terrible about Mr. Tiny. I quite liked him. Lawson tells me you're reluctant to drink human blood, Mr. Tiny said. I don't blame you. Nasty, repulsive stuff. Can't stand it. Apart from young children, of course. Their blood is scrum-diddly-umptious. I frowned. You can't drink blood from them, I said. They're too small. If you took blood from a young child, he'd kill it. His eyes widened, and so did his smile. So? He asked softly. So it obviously doesn't take long before Darren goes, perhaps I've made an error in judgment, and that discomfort only grows when Mr. Tiny feels very sure that Darren is familiar to him. My personal insane theory is that if Des Tiny is going to have some name like an Ace Attorney character, then maybe it's a case of him having a deeper connection to timeline type of stuff. He's maybe not personally met Darren before, but somewhere in the milieu of time stuff, he's seen Darren's destiny. Mr. Tiny is actually here to ask, or rather tell, Darren and Everett that their main job on the camp is now to basically take care of the little people. Mostly to make sure that they're well fed because they have a hefty appetite. Darren tries to ask some questions, but Mr. Tiny isn't having it. Before he can do anything though, Crepsley sends the boys out to go to bed. Chapter 15. Meat. That's what they've got to be on the hunt for so they can feed the little people. It doesn't got to be fresh, it's just got to be meat. And they do gather enough, but Everett says that later on they'll go to one of the local farms and steal a cow, maybe leaving them some money as compensation. It's something that comes up in a big way later on, so again, pinning that. They meet with Sam once their chores are done, and look, I've been going back over the book for scripting, and I realised that this was kind of brought up earlier, but during my read, this was the first time I was like, oh, right, yeah, Darren still has a suit on, which was one of those things that made me giggle for a second, before I was like, oh, wait, no, that's, like, so bleak, because obviously that's his funeral suit, and then I was sad. But Sam asks a few questions, heart still set on joining them, even if the boys are really trying to let him down gently. We went to see an old deserted railway station later on, about 2 kilometres away, which Sam had told us about. It's great, he said. They used to work on trains there, repair and paint them, and stuff like that. It was a busy station in the day. Then a new firm set up closer to the city, and this place went bust. It's a great place to play. There are old rusty railway tracks, empty sheds, a guardhouse, even a couple of ancient train carriages. Is it safe? Ever asked. My mum says it isn't, Sam told us. It's one of the few places she tells me to stay away from. She says I could fall through the roof of one of the carriages or trip on a rail or something, but I've been there loads of times and nothing's happened. It was another sunny day when we were strolling along slowly under the cover of the trees when I smelled something strange. I stopped and sniffed the air. Everett could smell it too. What is that?" I asked. "I don't know," he said, sniffing the air beside me. "Which way is it coming from?" "I can't tell," I said. It was thick, heavy, sour smell. Sam hadn't smelled anything, and I was walking on ahead of us. He realised we weren't beside him, stopped and turned to see what was keeping us. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Why aren't you—" "Gotcha!" a voice yelled behind me. And before I could move, I felt a hurt. Fuck me! And before I could move, I felt a firm hand grabbing my shoulder and spinning me around. I glimpsed a large, hairy face, and then I was falling backwards, thrown off balance by the force of the hand. Darren falls, but he's fine, and the man who knocked him down, first off, is very clearly a massive stoner, but also from the camp we heard about earlier with all the eco-warrior types. He's kind of fun at first, and one of those where it's like, maybe it's not so obvious reading when you're on the younger side that he is in fact a stoner, and it's not that the kids are guaranteed to not know what that means, but I don't think I really got it, and there are a few phrases where it's like, yeah, you're not going to get this when you're younger. Maybe some of the references, maybe not some of the others. But this guy's RV, aka Reggie Veggie, though he doesn't like the Reggie Veggie thing because it was a nickname given to him at school by kids who were being mean to him. So the boys only call him RV. They're not there to bully him or anything, so maybe they should have done though. Things would have been, maybe sometimes bullying is okay, because things would have been a lot better if they just kept him away from them. Like, what's this grown-ass man doing around a bunch of kids anyway? As far as I could gather, out of the three boys, Ever is the oldest, but he's only like a couple of years older than Darren, probably under 20. Darren can't be any older than 16, and I think Sam is a few years younger than him. RV seems like an adult, even if he isn't like twice their age or anything. He's got a big beard, so he's probably minimum in his like mid-20s. Nobody in the camp your own age. Brother, immediately he's on these boys when he finds out about the circus, worrying that they aren't there of their own free will, and he's like, here's the thing. Some of his attitude towards this stuff is fair and it's well-meaning, but eventually it does become a case of him just refusing to see past his own beliefs. But we're not there yet. Instead of going on to the abandoned railway station, they go with RV to the eco-warrior camp. Wish someone would teach these boys some self-preservation. At least in Darren and Ever's case, they're kind of used to being around mostly adults. Like, there aren't that many kids their own age, so they're going to be kind of used to going around with random adults, and they probably do have some self-preservation. Not self-preservation, but like self-defense, especially Darren, because he's still strong at this point. But there aren't that many people their age at the circus, you know? Sam, however, generally has his head screwed on straight, and sure, his parents are like super free-spirited types, but that also generally means that the kids are pretty street smart, at least in my experience. To be clear, this isn't a criticism of Shan's writing, it's a dislike for a character who isn't meant to be a decent guy, and wanting the best for these characters. I'm supposed to want the best for these people, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's a case of when you are a teenager, it sometimes feels cool to hang out with like a grown-up or whatever, but when you get older you go, I know why I wanted, like, if you as a child, it's sort of like, you can understand why the child wants to hang out with the adult, but why the hell does that adult want to be around a bunch of kids? I'm not saying that Reggie Veggie is a nonce. I'm just saying I don't like it. But we see the camp and learn a little of what they're up to, but generally it isn't too important. We mostly see that RV takes what they do incredibly seriously. He takes the eco-warrior title a little bit too seriously, actually, considering it to be a war with many battles. Most importantly, we learn that the camp is set to leave probably in less than a week. But it's a little vague, and I think that's fine. There's no reason why they would know exactly, and it doesn't feel too important right now, but it's another this comes up later type dealio. Chapter 17. The next few days pass without incident, mostly filled with chores, especially getting food for the little people. Sam is trying to ingratiate himself by helping where he can, not the hunting for meat, but the cleaning, chopping food, cooking, all that stuff. He really wants to make a good impression so he can join them. He's a good reader stand-in. This is sort of what I was talking about earlier, but I didn't really go into it. I'm not sure if the point of Sam, like, is to be a reader stand-in. I don't know if that's intentional on Shan's part, but here's the thing. Sam is a relatively normal kid who lives a relatively normal life. Sure, he's got them like hippy-dippy parents or whatever, and he is remarkably intelligent for his age, but he is still just a normal child. He still gets on with his parents, respects them very much, and would obviously miss them if he left. But let's be real, as readers, even if home life is cracking, we often want to escape into the books we read. I'm sure many of us who read these books as a kid wanted to be in the Cirque alongside this little group. But Sam shows us why this isn't a good idea. Not at this point, but we already have it pretty clearly set up for us that things aren't going to go well for him. I was talking in the last book where I'm like, yeah, I wanted to be part of this, not because I wanted to be Darren, not because his life is made better, but because his life is made more interesting. And Sam really typifies why this is not a good idea, which is why I think he's a really good reader stand-in. But a man named Cormac Limbs shows up. He's new to both us and Darren, but it's clear the rest of the crew knows him really well and is very well loved by all. He's funny and seems to be the right kind of charming. Because Darren hasn't seen him before, though, he gives a demonstration of what he does. The crowd moved back immediately. I started to move with them, but Cormac laid a hand on my shoulder and told me to stay. Now, he said to the crowd, I've been travelling for ages and I'm too tired to go through my entire routine, so we'll keep it short and sweet. He made his right hand into a fist, then stuck out his index finger. Darren, will you place his finger in your mouth? He asked. I glanced at Ever, who signalled for me to do as Cormac asked. Now, Cormac said, bite down on it, please. I bit softly. Harder, Cormac said. I bit slightly harder. Come on, boy, Cormac shouted. Put some backbone into it. Work those jaws. Are you a shark or a mouse? Okay, he wanted me to bite hard. Then I would. I opened my mouth and bit down quickly, meaning to give him a shock. Instead, I was the one shocked because I bit clean through the finger and snapped it right off. I fell back in terror and spat the dead finger from my mouth. My eyes shot up at Cormac Limbs. I expected him to scream, but he only laughed and held up his hand. There was no blood where I'd bitten the finger off, only a white, jagged stump. As I watched, the most amazing thing happened. The finger began to grow back. I thought I must be imagining it, but as the seconds passed, it continued to grow, and soon it was full length again. Cormac held it rigidly in place a few seconds longer, and then flexed it in and out to show it was as good as new. The crowd cheered, and I felt my heart settle in my chest. I looked down at the ground where I'd spat out the finger and saw it begin to rot. Within a minute, it was nothing more than the greyish mound of mould. It's great fun, and the perfect introduction to this character. He's a showman at heart, not just someone who's part of the circus because it's the safest place for him to be. I think he likes the attention kind of thing. We end the chapter hearing that tonight is show night, so all hands on deck. Chapter 18. The circus is a well-oiled machine, and while Sam wants to help, he will only get in the way. He's sent off in a bit of a sulk, but Darren quickly makes it up to him by running to Mr. Tall and securing a pair of tickets. One for Sam and one for RV. And it's one of those, sliding doors moments where if he'd just sent Sam on his way, or he'd just got one ticket for Sam instead of the pair, everything would be just so different. Now, there's a good few people on before Crepsley, Octa and Darren taking over Mr. Toll's role in that performance. So we saw what Mr. Toll did in book 1, which is playing the flute when Crepsley can't, when Octa's over his face. Darren is told that he's going to keep himself looking gloomy, which is fair. The only showgirl out of the three of them should be Madame Octa, and his general gloom is helped by the fact that he genuinely looked bloody awful. His funeral suit is tattered as all hell for a start, but more importantly, he's still obviously outright refusing to drink human blood. He looks ill because he is. Arvi is visibly annoyed about Octa paralysing a goat as part of their act. She did do that in book 1, but I can't remember if I brought it up. Arvi does remain quiet in his seat at least. It's one of a list of things that changes the course of action with him in particular. And as he is taking over Mr. Toll's usual role, Darren, like I explained, is the one to play the flute when Octa is over Crepsley's face spinning a web. And once again, we call back to book 1 when Darren is confronting Crepsley about the change. Okay, I sighed. I don't like it, but my hands are tied. I just want you to know this. If I ever get the chance to betray you, I will. If the opportunity arises to pay you back, I'll take it. You'll never be able to trust me. And here, Darren has one of those moments, but he just can't bring himself to take it. As she weaved her web across Mr. Crepsley's lips, it struck me that I could get rid of him now if I wanted. I could make her bite him. The idea shocked me. I'd thought about killing him before, but never seriously, and not since we joined the Cirque. Now here he was, his life in my hands. All it would take was one slip. I could claim it was an accident. Nobody would be able to prove otherwise. I watched the spider move back and forth, up and down, her poisonous fangs glinting under the lights of the chandelier. The heat from the candles seemed immense. I was sweating freely. It occurred to me that I could blame the slip of my fingers on the sweat. Over his mouth she spun her web. His hands were down by his sides. He wouldn't be able to stop her. One wrong toot on the flute was all it needed. One broken note to sever the train of thought between the two of us, and I didn't do it. I played perfectly and safely. I wasn't sure why I'd spared the vampire. Maybe because Mr. Tall might know I'd killed him. Maybe because I needed Mr. Crepsley to teach me how to survive. Maybe because I didn't want to become a killer. Or maybe, just maybe, because I was starting to like the vampire. After all, he'd brought me to the Cirque and made me part of his act. I wouldn't have met Everett and Sam if it hadn't been for him. He'd been kind to me, as kind as he could be. Whatever the reason, I didn't let Madame Octa kill her master, and at the end of the act, we took our bows and exited together. This is what I meant about their bond steadily growing. They're strong. It's fair that there's still that voice in his head telling him that he could do it, he could betray Crepsley. His life has been irrevocably changed for the worse, but there's still something that stops him. Not only is there that connection growing, but it's kind of proof that he still has a level of humanity to him, and that has nothing to do with the fact that he refuses to drink human blood, but he wouldn't put those things together. I look forward to seeing how this will come up in bigger ways later on, knowing Darren's pledge to Crepsley, but also knowing that their bond will grow stronger. And Crepsley knows what he was thinking, even if Darren denies it. He reiterates that he'll take that chance one day, but it is definitely far less believable than when he said it back at the theatre. Chapter 19. While Darren was in a sulk after the show, Evra met with Sam and RV. They both generally loved the show, but RV had major reservations about the animals featured, thinking that Madame Octa, Evra's snake, and the Wolfman were being mistreated and caged up and all that sort of stuff. Because he especially does not like the idea of animals in cages, which, you know, is fair enough. But some animals are dangerous. And yes, again, it could be argued that they should be free, but they should be free. If they are going to be free, you don't just free them willy-nilly. You need to free them in the right places. And obviously, we don't know where Madame Octa's from, but I mean, we do know that she will just kill if she is not contained, as will the Wolfman. And while Evra managed to make him feel a little better about it all by telling him about how the snake actually sleeps in the tent and lying by saying the Wolfman is actually tame when he's not on stage, it's not certain how assuaged RV's concerns actually are. And I'll be honest, my immediate thoughts were just, oh, he's gonna free the Wolfman, not caring about the danger to everyone else. Think what you want about zoos, but nobody wants the tigers to be wandering around where the people are. And like, I get where he's coming from, and he's even got points in some places later on, spoiler alert, but he figures out they're stealing livestock. But he cannot see past his own views. Like, yeah, out of all of the members of the Cirque, the Wolfman is the one treated the most like a freak in the sort of more archaic sense, given that, as far as we can tell, he can't speak for himself. But it's for everyone's safety that he's there. I mean, we can infer that Mr. Tall would know whether or not the Wolfman is happy, given that he can seemingly read thoughts. And also, we've heard that there are still the classic style abusive freak shows out in this world. That's where Evra was before being taken in by Mr. Tall. Things likely would be far worse for everyone were the Wolfman elsewhere. I love that there is so much nuance to these books. No matter the age demographic, people often do find it easier to create a black and white narrative. It's easier to say, this is correct, this is immoral, but it's always good to have that, like I say, nuance to it. I have to put my degree to use somehow, and if that's overanalyzing children's books, then so be it. I like the fact that nobody is 100% right or wrong. And I know we were introduced to the book in the manner of knowing that like, the end of the introduction of book 1 was basically saying good guys aren't perfect, bad guys aren't the worst things, and we'll have good points sometimes, sort of thing. In the night, Darren is with Crepsley, who is still deeply concerned about Darren's refusal to drink human blood. So Crepsley tells him the two of them are going on a little trip to see an old friend. They're meeting up with a pathologist at the city morgue, and obviously this is like the dead of night. They're not like sneaking in during the day or anything. Obviously morgues are open most of the time, I would assume. They're not supposed to be there, basically, but the two of them, as in the pathologist and Crepsley, have known each other a while, but Jimmy, the pathologist, isn't himself a vampire. Any fresh bodies in stock? Mr. Crepsley asked. Oh, wait a minute and I'll check, Jimmy said. He consulted a large pad and flicked through a few pages. There's a man in his 30s, Jimmy said. Died in a car crash just over 8 hours ago. Nothing fresher? Mr. Crepsley asked. Afraid not, Jimmy replied. Mr. Crepsley sighed. It will have to do. Wait a minute, I said. You're not going to drink from a dead person, are you? No, Mr. Crepsley said. He reached inside his cloak and produced several of the small bottles in which he stored his supply of human blood. I have come for a refill. You can't, I gasped. Why not? He asked. It isn't right. It's not fair to drink from the dead. Besides, the blood will have turned sour. It will not be at its best, Mr. Crepsley agreed, but it will do for bottling, and I disagree. A corpse is the ideal person to drain, since it has no use for the blood. It will take a lot to fill these bottles, too much to take from a living person. Not if you took a bit from several, I protested. True, he said, but that would require time, effort, and risk. It is easier this way. Darren doesn't speak like a vampire, Jimmy remarked. He's still learning, Mr. Crepsley grunted. Now lead the way to the body, please. We have not got all night. I knew it would be pointless to argue further, so I shut my mouth and followed silently behind them. First of all, before I get into the actual, talking about that bit in particular, I only noticed this really as I've been reading out loud, is that because I naturally just contract things that are written out non-contracted, but look at the screen whenever Crepsley's talking, in case that you do just listen. I think it's really nice to see that, to keep a little bit of Crepsley being older, a little more archaic. He never speaks in contractions. So it's he is still learning rather than he's still learning. We have not got all night rather than we haven't got all night. I only really noticed it here, and I feel like I've heard him talk about that as well. But it just sort of either occurred to me or reoccurred to me. But it's a really nice touch. But onto the actual sort of passage that I've just read through. This is a really interesting thing with Darren's insistence on not drinking human blood, because that means it rids him of his humanity. Because I 100% understand that with drinking from living, breathing human beings. It feels more like you're taking something from them. There's a feeling of causing harm to them, and but on the other hand, I also understand corpse, but girl, you are dying. You gotta get over yourself at some point. I'm sorry. I love Darren, and I understand 100% where he's coming from, but in the best way possible, he is incredibly frustrating to a point, and I would assume that's on purpose. You're not supposed to necessarily always agree with the characters and all that sort of thing. It's quite funny just watching him go, no, I can't do it. I'm like, fam, you're gonna have to do this at some point. I can understand his moral quandary, but yeah, Shan just does a really good job with it. That's all I can say. Now, Crepsley doesn't drink directly from this body, as we gathered there. He bottles the blood for the future. It's sort of a good for emergencies type thing. And I did think it was quite funny when he drank, like, he didn't drink it, he just, like, tasted it like it's wine. Foul. That's very funny. And this chapter rounds out with another of Darren's ruminations on his new life. What should I do? That was a question which kept me awake long after the sun had risen. What should I do? Abandon my principles and drink human blood, or stay true to my humanity and die? And I will say, as I got to the end of this chapter, I felt like this book felt a lot more like it is part of a series than the first. I mean, obviously that's generally going to happen with the sequel, but the first book could have definitely been a standalone book. And yeah, this is a sequel, but it's not only that, it definitely feels like it's setting up more for the future. It is also a fair bit slower pacing wise, despite being about the same length as book one. Again, mostly because Shan has time, clearly knowing that there's more to come in the future beyond the main plot of this one. I'm interested in seeing how that plays out. I'm pretty sure I saw him say in an interview that the series as a whole is a set of trilogies, hence the cover colouring on the books. Hang on. I don't know why I just pulled them up. Like I have my fucking camera on. I just went behind me and was like, oh, I'll get them out and show you. This is audio. I'll take a picture. Or I'll show a picture of the covers here. But you can see that, like, it's separated into four different colours of the three. I'm so stupid. Anyway, I don't think that the pacing change and the way that this book does, like, sound different. Because it is, like, it feels less like it could be any kind of standalone book. It's not a bad thing by any means. I do just think it's interesting. Chapter 20. I stayed inside my tent most of the day and didn't even go out to say hello to Sam when he came round. My spirits were at their lowest. I didn't feel like I belonged anywhere any longer. I couldn't be human and I wouldn't be a vampire. I was torn between the two. Anybody who experiences being both in any sense so often has this sense of being neither, and this is just, it got me good, because it's a really good chapter opener for a start. And again, we're dealing with telling of a showing a little bit, but there is still stuff to reach deeper into for anyone reading this who's experiencing their own version of it. A lot of people with, say, dual nationalities, it's the easiest one to talk about here. Like, they talk about being 2A for country B and 2B for country A. Just the easiest example of that I could think of off the top of my head. Like, that's the energy I'm getting for this. So, for example, you know, I'm bisexual, and a lot of other bisexuals have that feeling of, like, they're too gay for the straight community, sort of the straight community, God, but, like, the gay community. But, like, they don't fit in around a lot of straight people because they do still have a queer identity, but a lot of queer spaces are weird about bisexual people because, for whatever reason, the idea that you can have to keep it binary here, just like a male-female relationship. Oh my god, that's like so heterosexual. I'm like, you're fucking weird. But anyway, that's the vibe. It's like you're too much for one thing, not enough for that. And it's just like a nightmare. And I really got that from this. This passage in particular, but it is sort of a bit of a theme throughout. I think it's very cool. But Sam does turn up again, and he and Darren head out to the abandoned railway station. Ever can't go with them, as he has to take care of his snake, who's poorly. And seeing the station seems to cheer Darren up a little bit, even when Sam makes a proposition to become blood brothers. If you don't know, it's where two people cut their palms and press them together. And I super thought this scene was the one where things were going to go wrong with Sam. So I was like, not thinking that the blood brothers would be the cause, but I just had that like gut instinct that, like, yeah, the train station is like an abandoned train station, yeah, that's going to be where things go wrong. So I was immediately like, this can't be it. Darren, you have a brain in there somewhere. And like, thankfully, yes, he does, and he turns Sam down on that one, thinking better of it, but he considers it for too long for my liking. I mean, consider how vampires are turned here. It's not like a drinking thing or anything like that. Like, they went fingertips against each other and there was a blood transference. That would probably be how this goes here. But because he's not a full vampire, I feel like I remember Crepsey sort of explaining it like basically he would have just gone mad. It would, like, things would have just been not quite right, but he never would have gone towards vampirism far enough for it to actually be, like, he wouldn't be like Darren, for example. But the two of them joke around, walking the old tracks like balance beams, and despite Sam being a little clumsy, he takes Darren up to the station office so they can walk, like, along the rafters on the ceiling. They're both a little wobbly, but they're across from each other on separate beams. "Hey," he shouted, "let's play mirrors." "What's that?" I asked. "I do something and you have to copy me." He shook his left hand above his head. "Like this." "Oh," I said, and I shook my hand. "Okay, as long as you don't jump to your death, that's the one thing I won't copy." He laughed and then pulled a face. I pulled one too. Then he slowly stood on one leg. I did likewise. Next, he bent and touched his toes. I followed his example. I couldn't wait till it was my turn. I'd do a few things like jump from one rafter to the next that he couldn't possibly copy. For once, I was glad of my vampire blood. The thing is with that, I have many thoughts. First of all, I thought that this was going to be like what happened with Annie in book 1, because again, I thought this was where things were going to go wrong with Sam, but it didn't quite turn out like that, though. I do hope that we see more of something like that. Like, the ability to control was very cool, but we haven't seen it since, and I'm not expecting it to show up loads. But my point is, I do think it's interesting that he was like, oh, I would do something that Sam possibly couldn't, because he's really missing out on the fact that Sam would definitely fucking try. Like, he's gonna kill this kid if he tries that, but he doesn't think that far ahead. Naturally, that was the moment where it went and let me down. That would be his vampire blood, by the way. There was no warning. 1 second, I was beginning to stand, having bent to touch my toes. The next, my head was spinning, my arms were flapping, and my legs were shaking. This wasn't my first dizzy spell. I'd had several recently, but I hadn't taken much notice before. Just sat down and waited for the dizziness to pass. This time was different. I was 4 stories up, and there was nowhere to sit. I tried lowering myself, thinking I could cling to the rafter and crawl to safety, but before I could get low enough, my feet slipped from beneath me, and I fell. And I didn't see that coming. I knew this was going to be a problem in some way. He's been steadily weakening and getting sicker, but I thought that it was going to result in him not being able to control himself. I think this is a really cool way to subvert expectations, because that is like a classic thing in any kind of monster fiction. The idea that it's like, you can't fight the idea of being monstrous, so you lose control. I think this is really cool. You often see it in a lot of things where people are trying to, like, push their powers down if they're magic, and then suddenly there's like a big explosion and stuff, and I always think that's so cool, I'm gonna be honest. Chapter 21. He's weaker than he should be, but that little bit of vampire energy is still circulating through him, and it allows him to hold on. Sam manages to get over to him, and I really like that Shan is aware of how difficult it would actually be to grab someone and pull them back up on any kind of ledge, especially given that these two are younger, they are kids. I mean, obviously if it were the other way around, Darren would probably have a better shot at it, but Sam's a normal kid, and you know, it is more treacherous on a beam like this than it would be on any given ledge, but there is just like a thing in fiction where it's just like, yeah, we can just pull somebody up with ease. Like, that's not how it works. So instead of pulling Darren straight up, Sam gets Darren's free arm. Well, it's not like necessarily a free arm, I wouldn't call it that, he just can't get it up, but he basically grabs the arm and swings Darren like a pendulum until he can like hoik himself back up onto the rafters. I think it's a nice touch. A lot of people would just have Sam pull him up, and you love to see a little bit of like attention to detail with stuff like that. And Darren does get back up onto the rafter, thankfully. While he's sore, it's a nice reminder that he's alive, which is really interesting, because I love that he's like, oh my god, that's great, I'm still alive. Because there's so much in this, he's like, I don't care if I die, because I would rather let the humanity take over me rather than drink. I would rather die than like allow myself to become monstrous and everything. But he's like, oh my god, reminder that I'm still alive is great. Now this is only a short chapter, ending with the two of them back in the little office, but it's a good bit of like high stakes stuff and should really shine a light on things for Darren. He's thankful to have lived, but won't do what it takes to survive as a person. It's beyond that, as I just said. I'm keep getting ahead of my fucking scripts. Because my brain keeps being distracted because it's me. Chapter 22. You saved my life, I said softly. It was nothing, Sam said. You'd have done the same for me. Probably, I said, but I wasn't called upon to help. I wasn't the one who had to use his head and act coolly. You saved me, Sam. I owe you my life. Oh, that hurts. Oh, sorry. Oh, looking back over this bit hurts now. Keep it, he laughed. What would I do with it? Darren Shan, I hate you sometimes. It hurts. That's painful. Sorry, let me start all that again rather than me going through it reading this, because it's just like, I know what's coming at the end. You saved my life, I said softly. It was nothing, Sam said. You'd have done the same for me. Probably, I said, but I wasn't called upon to help. I wasn't the one who had to use his head and act coolly. You saved me, Sam. I owe you my life. Keep it, he laughed. What would I do with it? I'm serious, Sam. I owe you big time. Anything you ever want or need, just ask and I'll move heaven and earth to get it for you. You mean that? Cross my heart, I swore. There is one thing, he said. Name it. I want to join the Cirque Du Freak. Sam, I groaned. You asked what I wanted, so I'm telling you, he replied. It's not that easy, I protested. Yes, it is. You can talk to the owner and put in a good word for me. Come on, Darren. Did you mean what you said or not? All right, I sighed. I'll ask Mr. Tall. When? Today, I promised. As soon as I get back. All right. Sam punched the air happily. But if he says no, I warned him, that's the end of it, okay? I'll do what I can, but if Mr. Tall says no, that means no. Sure, Sam said. That's fine by me. And I really hoped that Darren would, like, for want of a better way of putting it, pull a fast one on Sam, despite knowing he wouldn't. I knew he would actually ask, but I hoped so much that he would just say that he asked, and Mr. Tall said no, even though he never went to him at all. And I knew that wouldn't happen. I knew that Darren is more genuine than me, but I want to pretend like it's a good idea to get attached to any of these characters. And sort of the opposite of character I'm attached to, but RV spooks the two of them. He says he's there to thank Darren for his ticket, but at this point he's gone from a bit of a weirdo to properly shifty. Once again, I'm not accusing him of being a bit of a nonce. He's just weird in different ways now. The rest of the eco-warrior camp is ready to head off, but he's sticking around here doing a little investigating. He's ready to confront Darren about the fact that livestock is going missing. It's a mild confrontation, more of a I know what's going on, and also letting us know that RV will be sticking around after his camp leaves. As he goes home, Darren has that, well, what could he do to hurt us, under the impression that things are fine because the circus is full of magical beings, and RV is just some guy, but this all but outright confirmed to me that he is fully letting the Wolfman out of the cage. It's now just a matter of when, not if. Chapter 23. Darren gets back to the camp, wanted to talk to Mr. Tall about RV, and also obviously Sam. But he gets stopped by the bearded lady, Truska. She takes him to her tent so she can measure him up and get him into some new clothes. Like I said, that funeral suit is tattered and faded. It's unclear how long that thing would hold up. His new look is very fun. It's kind of piratey / Peter Pan kind of vibes. Green shirt, dark purple trousers with a gold and blue jacket. There's also a red satin cloth around his waist and curly-toed shoes. It's great. There's even a Robin Hood-esque hat to complete the look. After the fitting and all of his chores, having to do two people's work with the snake still being sick, Darren doesn't have the time to talk to Mr. Tall. Given this story is told in retrospect, this chapter ends with Darren looking back and just wishing he'd found the time, and I can't blame him for that, not one bit. Chapter 24. Darren is ready to crash out after the chores, but can't sleep in the tent with Evra because the sick snake is in a mood. So instead, he makes a little bed for himself by Crepsley's coffin and Octa's cage. He wakes up to Crepsley on top of him, trying to pour the contents of one of the blood bottles into him, which obviously he isn't best pleased about. Crepsley generally isn't very good at being outwardly affectionate, but he tries in these ways to show that he has care for this boy. It's bare minimum, but he doesn't want Darren to die, even if Darren is apparently happy to let that happen. Despite telling him he's not that fond of him, Crepsley still says he'd rather Darren run off if he's that sick of this situation. It's just because he doesn't want to watch Darren die very slowly in front of him. Now, Darren talks to Crepsley about the concept of Sam wanting to join the Cirque. Crepsley isn't too fond of the idea of another child around the place. Knowing how Darren would respond to this, he says fine. Sam can join them on one condition. He can only come with them if Sam also is turned into a half vampire as well. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. I'm so literate today, and I have so much good enunciation. Good for me. Sam comes into the camp, clearly eager to hear a yes, but of course Darren can't let that happen. He doesn't want Sam having to live the life he's living, and he tries to let him down gently. Maybe when you're older, you'll miss your parents. You have a good and normal life, even if it doesn't feel as exciting as this, but Sam isn't having it. Threatening to sneak into the camp and basically become a stowaway so they'll have to take him away. I'm reading the script and I'm making things up on the spot. What's wrong with me? So plan B it is. Frighten him out of the idea of coming. It's not what It's not what Darren wants to do at all, but if Sam won't take no for an answer, it has to be done. I never told you what happened to my parents, did I, Sam? Or how I came to join the freak show? I kept my voice low and steady. No, Sam said quietly. I often wondered, but I didn't want to ask. I killed them, Sam, I said. What? His face went white. I go crazy sometimes, like the Wolfman. Nobody knows when it's going to happen or why. I was in a hospital when I was younger, but I seem to be getting better. My parents brought me home for Christmas. After dinner, while I was pulling a cracker with my dad, I flipped. I tore him to pieces. Mum tried to drag me off, but I killed her too. My little sister ran for help, but I caught her. I ripped her apart the same way I'd ripped the cracker in two. Then, after I'd killed them, I locked eyes with Sam. It had to be a good act to make him believe it. I ate them. He stared at me, stunned. That's not true, he whispered. It can't be. I killed and ate them, then ran away, I lied. I was discovered by Mr. Tull, who agreed to hide me. They have a special cage built to keep me in when I go mad. The problem is, nobody knows when it's going to happen. That's why most people avoid me. Everett's okay because he's strong. So are some of the other performers. But ordinary humans, I could kill them in a blink of an eye. You're lying, Sam said. I picked up a large stick which was lying nearby, turned it around in my hands, then put it in my mouth and bit through it as if it was a big carrot. I chew your bones and spit you out as gristle, I told Sam. I cut my lips on the stick and the blood made me look a fright. You wouldn't be able to stop me. You'd be sleeping in my tent if you joined the show and would be the one I'd go for first. You can't join the Cirque Du Freak, I said. I wish you could. I'd love to have a friend, but it's not possible. I'd end up killing you if you joined. Sam tried responding, but couldn't get his mouth to work. He believed my far-fetched tale. He'd seen enough of the show to know that things could happen here. Go away, Sam, I said sadly. Go away and don't ever come back. It's safer this way. It's better. For both of us. Darren, He shook his head shook uncertainly. Go! I roared and pounded the ground with my hands. I bared my teeth and growled. I was able to make my voice much deeper than a human, so it sounded like a wild animal. Sam yelped and scrambled to his feet and sprinted for the cover of the trees, never once looking back. I watched him go, heavy-hearted, certain my ploy had worked. He would never be back. I would see him no more. Our paths had separated and we would never meet again. If I'd known how wrong I was, if I'd had any idea of the dreadful night which I had, I'd have sped off after him and never returned to that foul circus of blood, that dreadful circus of death. It's a really powerful scene, honestly. All Darren wants is some semblance of normality, and having friends his age is one of the biggest parts of that. If he had the option to have Sam with him as he is a normal kid, he probably would. On the other hand, telling Sam, a regular normal kid, what he is may well put a dampener on things. And I hoped that Sam was gone, despite knowing that wasn't the case. I am always hopeful with narratives like this, despite actively being told otherwise constantly. Like, part of me wishes as well, in the line, I picked up a large stick which was lying nearby, turned it around in my hands and put it in my mouth and bit through it as if it was a big carrot, ended without the as if it was a big carrot, mostly because I'm pretty sure it's meant to be as if it were, but that's by the by. It's because it's quite a serious moment, and that makes it sound a little more cheesy than it should be. I know how much of a nitpick that is, but like, I'm breaking this down, so I have to really break it down. I don't think the usual, well, this is for kids reasoning works for this one. Shan is good at letting serious moments be serious. See everything else in this scene, and I think that little line took me out of the moment for a second. Maybe that is just me though. Like, again, that could be well, it makes things clearer for children, but on the other hand, I just think it's clear enough. I think they can understand what biting through a big stick would look like, especially after they've seen things like the teeth and everything like that in book 1. Chapter 26. While wandering about, feeling sorry for himself, Darren is stopped by one of the little people who makes it very clear that they're feeling hungry. He's on his own, with Evra still taking care of the snake, so he heads out to see what he can do by himself. He heads out to a farmer's field full of sheep to take one of those. And as soon as he said what his plans are, I was like, oh no. He is at the weakest he's ever been. It's so easy for him to get caught. And after the Sam stuff, both Rita and Darren aren't really actively thinking about RV, but as soon as he said he was going to get a sheep, I just had that sinking feeling. He's so weak and so much can go wrong, and that dread persists through the rest of the book. He's getting more and more tired and his powers are weakening. It's going to cost him more someone else, and it's just like, oh. And I know we were warned in the intro to the book that things can and will go wrong, or in the intro to the series rather. Like, this isn't a series full of happy endings, but I am a terrible optimist. RV, of course, shows up and threatens Darren. He's at his most belligerent. The world should be exactly how he wants, and there's no budging the visor he's put in front of himself. Anyone who eats meat is a monster, and the police should be called about the livestock theft, and the wolfman should not be locked away like some animal, despite Darren telling him that's exactly what he is, because obviously previously Evra had mentioned, no, he's normal in the back, but it became quite clear that that was a bit of a lie, and it was easier to make sure that the truth was out there. And the thing is, like I said, of the points that I laid out there, right? So anyone who eats meat is a filthy monster, and because he's basically saying, like, some people only eat meat, and he's like, well, those people should die. And I'm like, that's too much. Don't get me wrong, eating less meat is a valuable thing. I'm not really I'm a pescatarian for the most part. I occasionally eat a little bit of meat, and I sometimes eat fish. I mostly don't eat meat stuff though. It's not for any ethical reasons. It's just that I will only eat meats if they've been like cooked, and I'm so scared about the idea of it not being cooked for a start, and also I can't cook it myself because the texture's a nightmare. I found that out when I was a teenager, that I don't like the texture of raw meat, and I went vegetarian because of it. And yet we still didn't know I was neurodivergent until adulthood. Anyway, and now Darren isn't completely powerless. You know, he might be weaker, but he's not completely weak. So he hopes to frighten RV enough to even just back off a little bit. So he picks up one of the sheep and yeets the woolly bugger at him. Summoning all of my remaining strength, I threw the dead body of the sheep at RV. It struck him in the chest and knocked him flying from the fence. He yelled with surprise, then with pain as he landed heavily on the ground. I leapt over the fence and was on him before he could move. "How did you do that?" he gasped. "Never mind," I snapped. "Kids can't throw sheep," he said. "Shut up," I shouted and slapped his bearded face. Sorry. That's not funny. He hoists the sheep back over his shoulder and gives one last leave us be kind of threat and makes his way back to the camp. It's a really good scene because all things considered... What? What the fuck is that sentence? Sorry. It's a really good scene because all things considered that it should be. Oh my god. I love being dyslexic with my own writing. I was just reading the wrong thing. Even though, like, that sentence does make sense, it just wasn't reading like that. That was awful. Oh, I hate it when that happens. It's a really good scene because all things considered, that should be it. But everyone in this book is so damn stubborn. RV sees firsthand that Darren can be, bare minimum, dangerous, even if he doesn't know to what extent. But no, his head is wedged right up his own backside, so all he can see is what's inside himself. And I love how clear it is that Darren will not behave in a kind of monstrous manner unless he's properly pushed. He only shows that side of himself when forced to, when he has no other choice. It hurts him more with Sam, but with Sam it's a lie. So, like, and that's because he likes him. He doesn't want to show the fact that there is a monstrous side, and a real monstrous side to him. Whereas RV is a consummate pain in the backside, so he doesn't mind being truthful about just how dangerous he can be and showing the fact that he is a bit of a monster under there, or that there is a monstrous side. Also, I do think it's very funny that RV's issue is less and less with the thievery of the animals and more with the fact that they're being killed. Like, what did you think was going to happen with these animals anyway? Farm animals aren't pets, you dingus. Like, yes, be annoyed at the idea that they're being stolen, because I think that's fair. But, like, oh, they're being killed. Like, yes, they're farm animals, dickhead. Like, that's not Darren's fault. Chapter 27. This time, Darren goes straight to Mr. Tall when he gets back to camp. Mr. Tall does wonder if it might have been more productive to not let RV walk away alive, but he knows that's not the kind of person Darren is, even if it would be pretty simple to deal with. Hard to press charges on a dead man if there is any evidence left. Bear in mind, for all intents and purposes, Darren is just that. He is dead. He's at a funeral and everything. Besides, as far as he's concerned, that being Mr. Tall, what kind of danger could RV possibly pose? But maybe that's another one to pop a little pin in. But the show must go on. One last show before they hightail it out of there. RV might not show up in person, but he likely will still call authorities to deal with them, and it's best to not stick around and find out. As show prep is going on, Darren talks a little with Evra. As long as you treat human blood like medicine, you'll be alright. Maybe, I said, though I didn't believe it. Anyway, I'm okay for the time being. I'd have to make a final decision for a couple more days. Would you really let yourself die rather than drink? Ever asked. I don't know, I answered, honestly. I'd miss you if you died, Ever said sadly. Well, I'll just sit here and have a little cry then, shall I? Fine, that's just fine. I just think... In Cirque Du Freak, we had Darren doing all those last goodbyes, and the way people do before they take their own life, and the way Darren is just letting himself slip away in this one is just fuck. He's losing that battle with something he can't control and other people can't actually see, even if they can empathize, maybe even sympathize with what is going through his head. An ability to read these through an adult lens with an ability to overread into things is going to be the death of me. Like, the links to mental health with the way that Darren is, again, I cannot speak for how intentional this was, but that doesn't matter. That's what separating the art from the artist actually means. It means the ability to read into things like this. Not be like, well, the author's a massive racist, but I still like it. That sort of thing. That's not separating the art from the artist necessarily. Not least of all because most authors where you go, oh, they're massive racists, aren't they? And then you read their books and you're like, it's all in here as well. Anyway, Darren, as he's on his way back to his bed by Cripsy's coffin, he needs some sleep before showtime, hears a noise coming from the Wolfman's cage and runs right there to check it out. And like, I knew it was RV, but the fear that it was Sam was so high. Like, all has pointed to RV doing something bloody stupid with Wolfman, pretty much the whole book. Like, well, the whole time we've known him anyway. But we also know Sam might do something daft. He wants to be part of the gang, like, so bad. It was such a fear. Chapter 28. So the show is currently going on in the background of all this. But the Wolfman was the first act on, so he's currently back in his cage. Darren sees a man at the cage, trying and failing to cut the chains holding the door closed. We know who this is. We don't have to linger on that. It's RV. But this is where we really see the consequences of Darren's refusal to drink. He tries to stop RV, but he isn't strong enough anymore, where previously he absolutely would have been. No more strength in him than any other teenage boy by the looks of it. RV is ranting and raving until suddenly he goes silent and deathly pale. There was a crunching, munching, ripping sound, and when I looked inside the cage, I realised the Wolfman had made his move. He'd sprung across the cage while we were arguing and grabbed both of RV's arms, jammed them in his mouth, and bitten them off beneath the elbows. RV fell away from the cage, shocked. He lifted his shortened arms and watched as blood pumped from the holes at the ends of his elbows. I tried snatching his lower arms back from the mouth of the Wolfman. If I could retrieve them, they could be stuck back on, but he moved too quickly for me. If I could retrieve them, they could be stuck back on, but he moved too quickly for me, leapt back out of reach and began chewing. Within seconds, the arms were a mess, and I knew they would be no good ever again. Understandably, the consequences of RV's actions leave him a little delirious. He's screaming and kind of incoherent, also somehow more belligerent than usual. He's such an annoying man. He runs away, still screaming and yelling. Were the show not going on, then he very likely would have been heard. I know this kerfuffle would have been heard sooner, but there's nobody really around to help. Now we find out later that there was some stuff heard, but just a little bit too late. So Darren is now alone with the Wolfman, who has managed to free himself from the last of the chains. It seems certain that this is the end when the Wolfman seems to be leaping at him, but instead leaps over his head to chase someone else who's running between the caravans. As he chases the pair, Darren catches something with his foot, a bag with "This bag is property of Sam Grest" written on it. My heart sank. Though I did think him having "hands off" written on it was quite funny, and that is intentional again. Sometimes a bit of light humour, often the humour that Shan puts in is real gallows humour, which I like. I think it's fun to have a little bit of dark humour also in children's fiction as well, because a lot of kids aren't necessarily wanting sunshine and rainbows type humour. I think it's great. But I really did have that hope, for whatever reason, that Sam might make it, but no. We're once again stuck with dire hopelessness, and I don't say that as a criticism of the writing. It's just the truth. It's a horror book. There aren't usually super happy endings in horror books. But do not go into these books with hope. You are warned from the outset, and you are now being warned once again by me, and I'm sure you will be multiple times as I go through the rest of this. The chapter rounds out with a lot of repetition of just who it is the Wolfman is after. Maybe it's age appropriate, maybe it's a little overboard, but generally I think it might be fine. I didn't find myself going, right, I get it, which could have easily been the case. But there was a lot of, it's Sam, I'm going after Sam, this is Sam's bag, it's Sam. It was bordering on getting repetitive here. Chapter 29. Despite knowing that going by himself probably isn't the right move, that's exactly what Darren does. On the one hand, going to get help would take time away from being able to catch them. On the other hand, this boy is weak. Even at full strength, he may not be able to stop this absolute beast, but this is where we are. And the adrenaline levels from this point only go up and up. It is so good. As he's chasing, he can feel himself getting tired, but he has to push on. It hurts to watch. All this boy wants to do is help his friend. Something that he knew that he would struggle to have. He's realised that he's going to struggle to have this, and it feels like he's finally got this guy, and then this is what's happening. Eventually, they get to the abandoned railway station, so, yay, I was right about the location of everything going to shit. Just not the timing, I guess. And no, obviously I'm not happy about any of that. Shan, once again, is just setting me up for having a broken heart. He runs behind the carriage of the old train left there. I lowered myself and slid along the third window over. Again, I could see nothing when I looked inside. I was lifting myself to peep in the next window when I glimpsed a metal bar moving towards my face at high speed. I twisted aside just in time to avoid it. It whistled by the side of my face, scratching me but not doing any serious damage. "Sam, stop! It's me!" I hissed, dropping to the ground. There was a silence for a moment and then Sam's face appeared round the window. "Darren?" he asked. "What are you doing here?" "I followed you," I said. "I thought you were the wolfman. I was trying to kill you." "You nearly did." And again, I am a silly little man thinking, oh, well, they're together, maybe it's fine. Wouldn't that be nice? They're trying to make plans about how to deal with the situation at hand. And as soon as Darren told Sam that he could join the circus and that the story about him being evil was made up, I knew my heart was about to be shattered in the worst way. There was no way that was coming to fruition. "I know you better than that, Shan. I know you're going to hurt me." "1, he began. We faced the direction of the guard's house. 2, we got into the sprint start positions. 3, before he could finish, a pair of hairy hands darted out from underneath the carriage where, I realised too late, the wolfman was hiding. The fingers wrapped around Sam's lower legs, grabbed him by the ankles and dragged him down to the ground. Chapter 30. This whole chapter is bloody incredible. In the worst way possible. Like, it's fantastic from a writing point of view. In terms of my emotions, do you remember earlier when I talked about that? When I struggled my way through a quote earlier, where it was like, oh, what am I going to do with my life anyway? And it's like, oh, you can have it. And I'm like, oh. So Darren manages to free Sam for enough time for him to get running. Darren, willing to sacrifice himself, stays put, ending up getting bodied by the wolfman, both of them stumbling back at the collision. No weapon, no strength, and a dead arm from the impact. And not dead arm as in just like, oh, it's not going to last very long. Like, no, he's got a complete dead, limp arm. Darren is so sure that this is the end, but the wolfman gets whacked by a lump of wood wielded by Sam. Darren tries to join him, but gets knocked back, hitting his head and passing out. And this next bit, man, I'll continue to say that Shan is a phenomenal horror author, regardless of his target audience, because, good lord, when I recovered a few seconds or minutes later, I'm not sure how much time had passed, the railway station was eerily quiet. I could hear nobody running or screaming or fighting. All I could hear was a steady munching sound a little ahead of me. Munch, munch, munch. I sat up slowly, ignoring the hammering pain in my head. It took my eyes a few seconds to readjust to the darkness. When I could see again, I realised I was gazing at the back of the wolfman. He was crouched on all fours, head bent over something. He was the one making the munching sounds. The dizziness from the punch meant it took me a while to realise it wasn't a something he was eating, it was a someone. "Sam!" I scrambled to my feet, pain forgotten, and rushed forward, but one look at the bloody mess beneath the wolfman and I knew it was too late. "No!" I screamed and punched the wolfman with my one good hand, attacking senselessly. He grunted and shoved me away. I sprang back and this time kicked as well as punched. He growled and tried shoving again, but I held on and pulled his hair and ears. He howled and then finally lifted his mouth. It was red, a dark, dreadful red, full of guts and blood and bits of flesh and bone. He rolled on top of me, forcing me down and pinned me with one long hairy arm. His head shot back and he howled up at the night sky. Then, with a demonic snarl, he drove his teeth towards my throat, meaning to finish me off with one quick bite. Like, Jesus Christ, that's so fucking dark. I was sat reading this slack-jawed. And you know me, I was obviously also crying. Like, the image of the wolfman looking at Darren over him, like, mouth bloodied and marred with viscera from a young boy, like... It's rough, man. I will say the callback to the crunch from the start works so well, but... Like, I'm wanting to sit here and compliment the writing because it's so bloody good. Genuinely excellent and nasty horror, but I'm devastated, man. Like I was saying earlier, and it's going to come up again in a worse way. Like, Sam is literally giving his life up for Darren. And if we find where that was earlier... Sorry, it might take me a little moment. There we go. "You saved my life," I said softly. "It was nothing," Sam said. "You'd have done the same for me." Probably, I said, but I wasn't called upon to help. I wasn't the one who had to use his head and act coolly. You saved me, Sam. I owe you my life. Keep it, he laughed. What would I do with it? And I'm just meant to be sat here like fine and normal and just not devastated. Jesus. Like, that's so intense. And I love that callback to that, because I've had to like go over that a few times. Reading it the first time, that like giving you my life bit. The first time I read that and that I put that in for scripting, it's actually hit me the most now that I'm reading it here. Like, that's so, oh my God. Anyhow, chapter 31. Thankfully, just in time, help arrives in the form of Mr. Tall and Mr. Crepsley. Mr. Tall deals with the Wolfman, while Crepsley immediately goes to Darren, who's obviously in shock. Everett alerted Mr. Tall about the missing Wolfman. He'd heard the howls, and immediately Crepsley went to check on Darren, finding him missing. Through tears and struggling to find words, Darren throws his good arm around Crepsley, hugging him tight. It's an almost gentle moment of connection between the two of them in the midst of absolute disaster. The fact Crepsley's instinct, both back at the camp and at the trade station, is to check on Darren kills me. Like, there is so much care for that boy from Crepsley, and at some point Shan is going to use that to hurt me so badly. I know it, and that's so good, because I can feel it in my bones that at some point I'm going to have my heart just torn to pieces. Oh, that's insensitive given the current. Anyway, Sam is holding on, but barely, and it won't be for much longer. His torso is in pieces. He's just a good boy who laid down his goddamn life for his friend. It's a lot to take in. I thought at the end of the last chapter that there was nothing left of him, but this is much worse. It's far more like, I don't know why this was like my immediate comparison, but it's a scene that really stuck out for me from that film, and always has done. The scene in Shaun of the Dead where, I can't remember the character's name, but the actor from Black Books is outside and getting torn in two. That's what is basically going on here. And just a little side tangent in a second. When I was a little kid, my parents were watching that on TV, and I wasn't supposed to be in the living room, but I went downstairs to like talk to them about something, and that was the first thing I saw of that movie. So for years, I'm like, I'm not watching that, that's terrifying. And it's a great movie. I love the Cornetto trilogy, but that was my first insight into Shaun of the Dead. So I was horrified, which is very funny because it wouldn't be that much longer until I was reading this. Anyway, but reading this as an adult, and once again, it's just like I'm seeing how young you all are, and he had such a good life at home, but he wanted something more, something interesting. Like, he never asked for this. Oh, but if he just listened and just run away and just gone home and lived his normal life, the stubbornness of people. Chapter 32. But getting mauled by the Wolfman isn't actually the final way that Sam saves Darren's life, because of course it isn't. You can probably hear that I am actually crying reading this. So remember earlier how we had Crepsley talk about his friend who, when Shakespeare was dying, he drank from him completely as he was dying to carry his essence within him. Well, Crepsley tells Darren that he should do the same for Sam. Obviously, Darren's against it, because to him, that's his friend. Drinking from him makes him feel more monstrous than drinking from any given stranger. But Crepsley properly explains this to him. This is one of the best ways to honour Sam's memory, because doing this will literally make sure that Sam's essence is with Darren forever. This is, in effect, saving the both of them, even if Sam can't live any longer. He eventually drinks until there's nothing left, and it is such a heartbreaking scene. Shan does such a good job with this because it's so painful. The one thing that Darren wants is to be a human, and yet the least monstrous thing he can do right here is to succumb to his vampirism. I want to read some awful books again, man. Reading good books is devastating. Chapter 33. A few others arrive, including some of the little people. They go to take Sam's body away, but Darren isn't having any of it, because if they take Sam's body away, they're going to eat what's left of him. There won't be any Sam anymore. But for obvious reasons, Darren doesn't think Sam deserves that. Krebsley convinces Mr. Tall to stop the little people in their tracks and allow Darren to give his friend somewhat of a proper burial. This chapter feels like the start of the come down after all the adrenaline of the last few. It feels like taking a breath. Not a sigh of relief per se, but it feels like a sort of, okay, it's over now, for this book at least. Chapter 34. They go through with a little burial for him, but it's not a proper grave, so he can still be discoverable by his parents. It's one of those where the thought is really sweet because they deserve to give him a send-off, but also, fuck me, that's so grim. It was bad enough when Darren's parents found him in the garden. But this, Jesus wept, I mean, just like the state of his body, like, at least it's going to be really obvious that an animal did it and not that any awful human might have done something like this. It is very obviously an animal attack, but also, Christ. Darren thinks briefly on RV, wondering what befell him, but doesn't offer any well wishes, like thoughts and prayers or anything like that, because without him, Sam would frankly be alive and well. The camp is packed up and they're all ready to leave. Now, I probably haven't mentioned this because it's not like super important to any of the plot stuff earlier, but Sam loved pickled onions. He ate them all the time. He carried a little jar around with them, and that was like a little thing that was always his. And so when the book ends with looking up at Evra, I wiped tears from my eyes, licked my lips, and asked in a voice which sounded a lot like that of a curious, smart-ass kid I once knew, "Do we have any pickled onions?" I just sat there like, well, I guess I'll just sit here and have a little cry again then. I cried for most of the end of the book, I'm going to be totally honest. And I can only see this series breaking me more and more as we go through. Emotionally, I think this got me far more than the first. As much as anything, I think it's a case of not knowing this book like the back of my hand the way I do with the first. I didn't remember just how visceral that final train station scene was, but good lord. Like, here's the thing. I know Shan isn't afraid of that kind of thing. I want to say Lord Loss is the first book in the Demon Arta series, but either way, the first book in the Demon Arta series is the only one I've read from it, but there is a scene in that book that it's nasty. One day I will go on to the Demon Arta series, do something similar to this. It's great horror, but it's very rough, and again, it's one of those things where it's like, this is for children. You're not afraid to be nasty, do some like rough, visceral horror for kids. And I think that's interesting. And I think it works as well because it is written form. So there's a lot more relying on imagination. And after reading this, I felt empty, but in like a good way. Good horror. And I think a lot of good books in general can do that to you. I remember... Oh my god, why can't I remember the name of it? It's a Kazuo Ishiguro, but... it's the one that got made into a film with Keira Knightley. That's going to really annoy me. Sorry. Never Let Me Go. I felt that after reading Never Let Me Go. I was just like, I had it a bit on audiobook, a bit on... I was reading it physically as well. And I remember just sitting there going, ooh, after that one. And that's how I felt after this. Like, just... And I will say again, this did feel like not only a sequel, but at times properly a part of a series. That is not a bad thing, but it's notably different from the first, which could have easily been a standalone book. It's not a positive, it's not a negative, but it does really change the pacing about. I'm curious to see how that goes when we go forward. So, here's our notes for the end of this one. The idea of destiny has definitely started to be paid attention to, even if we're not going into detail with it yet. I'm very glad of that. We spoke about that at the end of the first one. Surprising, but the parallels in the ways that many people act when they want to take their own lives really continue into this book. It was brief in book one. The final goodbyes and the uncertainty as to, like, from his parents' point of view as to how he would have died, whether that was an accident or on purpose. But the passive suicidal ideation type behavior in this book is very apparent, and it's done really well too. Like, Shan does so well to show us someone in the mental space of, I'm not going to actively kill myself, but if I die, so be it. I didn't expect that going in, but it's great characterization, I'm going to be honest, and it's done subtly and respectfully. It's not a showcase of like anything, and I think as well it's left to the imagination a little bit with it. It's not overt. Another thing, we have to keep an eye out for these vampire generals. They're new. Let's see how they play a part. We also have that Ivana woman, who is an old friend of Crepsley, so maybe she'll come up a bit later. And lastly, I cannot wait to see how Darren and Crepsley's relationship grows. I'll take the heartbreak because I'm sure it'll be worth it. Like 100% worth it. But I have some reading to do once again. But for you, we are right on to book 3, Tunnels of Blood. From what I gather, like I said, Sharon wrote the series as a set of trilogies, so this should be interesting, and we'll see how he rounds out the first little set of 3. Let's get onto it. Okay, last book for this video. Out of the 3, it's the one I've read the least, and I'll say here, I realised about halfway through that I barely remember any of this. There's one word that was like, oh, that's kind of familiar, but that's about it. So as we go forward after this trilogy, it will basically all be 100% brand new to me. So that's really fun, actually. Anyway, I'm sure I'll do enough rambling as I go through, and you've been here long enough. So let's get on with it. Prologue. The smell of blood is sickening. Hundreds of carcasses hang from silver hooks, stiff, shiny with frosty blood. I know they're just animals, cows, pigs, sheep, but I keep thinking they're human. I take a careful step forward. Powerful overhead lights means it's bright as day. I have to tread easily, hide behind the dead animals, move slowly. The floor is slippery with water and blood, which makes progress even trickier. Ahead, I spot him. The vampire, Mr. Crepsley. He's moving quietly as I am, eyes focused on the fat man a little way ahead. The fat man. He's why I'm in this ice-cold abattoir. He's the human Mr. Crepsley intends to kill. He's the man I have to save. Very different opener to the last 2, both of which have been catch-ups of sorts. This is horror from the jump, with the rest being Darren talking about how he's having to hunt down and kill Crepsley to save this fat man. That's the way he's referred to throughout, by the way, not just me like deciding to call him that. And if I remember rightly, I reiterate that later on, mostly because this took me far longer than I thought it would, but you know, it is what it is. But it is, this opening, it's wonderfully eerie and super unexpected. It was, you know, it's safe to say we were heading back to this point later on. But first, chapter 1 month earlier. Look, I did have pure fear that this opener was a dream with some kind of premonition type stuff going on, because, you know, that feels cheap, so I'd rather it wasn't that. So I am glad it's not just that sort of thing. I didn't think Darren Shan was that sort of author, but sometimes you can never be too certain. But it's here we get our catch-up instead, which I obviously don't need to go too deep into. It's quite long-winded, but I already spoke about how useful these catch-ups are, and there are some key parts here to still talk about. Adapting was hard. Drinking blood was harder, and for a long time I wouldn't do it. Eventually, I did, to save the memories of a dying friend. Vampires can store a new person's memories if they drain out their blood. I didn't enjoy it. The following few weeks were horrible, and I was plagued by nightmares, but after that first blood-red drink, there could be no going back. I accepted my role as a vampire's assistant and learned to make the best of it. I am glad we're moving on from the not being able to drink blood thing. It works well for one book, but I do think it would have been a little excessive for it to keep going on, especially given we learned just after that point that it's been a year since the Sam incident. We need that natural growth, and that's exactly what we've got.
Darren finds a little silver cross while gathering food with Evra for the little people, and then tries to see if he has a power that Crepsley seemingly has. That night, back in the camp, I tried moving the cross with my mind again. I strolled away from the vans and tents and found a secluded spot around the side of the old mill. I stuck the cross on a piece of wood in front of me, took a deep breath, concentrated on the cross, and willed it into the palm of my outstretched hand. No good. And I was immediately like, huh? We haven't seen this before, have we? And Crepsley joins him and does what Darren fails to. They're a little playful, and it's clear they're no longer just stuck with one another. I know we saw clear signs of that at the end of Vampire's Assistant when we saw Crepsley's priorities, but through this book we can see that there's an actual kinship that's been formed in this last year, and I love it. And Darren says that he doesn't hate him the way he did a year ago. It's growth. Crepsley shows Darren him getting the cross a few more times to see if he can work out what's going on until he does figure it out. Eventually he picks up on the fact that the cross isn't moving towards Crepsley at all. He's using his flitting abilities to create an illusion. It's great seeing that more playful side of Crepsley. He's generally, well, rather dour, and his humour generally shows more in darker moments. He very much uses a lot of gallows humour, but this is a jovial side to him. It's genuinely lovely. Old habits die hard, he smiled, but old vampires die easy, a voice growled behind us. And before I knew what was happening, someone had reached around the two of us and pressed a pair of razor-sharp knives to the soft flesh of our throats. Chapter 2. We quickly learn that this isn't a true threat, but an old friend of Crepsley's, Gavner Pearl. I'm pretty sure that name has cropped up once or twice before, but I couldn't tell you where. And he's not been a physical character before. It sparked something. And I realised that, like, oh, I can check BorrowBox to, like, see if I can get the books on there. I could get most of them, it seems. Or at least a few of them. I don't think all of them are on there. But what I can do on BorrowBox, like on Kindle, because they have ebooks as well as audiobooks on there, is I can use the search function. So I search that name, and in the Vampire's Assistant we get 2 hits on the search, and they're both in the same place. This is while they're in the morgue getting blood for the vials, when Jimmy, the pathologist, says, "I had an old friend of yours in here a few years back." "Oh?" Mr. Crepsley responded politely. "Who was that?" Jimmy sniffed heavily through his nose, then cleared his throat. "Gavner Pearl!" Mr. Crepsley hooted with delight. "How is the old dog? As clumsy as ever?" They started talking about Gavner Pearl. I couldn't get Cirque Du Freak on BorrowBox, but there's far less, like, wider lore in there, so this is probably the moment I was thinking of. And hey, Crepsley says early on here, "Nobody breathes as heavily as you. I could pick you out blindfolded in a crowd of thousands." Nice little bit of continuity from the way Jimmy was impersonating him to let Crepsley know who he was on about. I love that. I love, like, little bits of continuity like that, that, like, if you do go back and you are looking like that, it's like, oh, that's like a nice little, you love to see it. Turning slowly, I came face to face with the man called Gavner Pearl. He wasn't very tall, but he was wide, built like a wrestler. Easy way to get me interested, wrestling mention. Also, yeah, that's a pretty accurate description of a lot of wrestlers. With wrestling, it's like dating apps. Any man can be 6 feet tall if he just tells you often enough. But immediately, I was like, oh, I love these two. Crepsley is funny, and they bounce off each other, and they're like an old married couple. In this book, we don't get too much of them interacting, and I really hope this was just a little taste of a wider interactions in the future. Because Gavner is a vampire general, so here we are getting our first taste of them, and they're basically what I figured. They make sure everyone is behaving as they should be. They're kind of cops, or like the Volturi, if you know Twilight. They make sure everyone is behaving as they should be. I think I already said that. I can see them making more appearances as we go through. They're obviously rather important. Now, Crepsley has been expecting a visit, if not from Pearl himself, from the generals in general.
We could infer as much when Hans asked Darren if they'd paid a visit yet in the last book, except Pearl isn't there for Darren, as it turns out. They don't know about him having been turned into a half vampire, and Pearl is none too happy about it. It's not exactly the done thing to turn someone so young, and it would appear that this is going to be dealt with at the next council, which is basically like a general meeting of generals. And we know about what Pearl is here for at... What? Oh, I read it as and. All we know about what Pearl is here for at this point is that there is trouble brewing. Crepsley doesn't want this conversation in front of Darren, so he sends him off to inform Mr. Tall that it'll just be Darren performing that evening. It's clear we're moving towards bigger plots now, further outside the group that we've established. I did worry at this point about the idea of ending up in that like anime or supernatural territory where the big bad has to just keep getting bigger and badder. Obviously I can't speak for the rest of the series yet, but in terms of rounding out this first little trilogy, we've remained contained enough that I do have hope that Shan won't go too far. It's easily done. Like, you have to add higher stakes until you're fighting actual Christian God, and then what? But we're going gradually here so far, and hopefully it continues like that. Look, I had years worth of time in the supernatural fandom, and I did stop a few series before the end, but yeah, the big bads were ridiculous, even by the point I stopped watching. So I think it's always a fear, and from what I gather, a lot of anime works in similar ways, where it's like the monster of the week is fine, but the big bad kind of, yeah, I think you understand. Chapter 3. After the show, Gavner Pearl comes out of Crepsley's van and wanders over to see Darren. He explains that Crepsley will see some punishment for turning Darren, but likely nothing more than a slapped wrist. He's well respected, and his judgment is likely to be trusted. Though while they're discussing the fact that no, Darren cannot ever go back, he says, "I'm stuck. Amn't I?" Amn't? Incredible word, unexpected, especially from a child character, not least of all a children's author. It's so like Victorian sounding. Also, for whatever reason, it brought to mind that one bit from the H. Bomber Guy plagiarism video with the "it was Themel," which, to be fair, gets me every time. And yes, I have watched that video more than once. It's good working sound because it's bloody long, and a brilliant essay that happened to lead a man to posting and allegedly also plagiarising Hole. What's not to love? Anyway, we also learn that Larton used to be... Larton? But I never refer to him by his first name. Why did I put that in the script? Crepsley used to be a general himself, something that might have been more of a twist kind of thing to a younger Autumn, but that's something that I kind of expected this time around. Ooh, big up yourself, Autumn, getting ahead of the ideas of a book for 10-year-olds. Now, I know I said in the intro to this bit that it was halfway through that I realised I didn't remember all too much from this, but according to my notes, it was actually this early on. I knew there was a drop-off point where I'd read less, but I thought I knew more from this, like genuinely. He used to be a general. Really? I stared at Gavner Pearl, stunned by the news. An important one too, Gavner said. He was on the verge of being voted a vampire prince when he stood down. A prince? I asked sceptically. It was hard to imagine Mr. Crepsley with a crown and royal cloak. That's what we call our leaders, Gavner said. There are a few of them. Only the noblest and most respected vampires are elected. We don't find out why Crepsley resigned and joined the Cirque instead, and it seems Pearl doesn't really know either, but Pearl has to leave soon, saying that Crepsley is likely to do the same thing, but can't say any more because Crepsley won't forgive him, explaining that Crepsley is beyond secretive, even with those he trusts the most. This is basically the theme of much of the book. Book 1 is a case of actions having consequences, even if you're trying to do the right thing. Book 2 is about trying too hard to fit in, finding your space and hearing wider opinions beyond your small bubble. This one is about the importance of trust and being able to share parts of yourself with others, even if that's difficult. That's where this is introduced. Darren is told here that Crepsley plays his cards tight to his chest, but he should trust him. He's a good vampire to have around when you're still figuring the world out. Through this book, we'll see that trust tested, and we'll see that it has to work both ways. When he approaches Crepsley about his leaving, Darren is clearly reluctant to follow, but it's clear that he must. But he's still likely to be bored and lonely while Crepsley sleeps and works on whatever Pearl has brought him to deal with, so Crepsley offers the opportunity to ask Evra if he wants to come with. And my instinct was like, let's go, because he's my favourite boy. And then it's like, oh, I've just remembered whose book I'm reading. And this like cold dread ran through me. I would love to be cold right now. I have to turn my fan off in order to record this. Anyway, like I said, there was fear when I realised like, oh wait, no, I just remember what fucking book I'm reading. So it was just a case of like, Shan, don't you dare. Absolutely not. Of any given character in this book, do not do this to me. Chapter 4. It felt strange being in a city. The noise and smell nearly drove me mad the first couple of days. With my heightened senses, it was like being in the middle of a whirring food blender. I lay in bed during the daytime, covering my head with the thickest pillow I could find. But by the end of the week, I'd grown used to the super sharp sounds and scents and learned to ignore them. Baby girl, that is just sensory overload. I don't need vampirism for that. I'm just neurodivergent. God, imagine being autistic as a vampire with all like the heightened senses. Vile. But perhaps something for my own writing. They're in a hotel in a quiet part of the city, a place never named, by the way. I clocked this later on when Crepsley talks about this being the place that he's from. Spoiler alert, but I'm going through the whole book anyway. None of the places in these books are ever named. It's just, they're in a town, they're in a city, the countryside, a village. It's useful for writer and reader. For writer, there's no getting bogged down and making sure a place is... like a real place is exactly right. And in the case of the reader, this place is catered to you, as it were. For me, it's always been in the UK, but these places could be anywhere, and the vagueness isn't blankness. The places themselves are fairly well described. They feel like real places, but they're non-places. It's a detail you might not notice if you're not paying like full attention to it in the way that you kind of have to if you're doing a deep dive like this. But once you do see it, you can't unsee it. And like I said, I think it's a really interesting technique because I think sometimes people work around this by like naming fake places. But if you are from a certain place, like for example, Darren Shan is Irish, I believe Irish, not Northern Irish. Let me check that so I'm not getting myself into trouble. Yeah, okay. It's down as he's being Irish, not Northern Irish, so I'm not going to get myself into trouble by saying that. But, like, if he were to name places, like, pretend places that aren't, like, a fantasy place, it's meant to sound like a real one, then they're likely to sound like Irish places. Like, if I wrote fake places, they would probably sound a bit English, and that's going to be true no matter where you're from. So I think this technique it makes sense, and it's not distracting as well. Like, it doesn't feel like everywhere's too vague. The actual places themselves are described well enough. He often does also stick to isolated places, like the locations. I mean, we haven't got a big expansive city, we're in a smaller part of it. It works really nicely. Often in the evenings, in the square outside the hotel, kids gather to play football. It's nice to see Darren's character growth in this moment as well, because he decides it's best to just leave them to it, lest they get hurt. And soon, they all find their little rhythms. Crepsley sleeps during the day and buggers off alone during the night. Darren and Evra have a more relaxed sleep schedule and honestly get close to living a normal teenage life. Darren's missed being this close to normality, and it warms my heart to see Evra being able to get a glimpse into the life he's never been able to have, given he spent his whole life within circuses. Before he was with the Cirque Du Freak, he was with the abusive freak show. He deserves this look into a normal life, even if it is only a small glance at it. And I did enjoy the not so subtle telling kids to only watch so much TV. Again, adult eyes on a kid's book makes moments like this so much different, and it's so funny. I never realised TV could be so addictive, he said one night after we'd watched 5 soap operas in a row. My mum and dad never let me watch too much, I told him, but I knew guys in school who watched 5 or 6 hours of it every night of the week. I wouldn't take it that far, Evra mused, but it's fun in small doses. Perhaps I'll buy a portable set when we return to the Cirque Du Freak. I think that's funny as hell. A lot like the little educational bit about freak shows in the first book. Not to sound old, but do kids still watch a lot of TV? Like, I haven't been a child in quite a while, like a child. Like, that's not related to the book. It's just sort of an idle musing. Children were definitely watching TV when this came out. This book is like about as old as I am. But I think it's really interesting, just that little, like, hey, you've got to watch your screen time. You know, I'm still from an era of, like, don't sit too close to the TV and watch it for too long, otherwise you'll get square eyes sort of thing. Anyhow, the two of them do venture outside of the hotel, and they manage to tear themselves away from the screen. Can't be having them get, well, apparently I've fucking got ahead of my jokes. Can't be having them getting square-eyed. Everett does have to do a lot of wrapping up when they're outside, though, partly because it's winter and, you know, he's probably a little bit cold-blooded, but mostly to stop people keep asking about his looks. The funniest part is the joke shop beard. It's not about looking realistic, though, just about covering up. And to be honest, yeah, I'm looking longer at, like, somebody who looks obviously like a reptile than somebody who is in a fake beard. I'm just like, oh, it's probably just like a stag night or something like that if I'm seeing that. Or, like, kids trying to buy cigarettes and they don't really know how to do that yet. Christmas is approaching, though Darren is the only one looking forward to it. People at the Cirque don't generally celebrate it. Darren does his best to try to get everyone on board with it, but he doesn't seem to be very convincing. And Crepsley sees it as nothing more than a silly human custom, and there's no reason to try and budge him on anything. It's a shame. Darren didn't really notice Christmas pass by the last time, but it's so much more obviously around him now because he's not in the Cirque. He is outside, he's in a city. And this is the kind of time where it's really stark that he's not around his family anymore. And yeah, I'm aware that, like, the circus and especially Crepsley and Ever are becoming family, but it's still not that far removed from him being taken away from, effectively, his born and raised family, who he's not left on a sour note or anything like that. He just had to for everyone's safety. And while it's not likely to happen, he is at the very least determined to get Ever on side by the time of the hotel's big Christmas party. Darren goes out on his own to go shopping for a gift for Ever. While browsing, he meets a girl, and there's quickly a really sweet chemistry between them as she tries to help him figure out what to get for his brother. The cover they're using that is that he and Ever are siblings and Crepsley is their father. She's out looking for lost gloves, and the two of them immediately hit it off. And Shan really just... I got mad trust issues because as soon as they started getting on, I was like, well, it was nice knowing you, Debbie. I hope when you inevitably meet your end, it'll be peaceful. And I think I'm justified in my cynicism. Shan gave us no hope in the last book. First one, kind of, not really. Second book, definitely not. Zero hope. Nothing. Chapter 5. The girl's name is Debbie Hemlock, which is the most goth girl name I've ever heard. It's very much akin to the names in that one episode of The Mighty Boosh, and that is not a complaint at all. They're still wandering around the shops. She's seeing if she can find the same gloves as the one she lost, and he's still looking for a gift for Everett. They're getting to know each other and getting along and giggling. Darren's getting flirted with. He's trying to flirt back. It's all so cute. And like I said, I'm just like, Debbie, I'm so sorry, girl. It was so nice knowing you. But they agree to meet in the future, and it's going to be a date. Chapter 6. When Darren gets back to the hotel, Crepsley is out on his nighttime activities and Everett is watching TV. Chapter 6. When Darren gets back to the hotel, Crepsley is out on his nighttime activities and Everett is watching TV. Here we get the first rumblings that something doesn't seem right about Crepsley, but nothing more than passing comment at this point. Him being out all night isn't any kind of red flag, but he hasn't been on Darren about the fact that he's due to feed on somebody. He might not be so against drinking blood anymore, but Crepsley is still usually hard on Darren about remembering to drink. But drink he does, taking a little from one of the sleeping guests at the hotel. That'll keep me going, I said as I finished. It'll get me through tomorrow anyway, and that's the important thing. What's so special about tomorrow? Ever asked. I told him about meeting Debbie and arranging to go to the cinema. You've got a date, Ever laughed with delight. It's not a date, I snorted. We're just going to the cinema. Just, Ever grinned. There's no such thing as just with girls. It's a date. They're so cute, man. I'm trying not to get lost in light moments, knowing there's always darkness underneath everything, but it's hard. Them being siblings might be a cover, but it's truly what they're becoming. I'm a basic bitch. If you give me a found family, I'll eat that shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The next day, Darren is counting down the hours until his date with Debbie, trying to make sure he's in tip-top condition. It's heartwarming, honestly. Darren spent so much of the last book in fear of losing normal, and now here he is. And after his chat with Evra, they figure out that while long-term stuff might not work out, he can still go on a date every now and again. Evra asks if he should make himself scarce when she shows up, given, Snake Boy, but Darren, being the bestest friend, says that if Debbie can't handle the way Everett looks, then that's her own too bad. We love a supportive bestie, and like I say, Darren spent so much of The Vampire's Assistant trying to feel more human, and yet, when you read, she's not gonna come, I said after what felt like a couple of hours. She stood me up. Relax, Everett laughed. You've only been sitting here 10 minutes. It's early yet. I checked my watch. He was right. I can't go through with this, I groaned. I've never been out with a girl before. I'll mess it up, she'll think I'm dull. You can't help but see the most regular teen behaviour. Despite everything, he's so human. Chapter 7. Darren is nervous to invite Debbie inside, partly just for the regular awkward first date reasons and partly because he doesn't want anything bad to happen with Evra. Even if it's just disgust on her part, Darren wants none of that. He's a good friend and he likes Debbie. He wants his two worlds to come together nicely. And thankfully, she's very supportive, if not a little too much. Wow, Debbie gasped. Have you always been like this? Yes, Evra said. He's a snake boy, I explained. Debbie whirled on me fiercely. That's a horrible thing to say, she snapped. You shouldn't call him names just because he looks different. I wasn't calling him, I began, but she interrupted. How would you like it if someone made fun of that stupid costume you wear? She fumed. I looked down at my suit. Oh yes, she snorted. I could have said plenty about that crazy get-up, but I didn't. I figured if you wanted to look like something out of the Pirates of Penzance, that was your choice. It's okay, Evra said softly. I am a snake boy. Debbie stared at Evra uncertainly. I am, really, he vowed. I have many serpentine qualities. I shed my skin. I'm cold-blooded. I have snake-like eyes. Still, Debbie said, it's not nice to be compared to a snake. It is if you like snakes, Evra laughed. Oh, Debbie looked back at me half ashamed. Sorry, she said. It's okay, I said, secretly pleased that she'd reacted like she had. It proved she wasn't prejudiced. I love her immediate protectiveness over Evra. It says so much without having to say it. Again, Shan does still use some telling over showing so people can read into his stuff. That immediate protectiveness over someone other tells me that she's likely been othered in some way, and or her friends are in that same position. She's described early on as dark-skinned, so it's not a leap to consider just how she's been othered by her peers. And let's be real, that's one of the biggest running themes of these books so far. Finding your place in the world when you don't fit in it for whatever reason. In the members of the Cirque, the reasons why are more obvious, and then we have characters like Sam, who read as incredibly neurodivergent, and Debbie, who would appear to be a person of colour. Groups like that are often ostracised. As with a lot of books from middle grade through to young adult, these books are likely to resonate with the kids that, in whatever way, feel like outsiders or are outsiders. It's certainly why I connected to it. I might not have known at the time, but growing up, I was a neurodivergent kid in a group of others like me. And yeah, that makes you the quote-unquote weird kids. So this book resonated with me in that way, and I love the ways Shan mixes showing versus telling, so it works with his readers in those ways. And they do go to the cinema, and the movie is fine. They have a little chat on the way back, and they're having a good time. As close to normal as Darren can get. That is, until... As we emerged from the alley, I felt her studying me by the light of the street lamps. What are you looking at? I asked. There's something different about you, Darren, she mused. It's not something I can put my finger on. I shrugged, trying to make light of it. It's because I'm so good looking, I joked. No, she said seriously. It's something inside you. I see it in your eyes sometimes. So here I was like, oh, maybe Debbie isn't dying, figuring that maybe her inquisitive nature and seeing something going on with him would come back up later down the line. Now, spoiler alert, it's nothing major in this book. She's always inquisitive, but something in this line made me feel like there's something more to this girl, and basically it was a case of, well, if she does make it, I hope she comes up again later in the series. But when they get back to her house, she invites him inside. Chapter 8. He's introduced to her parents as a friend of a friend, and it's another scene where we get to see Darren have a sense of normality. It's just good to see those wants and desires from Vampire's assistant really come to fruition. Debbie's room is kind of bare with no posters or trinkets because she doesn't like it to feel cluttered. What's that like? If I'm not over encumbered by little tchotchkes, I'm in Spain without the S. What she does have, however, is a little artificial Christmas tree undecorated in the corner of her room. There's one in a few rooms in the house, as Darren noticed on the way to her room. There are little boxes underneath with the decorations, and they decorate them on Christmas Eve as a way to tire everyone out for the day ahead. I love finding out people's Christmas traditions, by the way, because everyone thinks their day is normal and everyone has something weird that they do. I wonder what ours is. I don't know, because like Christmas hasn't been the same since the pandemic, amongst other things. But like, I'm sure there's something in there that people would find weird. Debbie studied me silently. You could come over on Christmas Eve, she said. You and Evra, your dad too, you could help us with the trees. I stared at her. You mean that? Sure, I'd have to check with Mum and Dad first, but I doubt they'd object. We've had friends over to help before. It's nicer with more people. That will come up later. But for now, it's just something to, put a pin in. As they're rounding out their evening, Darren says that he's settled on getting Evra a CD player with a few CDs. And for Crepsley, a sun lamp. Brilliant. No notes, 10 out of 10. And he's telling her that, knowing full well that, that joke is just for him. And he's so real for that. Cannot tell you how often I do that. Well, I guess you know that. You fully understand this, given that I am just sat here talking to myself into a microphone. And every joke that I make is purely for me. I don't know if you're laughing, I don't know if you enjoy it, but I do, and that's all that's important. As he's about to leave, she says, don't I get a goodnight kiss? And bless this boy, flustered to say the least. He's so cute. He can't even do it. Apologising and saying that he was scared. It's kind of lovely to see him vulnerable, but not in active danger. I'm a lover of romance fiction. I think that's pretty well established, and stuff like this always warms my heart. And how often am I getting heartwarming moments in these books? I have to savour them. She drops a cute flirty line on him to round out the chapter, and I was just, once again, begging Shan not to kill her off. I could feel myself getting attached, and that scares me. Chapter 9. Darren walks around the square a couple of times. He wants to go back to the hotel, and while he knows he's seeing her tomorrow, he wants to see Debbie again and make up for his nervousness when he left. So what he does is go back to her place, head to the pipe by her window and climb up towards her window, hanging there until there's activity in the room. When she arrives, he knocks on the window, bringing her over. What are you doing? She hissed. What are you holding on to? I'm floating on air, I joked. You're crazy, Debbie said. You'll slip and fall. I'm perfectly safe, I assured her. I'm a good climber. You must be freezing, she said, spotting my feet. Where are your shoes? Come in quick before you... I don't want to come in, I interrupted. I climbed up because, well, I took a deep breath. Is the offer still on? What offer? Debbie asked. The offer of a kiss, I said. Debbie blinked, then smiled. You are mad, she chuckled. 100% crazy, I agreed. And yes, correct, he is mad, but it works. And he gets his kiss. And again, as a lover of romance books, I'll always eat this shit up. For a start, He's outside the house, not just sat waiting for her in her room or watching her sleep, looking at you, Cullen. This is just daft teenage behaviour, but it just so happens that Darren can hold on to shit like a little monkey. It's great. And Darren is so giddy as he makes his way back to the hotel room. But remember this, when reading the Saga of Darren Shan, you can never know peace. Have you seen the news? Ever asked quietly. It may surprise you to learn, young Evra Von, I said sarcastically, that they don't show newsreels in cinemas any longer. Now, do you want to hear about my date or not? You should watch this, Evra said. Then what's the big deal? I asked. This is where they found the bodies, Evra said softly. What bodies? Watch, he said. The camera came to rest in a dark room that looked the same as all the others, held on the scene for a few seconds, then dissolved back to a view of the building's exterior. The caption informed us that these new pictures had been shot earlier today. As I watched, several policemen and doctors emerged from the building, pushing mobile stretchers, each of which held a motionless object covered by a body bag. Are those what I think they are? I asked quietly. Corpses, Evra confirmed. 6 so far. The police are still searching the building. What does that have to do with us? I asked uneasily. The victims, at least the first 4, have slit throats, which seem to be the means by which they were killed. In addition, the bodies appear, and I must stress that this is an early, unverified report, to have been drained of all their blood. First of all, once again, we see that Shan does not shy away from the macabre and nasty. I know this is horror, but that's really quite visceral. Like, as much as you would get something like that on the news, sure, but it's still very heavy for a kid's book. In universe, the implication is that a mass killer or satanic group is sacrificing people, real human people who are depraved, not a vampire, a creature of the night. The implication is that just a normal person, well, not a normal person, but a non-creature has done this, a human being. Secondly, their instinct is, unfortunately, obviously Crepsley has something to do with it. Remember, they don't know why he's been skulking about at night. He refuses to tell either of them, even Darren, about what's been going on with him. And now a bunch of people wind up dead with their blood drained. Yeah, I probably think it's him too. Chapter 10. Darren is pacing around the hotel room, spewing thoughts of wanting Crepsley dead. As far as he's aware, he's just had the biggest betrayal of trust from a man who overhauled his whole life while promising him that this kind aren't evil, nor are they killers. Everett, meanwhile, keeps his cool and tries to convince Darren to do the same. No, this situation doesn't look good, but they should get a little more proof before barreling into a situation where they could end up killing an innocent man. As he puts it, but I think we should have proof before we go after him. Chopping a person's head off is kind of final. If we find out later we were mistaken, there's no going back. We can't glue his head back on and say, oh, sorry, all a big mistake, no hard feelings. So, next up is finding out what the hell is going on and why. If he is the killer, he's doing all of this in the first place. So now we are starting to round back towards the beginning. I could tell we weren't going straight there, and I figured that they weren't actually going to end up taking Crepsley out, but the lead up is really good. It's morbidly fun. Who doesn't love a good murder mystery? Chapter 11. They end up shadowing Crepsley to see what the hell he's been getting up to, see if there's anyone in particular he's following, that sort of thing. First night, nothing. They end up losing sight at some point, and they never manage to catch up later on in the night. So what they do is they get some phones so they can make sure they're always like being able to keep up with like what he's doing and what the others are doing in the moment, like each other is doing in the moment. But even with the phones, it seems like there's no real way to know going in if they're going to be able to trail him on any given night. To be fair, he's probably got a lot of practice at being able to evade being noticed. My assumption was that Crepsley knew someone was onto him, but perhaps not who. Likely he wouldn't know who. He seems very much the type to just confront the boys if he thinks that they're interfering with his work, regardless of if he's the killer or not. Yeah, I don't think he spotted that somebody was following, apart from perhaps he thought that the, like, spoiler alert, actual killer was onto them. but even early on with the mystery element of this, the like thriller style stuff, I was immediately invested. And sure, thriller and horror are interconnected genres, so it's not surprising that Shan can put his hand to it, but I just love the way he makes things age appropriate. A lot of mystery books for preteens are often a little bit twee, even when they're dealing with darker subjects, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But I love that the one major difference between Shan and authors of thrillers for adults is just the simplicity of the language, without shying away from dark and serious matters. As far as these two are concerned, they're chasing a potential mass killer. Whether or not he also happens to be a vampire is kind of not unimportant, but it's certainly not the most important factor. I cannot overstate how well Shan balances knowing his audience with like writing dark topics. There are few genres that aren't meant for everybody, and Shan exemplifies that so well. Obviously, you know, you can write romance for your teen audience. You're less likely to write that for middle grade and under, but a romance is still a bit like okay for teenagers and young adults, but you're not going to be writing stuff with explicit content in there, which is why it's always horrifying to see a book like Icebreaker appear in like young adult sections of bookshops and things like that. But anyway, I think we usually start to see a lot more of this sort of stuff when we move up towards teen and young adult novels, but so many kids crave dark and nasty media. Not quite the same, but I loved Horrible Histories as a kid, and that was doing similar things in terms of taking some of the darker moments and bloodier moments in human history and making them palatable for a younger audience, knowing where the humour to dispel tension is appropriate and where to actually sit with some of the genuine horrors that have happened through our time on this planet. There are scenes coming up that are horrifying even as an adult reader, or perhaps because of it, but they still remain absolutely age appropriate. Back to the story. They've been following for a few nights now, probably about a week. No new bodies, as far as I was concerned, lending credence to the thought that Crepsley thinks he's being followed, if he is in fact the killer. If a killer thinks someone is directly on their tail, then they probably won't do any killing for a bit because they'll get caught, even a vampire. We know the generals have their eye on him with this situation in some way, and they know about Darren now. There are a lot of pieces at play here. Depending on your reading level, there's such a range in what you can get from this book if you go beyond what's on the page. And obviously that's easy for me to say. I have not been in the demographic for this for about 13 years. And that's at the older end of this demo. I have 2 degrees in the English and creative writing field. I can't call myself an expert, but I do have a unique amount of experience in reading further into works of literature compared to the average 12-year-old. Sure, this is far easier than doing essays on David Foster Wallace or any given part of the lit theory module, but we all have to start somewhere. I have not only been a reader my whole life, but I've also always loved writing, and I loved moving from the basic comprehension exercises through to more and more in-depth analysis of books, and books/series like this are a huge part of that. As we move into the stuff I have zero recollection of, it's great to see that it's not just nostalgia at play here. This is genuinely fantastic fiction, and if you have kids that love a little bit of the macabre, then this is still 100% for them. Now, while it's true that it's a case of if he's the killer, it seems he knows he's being tracked, it is around here that there's that little inkling that there's 2 trails going on here. Obviously, we have Darren and Evra trailing Crepsley, but it seems that he may also be tracking someone himself. It seems like it might actually be the actual killer, but there's not confirmation of that just yet. And there's very much a feeling of, but maybe I just don't want it to be him. We know how much Shan loves to mess with our feelings. And yes, we do get my story thoughts spelled out to us a little bit later, but remember, this is for a pretty wide audience, and it's not a flex that I can pick up what Darren Shan is putting down earlier than, say, a 9-year-old reader. While all this is going on, Darren hasn't forgotten about Debbie. While he does sleep through the day, he heads out a few hours before sunset so he can hang out with her. It's nice to see that he hasn't got so zeroed in on the stuff with Crepsley that she's been left to the wayside. I'd given up my nights to pursue Crepsley. I wasn't going to give up my days too. He does tell her that he can't see her at night anymore because it's because his quote-unquote dad doesn't like him being out at that time. Which, to be fair, it is because of his quote-unquote dad that he can't go out at night, but it's just not quite in the way that he's saying. Though at this point we don't see too much of their hangout, but like I say, it's nice to know that she hasn't been forgotten about by both characters and the author. Chapter 12. I didn't realise at first that Mr. Crepsley was following someone. He was hovering above a busy shopping street where he'd been for the better part of an hour studying the shoppers. Then, without warning, he climbed to the top of the building he'd been clinging to and started across the roof. We're noticeably getting closer to the hunt in the prologue, and that's clear in the amount of detail we're getting about this night. Then we see that he's following a fat man, which is confirmation of that. I like that there's a level of levity in these scenes, but there's balance kept where the tension... God, I just shit myself next door. I forgot I had my window open and I just heard this dog's barking so loud. I assume they're in the next door's yard. Jesus. I like that there's a level of levity in these scenes. Sorry if you can hear them. I don't really have a choice because I need to keep my window open. I like that there's a level of levity in these scenes, but there's a balance kept where the tension isn't immediately broken. We're at that early point before the actual chase where that stuff still works. Like, you couldn't do that during the opening scene where we're steadily getting back to. We're not dealing with the superhero movie type trope. There's a steady pace here, a slow stalk more than a high-speed chase as the boys realise they're following Crepsley and the fat man into an abattoir, which, by the way, abattoir is spelt so weird. I assume it's French, but to me, it should be a double B, single T, but that's by the by. Now, I absolutely assumed that this was leading right into the opening scene, but instead this would appear to be, assuming he is the killer, more of a reconnaissance mission. And we learn later that it's not that, but at this point it appears that he's like stalking him out. As with the vampire's assistant, the pacing here is far slower than Cirque Du Freak. Again, that makes a lot of sense given that Cirque Du Freak is as much of a standalone book as it is the opener to a series, whereas the others are far more a clear part of a series. While not always calling back to previous incidents, there is somewhat of an expectation that you already know what's come before. However, unlike Vampire's Assistant, this feels a lot more just like a sequel rather than set up a further series lore. We're still expanding the world and it's open for more to come, but Vampire's Assistant was doing a lot of setup work, which makes sense. I was curious to see how Shan worked with that idea of the saga being a series of trilogies, and I would say we're seeing that in action with these first three books. That's going to be interesting going forward though, because the next book isn't going to be a book one, so I'm curious to see how that works. I would assume that we're going to be doing like book one is big setup and then we're going to get smaller setup book two and then round out in book three, rather than like we have establishing in book one, which is kind of how we did it here, establishing the world in the case of actual book one, but in any other book one of the little trilogies we have establishing the wider themes for what's to come. Book two, we're doing like the kind of setup for a big thing that we're going to be dealing with by the end. Book 3 is going to be our round out of that, but either way, interesting. Chapter 13. Before dusk descended the next night, Evra went round to the block of flats to keep watch on the fat man. I stayed home in order to follow Mr. Crepsley. If the vampire headed for the flats, I'd join Evra. If he went elsewhere, we'd discuss the situation and decide whether Evra should desert his post or stay. The vampire rose promptly as the sun went down. He was looking more cheerful tonight, though he still wouldn't have looked out of place at a funeral parlour. While chatting with Darren, Crepsley says that his business may well be over before the 25th, them currently being on the 20th. However, he does say that Darren is welcome to stay for celebrations. Well, he says they'll all stay for Darren's sake, but the point is that that is such a lovely moment from Crepsley in the midst of everything else going on, even if he does think that'll all be done, to offer that to Darren, the only one of the three of them to celebrate, is so, like, I talk a lot about enjoying seeing how their relationship develops, and I think a little thing like that says so much, even if in that moment Darren doesn't trust him, Darren doesn't like him, Darren wants to do those things, but it's hard, and Crepsley doesn't know that. So he's still just being like, look, we can stay for the celebrations, we can... people talk about, it's like, I hate miscommunication and lack of communication in fiction. It's like, I think it's because you're not seeing it done well. Because miscommunication and lack of communication is used perfectly within this. And I understand why it sets some people off, because it's like, it's infuriating, but not... That's sort of the point. It's like seeing a villain and going, but I don't like them. And it's like, well, you're kind of not supposed to. Because there are two versions of not liking something. With that is, like, you're supposed to be frustrated by it, and this is written badly. And I think a lot of times with people, they don't like miscommunication is because it's written badly, not because it is an inherently bad trope. It's not something like, say, unexpected pregnancies and things like that, which I think is overused, and I often also don't like random unexpected pregnancies as well. I think that's less to do with writing and more just to do with, like, a thing that happens, whereas a miscommunication is far wider than that. Anyway, I did hope we would get a little Christmas moment with anybody here. Like something jovial and soft, but I doubted it. Like a moment of gentleness and levity in the chaos of it all, but I can't say I believed that's actually what I was getting. And there's a little bit of a Christmas moment later on, but it's also a bit of a scheme. So, swings and roundabouts, I guess. For a few nights, Crepsley is following the same path to the abattoir, not necessarily seeming to be following the fat man. Like I said at the beginning, that's just how he was referred to the whole time. He's never named. That's not me just being rude for the sake of it. The only person who I call fat on repeat is my cat Zelda. And in my defense, she is fucking fat. She's not huge, she's just chunky. And I think body shaming my cat is funny. Is that distasteful? Maybe, but I also enjoy it, so you can't take that away from me. During the day, at some point, Darren scoped the abattoir and found a rusty knife. I came sniffing around the abattoir today to familiarise myself with the layout, and I found this knife lying in a bin at the back. I guess it was too rusty to be of any use. That's what you're going to use? Ever asked quietly. I nodded. I'll slit his throat, I whispered. I'll wait for him to make his move, then I clenched my jaw shut. You know when people talk about shocking moments in horror, it's often something really graphic or like a big twist. But Darren just being so forthright and saying he'll slit Crepsley's throat really just... I was like, oh God. Like there's no treading around it. I think it's one of those where like the boldness is a part of it, but I do also think it's because of the demo for the book. I know I talk about that a lot, but it's obviously an inherent part of the way that the horror plays into things. Hearing about throat slitting in a children's book is bold, but it's not so gratuitous that it feels wholly inappropriate. Like I said, Horrible Histories is for the same demographic as this. It's just one of those like, oh, right, yeah. We get a good back and forth between Darren and Evra here, with Evra saying we have to sort of let the fat man be a fall guy to confirm that Crepsley is the killer, where Darren is a little more preemptive than that, feeling that he should go before Crepsley has the chance, not waiting to find if there's something else going on, no taking chances. And I like the way that kind of plays into the way that Darren is like, there's still a lot of human in him. Not to say that there isn't humanity within Evra, but I mean that like Evra has lived his life among different people. He's lived a life very differently, whereas Darren has lived that normal human life, and it's like we can't let a man die just to prove this. If he is getting to the point where he's clearly going to kill him, we have to stop that. And they agree to follow Darren's lead. Chapter 14. On the night of the 22nd of December, Mr. Crepsley made his move. Ever says that while he'll still hang back as he promised, he's going to remain within the abattoir so he knows what's going on. Otherwise he'll be full of worry. This decision will come back later in a rather unfortunate way, but we'll get there when we get there. Haha, I love these books so much. Oh. But they're still trailing Crepsley at this point. The tension is steadily building. I'm so hot, my brain is melting out of my ears. Does the heat make anybody else... I'm not the smartest man in the world anyway, but does the heat make anybody else feel stupid? Anyway, the tension is steadily being built up, but we're still at like a low hum at the minute. The fat man is just going about his business. Presumably he works at this place. Crowley is following at a safe distance behind. No real clue that the boys are on his tail. It's a great setup, but like I said, Ever is only going so far, so Darren can go on ahead and do what needs to be done. But there was no need for Darren to say, "It's been nice knowing you, everyone, because I'm sensitive, alright?" There's one character above everyone else, sorry Darren, that I want safe and protected from the inherent danger present throughout these books, and his name is Evra Bloody Von. The fear I had as soon as Darren said that, because like I know that Darren's not the only one that's like that his life is at stake. Sure, he could be banged up and hurt, but it's the Saga of Darren Shan, for God's sake. I think it's pretty safe to assume that he'll make it past book 3 of 12. But Evra has no guarantee of safety, and there's also like an inherent safety of Darren because it's all told past tense. And like I know he's keeping diaries, so there may be a point at the end where it's like taken over by somebody else. But like I said, we're in book 3. Evra doesn't have that kind of guaranteed safety. But as you might have gathered, we are now back where we started. Shan opts out of that, like, for want of a better way of putting it, copy-paste method of bringing us back with the exact same passage. Neither a critique or a compliment, just a statement really. It can be sort of more obvious to us exactly where we are with like the use of the same text, but it's not really necessary. As we go through this scene, we know it's the point where Darren is set on having to kill Crepsley, so it's fair to assume we're back at the beginning. The lead up is exactly as excellent as you'd expect. By now, you've sat through a good few hours of me yapping about Shan's horror prowess, so it sort of goes without saying, really. But because we have a double chase going on, things don't quite go to plan. For anyone. The fat man is startled by a sound, making him look in the opposite direction Crepsley needs him to just as he leaps at him. As this is happening, Darren hesitates for a second just too long, so rather than getting Crepsley how he planned, he ends up off target. I yelled as I bounded after him, screaming loudly, partly to shock him out of his attack, partly because I was so horrified by what I was doing. The scream caused Mr. Crepsley to whip around, his eyes widened incredulously. Since he wasn't looking ahead any longer, he crashed awkwardly into the fat man and the two went sprawling to the ground. I fell on Mr. Crepsley and struck with the knife. The blade cut into the top of the vampire's left arm and bit deeply into his flesh. He roared with pain and tried shoving me off. I pushed him down. He was in a difficult position, his extra weight and strength no use to him, and drew back my arm, meaning to bring the knife down with all my force in a long, lethal strike. I never made the killer cut, because as my arm flew back, it connected with somebody floating downwards, somebody who jumped from above, somebody who screeched as my arm struck him and rolled away from me as fast as he could. Forgetting the vampire for a moment, I looked over my shoulder at the rolling figure. I could tell it was a man, but that was all I could tell until he stopped moving and got to his feet. But the new figure in the room doesn't really seem to be a man, not quite anyway. He's tall, broad and bloated, dressed in a dirty all-white suit. Now, that's not so inhuman. That's just Kiryukazma after eating too much dairy or something. But there's more to his physical description. His skin is blotchy and purple, while his hair, eyes, lips and nails are all a deep blood red. Not exactly who you want to be seeing at any given moment, not least of all one with stakes like this. Darren is thrown back into Crepsley, sending them both to the floor. The thing shrieks at them before climbing out of a window at the top of the room. Crepsley tries to follow him, but it's too late, and he's already gone. He's almost immediately on Darren, berating him left, right and centre. All the while, you can tell that Darren's head is spinning. No clue what's just happened or what the hell is going on. If you weren't able to come up with this earlier, here's the point where you realise that Crepsley is not trying to kill the fat man, but rather protect him. And now we know what from. Or at least we've seen what from. We don't know that what he is quite yet. Chapter 15. There was a long, edgy period of silence, minutes passing slowly. I felt around my ribs, none broken. I stood and gritted my teeth as my insides flared with pain. I'd be tender for days to come. Making my way over to Mr. Crepsley, I cleared my throat. "Who was that?" I asked. He glared at me and shook his head. "Idiot," he growled. "What were you doing here?" "Trying to stop you killing him," I said, pointing to the fat man. Mr. Crepsley stared at me. "I heard about those 6 people on the news," I explained. "I thought you were the killer. I trailed—" "You thought I was the murderer?" Mr. Crepsley roared. I nodded glumly. "You are even dumber than I thought. Do you have so little faith in me that you—" "What else was I to think?" I cried. "You never tell me anything. You disappeared into the city each night, not saying a thing about where you were going or what you were doing. What was I supposed to think when I heard 6 people had been found drained of their blood?" "Here's the thing. Nobody is really in the right here. It's a matter of miscommunication. However, I have to say, this is far more Crepsley's mistake than it is Darren's. And I know I'm led to be on Darren's side more than I am Crepsley's, but it is hard to justify just how secretive he's been. And in his defence, Crepsley quickly admits that he's in the wrong, saying that he knew Darren was headstrong when he brought him in to be his assistant and should have trusted Darren with the facts, rather than wanting to keep the gory details away from him. We learn that this creature, who is called Merlot, is something called a Vampanese. The word seemed kind of familiar. That's what I mentioned right back at the beginning. The one word I was like, oh, that... yeah. So I guess I did read this at least once, though while scripting I realised that during my review blog days I did listen to the audiobooks of a few of these. I know the first few, I think it was the first 3, maybe even the 4th one, but I can tell you I barely remember having done that. And I was not good at keeping notes until way too recently, so those reviews probably weren't that in depth, and I don't mean they weren't as in depth as this. I mean they just were not in depth at all. Point is, maybe that's why Vampanese was vaguely familiar as well. There may be a couple of details that I go, oh yeah, I remembered that from the audiobooks. They're just stuck in there, but I cannot remember that at all. The Vampanese, he searched for words. In olden nights, humans were looked down upon by many vampires who fed on them as people feed on animals. It was not unusual for vampires to drink dry a couple of people a week. Over time, we decided this was not acceptable, so laws were established which forbade needless killing. Most vampires were content to obey the laws. It is easier for us to pass unnoticed among humans if we do not kill them. But some felt our cause had been betrayed. Certain vampires believed humans were put on this planet for us to feed upon. "That's crazy," I shouted. "Vampires start off as humans. What sort of—" "Please," Mr. Crepsley interrupted. "I am only trying to explain how these vampires thought. I am not condoning their actions. 700 years ago, events came to a head. 70 vampires broke away from the rest and declared themselves a separate race. They called themselves the Vampanese and established their own rules and governing bodies. Basically, the Vampanese believe it is wrong to feed from a human without killing. They believe there is nobility in draining a person and absorbing their spirit, as you absorbed part of Sam Grest's when you drank from him, and that there is shame in taking small amounts, feeding like a leech. Their appearance comes from the excessive amount of blood they drink. Kind of like flamingos, I guess. Flamingos don't drink blood. I just mean that the food that they eat is what makes their appearance. Or maybe flamingos are vampires, who knows? And much like flamingos, there is a question of whether they're morally corrupt or just generally purely evil. Is it something they can change, or is it something that they are? It's hard to argue the difference, but it's also like kind of about perception, because like from a human perspective, because they don't know any better, vampires and vampires are like exactly the same because of the myths of vampires. Like Crepsley says to Darren, how long do you think it would be before somebody tried to kill you if your true identity was known? It's complicated, basically. If a vampire kills, it's for survival. If a vampanese kills, it's because of their belief systems. But to an outsider who doesn't have that context, what's the difference? They leave the refrigerator room, leaving the passed out fat man in there. I assume he won't have any memory of what happened. As they're discussing Merlot and the vampanese in general, my thoughts immediately went to Ezra, because he is my son boy, and I need to know he's safe at any given point in time. But we're just not getting anything on him at this point. We do get a little bit of vampanese lore, though. They don't usually live as long as vampires, because they're more likely to be caught and killed by humans. Merlot has been around much longer than most of them. They won't kill someone in their home, acting more like general human serial killers, preying on people, hiding the bodies, or making it look like an accident. This refusal to kill in the home is what led to the myth of vampires needing to be invited in a roundabout way. They stick to their rules meticulously unless they go mad, which isn't entirely unusual, though Merlot seems to have kept his sanity. They'll mark their prey with 3 small scratches while the prey is sleeping. This is during the hunting stage. They're very meticulous in their hunts. But if I woke up with that, I would just assume one of my cats got me in my sleep. Which I think is like kind of the point, that it's just like a thing that you would go, oh, I've caught myself, that sort of thing. Crepsley, in his usual cold way, says that the best outcome after this mishap is that Merlot has fled the city. Not because he'll stop, but this city is where Crepsley is from, so he has a connection to it that he doesn't have anywhere else. Vampires are, after all, transient beings. He feels a level of protection over this place that he just doesn't anywhere else. The only reason he was called on this case was the connection to it. A non-general can deal with a vampanese, whereas a general's involvement could lead to war between the two races. Pearl knew Crepsley would not let harm come to his city. Like England. England is my city. The plan, therefore, is to head back to the Cirque Du Freak. Darren is about as happy about that, as you might expect, and I have to agree with him on that. While Crepsley may not have connections to other places, it might be nice for him to learn empathy for more people than just Darren and a little bit Evra. But as they're walking back the way they came in, there was a sharp crunching noise as my foot came down on something and crushed it. Taking a step back, I bent and picked up the object for a closer examination. With a sinking feeling in my gut, I realised what it was. The broken remains of a mobile phone. Evra! I screamed, dashing forward. I encountered signs of a scuffle further on. The dust in this area had been severely disturbed, as though somebody had been thrashing about in it. Thousands of motes were drifting in unsettled clouds through the air. What is it? Mr. Crepsley asked, approaching warily. I showed him the crushed phone. Evra's? He guessed. I nodded. The vampanese must have got him, I said, horrified. Mr. Crepsley sighed and hung his head. Then Evra is dead, he said bluntly, and kept his gaze lowered as I started to cry. Darren Shan, No. Of any given character to take away from me, not him, not the boy, the way my heart sank when I read this, but I swear it also kicked me into fight or flight mode at any given moment, just being like, Evra should be the only focus from here on in. He's just like, he's a good boy, man, he doesn't deserve this, and too right I refuse to believe in Crepsley's conclusion. Fuck this. And I know that's the point. I know in any given dark book, be it horror or whatever other similar genre, you take the character, as an author, you take the characters that your readers connect with, and you fuck with your readers, but also, no. But we have to move forward. Chapter 16. Crepsley checks them out of the hotel for their own protection, but they don't head out of the city right away as I feared they would, instead checking into a new hotel. Clearly, Crepsley, while believing that Evra won't make it, thinks that he will be kept alive for long enough to get info on the rest of the group, which I don't want to think about, but I guess I'll have to confront that down the line. I was also upset, not at Shan, but the characters, if that makes sense, that they didn't immediately go searching. Like, I know storytelling wise why they didn't go right away, but from a I want to see him not suffer please point of view, I'm annoyed. But instead, Darren goes to visit Debbie, which is like, yay, we love Debbie, but also go find your fucking friend, Darren. She can tell something's up, but she doesn't push him, even when he tells her that Evra can't make Christmas Eve, telling her that he has flu. He's snippy with her, but quickly apologises, telling her that despite it being the 23rd when they're talking, he doesn't know if he'll make it to the Christmas Eve events with her family, because he says that his dad may be making them skip town. They don't hang out long, and he makes it look like he's walking back to the hotel that they were originally staying at, so she doesn't get, suspicious. It was then I heard a soft chuckling noise beneath my feet. Glancing down through the bars of the grill, I saw nobody and thought I must have been hearing things, but then a voice came out of the shadows. "I like your girlfriend, Darren Shan." It giggled, and I knew instantly who it was down there. "A very tasty dish, good enough to eat, wouldn't you say? Much tastier looking than your other friend. Much tastier than Evra." It was Merlot, the mad Vampanese. First of all, here's where we learn that the eponymous tunnels are the sewer system under the city. Second of all, that voice coming up from the grate is so haunting. The way I would shit myself, and it only gets worse. Chapter 17. I dropped to my knees and peered through the bars of the grill. It was dark down there, but after a few seconds I was able to make out the rough figure of the fat Vampanese. "What's your girlfriend's name?" Merlot asked. "Anne, Beatrice, Catherine, Diane, Elsa, Franny, Geraldine, Henrietta, Eileen, Josie." He stopped, and I could sense him frowning. "No, wait, Eileen begins with an E, not an I. Are there any women's names beginning with an I? I can't think of any offhand. How about you, Darren Shan? Any ideas? Any notions?" He pronounced my first name oddly, so that it rhymed with Joran. I know he does speak at the end of the last chapter, but until that point, I fully did not expect him to speak. I think because he's such a, I know he's described as a bit fatter, but he's kind of a Nosferatu type character, and I just expect him I assumed he'd be silent, but the voice that comes out is so jarring. Were I a decent voice actor, I might be able to provide you an idea of what came into my head. For me, there's a strange airiness to it, and definitely, at least some of the time, high-pitched, not like a shrill sound. I'm trying to think of what characters come to mind that relate to it. A little like Nicola from the Magnus Archives. If you don't know the podcast but follow enough cosplayers, you've probably heard this sound before. That, if I can't find it, that "I'm not anything silly." The joys of an overactive imagination makes characters like this even creepier when you are already in the writer, which, to be fair, Shan already sets you up with a pretty good base level. He's got a bit of the Igor about him as well, just immediately an uncomfortable character to be around. He also tells Darren that he's basically been torturing information out of Evra, which Crepsley had suspected. That's why they moved hotels, if you recall. So he's been cutting scales away, and says that he's currently hanging him by his ankles, and he keeps begging to be let free, which, as you would, to be fair. And here's the thing. As far as constantly toying with your emotions goes, Shan is far less constant with it in this book as he was in previous installments. But when he does, it's stuff like this, where you just feel helpless. Evra is only a year or two older than Darren, I think, making him still below the 20 mark. At most, he's 19. Because I think he said he's 2 years older than Darren. And at the end of the last book, the end of the last book, he was about 16. He was at most 16. It's been a year. So, yeah, he's going to be at most, Evra's going to be at most 19 now. And he's just dealing with grade A nasty shit. And I get that I'm reading a book where bad things are going to happen. I'm reading a horror book. So even to the best of characters, bad things are going to happen. I am not complaining that the characters in a horror book are going through strife. What I am saying is that Shan knows how to tug on my heartstrings in particular. And it hurts. Like, in my notes, I was just hopeful that he was at least alive. As if that isn't bare minimum what you want for your blowbows. Knowing that Everett and Debbie are the easiest way to get to Darren and to get a rise out of him, Merlot keeps wanging on about Debbie and how he's going to find her and get her next. And he calls her a juicy looking girl, which... Don't do that, please. She's like 17 years old. You got enough bullshit going on without adding nonsense to that list. Nasty ass. But Darren is trying to bargain with Merlot, but isn't getting particularly far, which is to be expected, given that Merlot is the bad kind of certified freak. He also occasionally speaks in third person, so note that down. And please also note that everything I hate about Merlot is praise towards Shan rather than critique. Merlot is deeply unsettling and a villain that screams classic horror in a variety of ways. Allusions to classic horror have been scattered through these books by way of both classic cinema and literature. So it's not surprising at all to see a villain like this. He feels both like an homage, but also something that remains unique to Sharon's work, and it's always wonderful to see that kind of balance being struck. Thing is, Merlot doesn't really care at all about Darren or Everett. They're pawns to him and really a way to get to Crepsley, so he offers Darren a deal. If he wants Everett back, then he can have him, just so long as he hands Crepsley over. Even so, the Vampanese went on, if you had to choose between the two, who would you pick? If their lives hung in the balance and you could only save one, who would it be? I didn't have to consider that very long. Everett, I said evenly. There you are, Merlot boomed. But Mr. Crepsley's life isn't in danger, I said. You want me to use him to get Everett off the hook? I shook my head sadly. I won't do that. I won't betray him or lead him into a trap. There it is! The single easiest moment for him to do exactly what he said right back at the start of his time as a half vampire. I mentioned it a couple of times during the last book, but I will bring that quote back one more time. Okay, I sighed. I don't like it, but my hands are tied. I just want you to know this. If I ever get the chance to betray you, I will. If the opportunity arises to pay you back, I'll take it. You'll never be able to trust me. And don't get me wrong, there are 9 more books for him to take that chance, but for all intents and purposes, we just reached the book marking the end of a trilogy where that opportunity was most likely to be taken. And in the moment where he could do it, maybe even should, Crepsley is far more likely to be able to hold his own than ever. He can't do it. Despite everything, he knows that not only does he need Crepsley, he would still be in dire straits on his own. Like, I phrased that really badly, but you know what I mean. So he leaves Merlot behind, despite knowing what that may well mean for Everett. He has to head to Crepsley and give him the lowdown to see what they can do. I have never ended a chapter in these books more stressed than this one, I think. Jesus, because everything else, like, it tends to be one of those things where it's like, oh, there are tensions and things coming, but in this one it's just like there's no way of kind of knowing what might be next in this moment. Chapter 18. Crepsley isn't entirely pleased that Darren went back to the square, but until this point he didn't know he had a reason to be going out there anyway. So Darren finally tells him about Debbie and is surprised to find that he's not annoyed that he's seeing someone. There's a lot of compassion towards Darren in this scene. They're becoming that proper little found family. However, they are missing one of the siblings, so I would appreciate you two kicking things into gear and getting my boy. And in all fairness, Crepsley is set on figuring out the best way to do so as soon as possible, knowing that the sewer system is the safest bet for finding him, going so far as to say that he will go ahead with Merlot's offer if it comes to it and trade himself for Everett. If that's still on the table, which it likely wouldn't be. I love seeing the growth here. The fatherly side of Crepsley comes through in moments like this, and it really warms my heart. Not least of all because it's now expanding from just being that way about Darren. It's not just a loyalty to the Cirque either. Mr. Tall seems like the only one he has out and out loyalty to there, and yet he still says he'll make that offer, and I see no reason to distrust him when he says as much. Although I do think that offer is as much for Darren's sake as it is for Evra's, like, if I'm being totally honest. Sure, Evra's life is the one being saved, but Evra is the only friend Darren has, and Crepsley knows that. Without Evra, Darren would not do well at all. Like, if it has to be the option of if only one of them can survive, Crepsley might be able to hold his own, Evra isn't going to be able to, and Darren needs someone with him. So the pair head down into the sewer system, which is far more vast and winding than they'd expected. You could fit a small town into the space these damn pipes are taking up, as Crepsley puts it. As they're exploring the tunnels, Darren comes to the realisation that Evra may not be the only target of Merlot. After all, he was very intent on bringing Debbie up left, right and centre, and there's a chance that Evra's blood won't be consumable for him given, Snake Boy. But we round out the chapter on the implication that they're about to use Debbie as bait for Merlot, which I can't say I'm a huge fan of, but if I'm totally honest, I get it. But the thing is, like, she's really cool and does not deserve to be used as fucking bait. Chapter 19. Darren calls Debbie's house to let them know that he will be coming to their Christmas Eve celebrations if he's still invited, telling them that Evra still can't make it. He's totally still ill and everything. But Darren arrives at 2 p.m. Bottle of wine in hand for the dinner. While dinner is cooking, Darren lets them know that he and his family will be leaving that evening under the ruse that his mother and father are bringing the whole family together just for Christmas. And everything is truly wholesome through dinner. It's laughs and playfulness, and after all that, they could do with a drink. I was smiling to myself as I fetched the wine from the fridge and peeled back the tin foil from the top. The corkscrew was in the sink. I rinsed it, then opened the bottle. I sniffed. I didn't know much about wine, but it certainly smelt nice. And found 4 clean glasses. I rooted through my pockets for a couple of seconds, then fiddled with 3 of the glasses. Next, I poured the wine and returned to the table. Now, I'll be totally honest, I kind of missed that little bit with him talking about fiddling with 3 of the glasses. And it's a line you might not think about until it comes up later along with the final part of this chapter. And it all seems very normal if you're not quite paying attention, and I apparently wasn't. It just makes stuff a little bit more surprising later on. But overall, the scene is really wholesome, and because I wasn't quite paying attention, my thoughts at the end were like, that's so soft and sweet, what the hell are you planning, Shan? And I know Darren's doing something, but I still kind of stand by that wholesomeness. It's a really soft scene in the middle of the, the nastier part of the book. Chapter 20. Late Christmas Eve, down in the tunnels. They've been searching for a few hours to no avail, and it seems like it's getting to them. They're bickering with each other at first, but it quickly rises into full-blown arguments. Spoiler alert, I fell for this, but it's a ruse to get to Merlot. It looks like Crepsley is downed in the dark, and Darren seems like his impulsivity is getting the better of him. I was out here like, I wonder if Darren will ever stop being impulsive. I say this as I throw stones from my glass house, but apparently I'm Boo-Boo the Fool, no smarter than Merlot of all people, who's a nasty little freak and not in a fun way. I think I've made that joke already, but we'll get to that reveal chronologically in a moment. For now, Darren has been taken in by Merlot and he blacks out. Chapter 21. When I came to, I found myself face to face with a skull. Not any old skull either. This still had flesh on it, and one of the eyeballs was floating in its socket. Lovely way to start a chapter, just how I want to wake up after being knocked out in the sewer system. Darren realises that he's been strung up by the ankles and is currently hanging upside down. I bet the world looks different from there, Merlot said. Twisting around, I couldn't move my limbs, but I could still swing about. I saw him sitting a little way from the skull, chewing on a fingernail. He stuck out a foot and began rocking the skull. "Say hello to Evra," he chuckled. Look, it's not that I thought Shan would genuinely kill Evra off so nonchalantly. The next page we find out that he's worse for wear but still alive. But the fact that Shan thought it was fine to scare the shit out of me like that. "Oh, but Autumn is a horror book. The author is meant to frighten you." Not like that. Not like that. The way my heart sank. That, like, oh god, but what if he has just to fuck with me personally? I would have been so annoyed. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I'm not quite ready to hunt Darren Shan for sport just yet. Everett is alive. He's not well, though. He's visibly injured across his body, and he's clearly weak and feeble. Any fight he might have once had taken out of him. And it's rough to read, him being my fave or not. It's nasty stuff, but Darren hasn't had to go through that stuff yet, so he's still got that chutzpah, which unfortunately does end up with him getting socked in the jaw. Merlot had also heard Darren and Crepsley on the way in, and Darren tries to bait him in by saying that Crepsley is all alone in the dark, but that doesn't work just yet. For a bit of context on this next passage, it is Merlot talking. He's just doing that shit where he talks in third person again. "Merlot's afraid of nothing," he told me, "especially not a weak old vampire like Crepsley. What sort of a vampire is it that consorts with children? He isn't worth bothering with. I'll pick him off later. You have more guts. You're more hot-blooded." Merlot bent and tweaked my cheeks. "I like hot blood," he said softly. "What sort of vampire consorts with children? What sort of vampire, or any other grown adult for that matter, calls a child juicy looking? Pipe down, mister." Darren also rightly points out that he can't be fed from, given, vampire blood. And it turns out Evra's no better. Unfortunately, Merlot has a comeback for that one, which is just to kill the two of them off. Can't have any trouble from them if they're dead. He leaves and returns for 2 knives, clearly what he's been using to torture Evra with, because he starts whimpering and when he sees them, which, oh, yeah, it breaks my heart. But Merlot tells Darren that he saw Crepsley leave the tunnels right before he got a hold of Darren, which Darren says he doesn't believe, but it becomes clear that everything is part of the plan. It's really nicely done. The audience is kept in the dark enough that it's a nice twist, but there are little signs that Merlot is being led to believe he's the one in control. It's clearly not a plan that's guaranteed to work, but Darren does have a good head on his shoulders, or shoulders on his head in his current state. He's good at working people like this. He plays being heartbroken and being in disbelief that Crepsley would do something like this so well, man. He scraped the knives together again and circled around behind us, where we couldn't see him. No shit. Sorry. I know I talk a lot about the show don't tell and telling over showing and all of that sort of stuff and how he balances all that really nicely, but he's behind us and we can't see him is kind of like a yeah, no shit. Anyway, I'll start that again. He scraped the knives together again and circled around behind us where we couldn't see him. "Which one shall I start with?" he mused, hopping about behind us. "I think I'll choose." He went very quiet. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing upright. "You!" he suddenly roared and threw himself on me. Chapter 22. Merlot pulled my head back. I felt the blade of a knife poking into the soft flesh of my throat. I stiffened in anticipation of the cut. I wanted to scream, but the blade stopped me. This is it, I thought. This is the end. What a lousy, useless way to die. Really beautiful way to open the chapter. I love that restriction of desperately wanting to scream. It's one of those where you can really feel it. It's lovely work. I love that kind of horror. It's very empathetic type stuff, or sympathetic. Yeah, no, empathetic. Sorry, my brain doesn't let me remember which way around that is at any given point in time. But point is, I'm not a huge fan of anything in horror with scenes like this where you've got people who are basically being tortured. I don't like stuff where it's just gore, 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 gore. But stuff like that is very tense it's about emotion rather than visuals. Don't get me wrong, I love some body horror. I love reading Junji Ito and things like that, but I mean, obviously you're not going to get that sort of stuff. There's some like visceral stuff in here, but like, you know your audience. But I love stuff like this where it's a lot more playing on emotions. Evra is clearly not the same person he was when he and Darren first went into the abattoir, saying that Darren should never have come to get him in the first place. But Darren hasn't been quite so worn down just yet. Though the thought of Evra getting hurt clearly hurts more than like getting hurt himself. Only serving to egg Merlo on more, really. But we also get to see the cogs turn in Darren's head real time. Yes, there has been some level of planning going into this, but in the moment things don't always go the way they do in plans. And there's just going to be a lot of on-the-fly type stuff from him here, because it's like the timing of everything and making sure you've got to work with what Merlo's doing rather than pushing your own plan, because he would figure it out, and it's being played so nicely. For example, suggesting that after this Merlo will have to leave town if he wants to remain alive. Merlo isn't best pleased about that. He really loves the tunnels, but from what Darren is saying, he'll have to go. Crepsley will come back, likely with the generals in tow. Here's the thing, the generals and the Vampanese don't get into each other's business unless one goes directly after the other. I mean like vampires going after Vampanese or vice versa, not just generals in this case. But what I mean is, tell me, what is Darren? At least half of him is a vampire. So it's great watching Darren guide Merlo through everything, knowing that it's all playing into exactly what he's been planning. And even when you're reading this as like you don't have the context of that, the appearance that this is all on the fly and cogs are just turning, it's so good to watch him actually use his brain. Unfortunately, the plan isn't exactly perfect. Darren is safe now. Don't want to deal with the generals, but they aren't exactly going to care much about Evra, no matter what his connection to a guy like Crepsley is. Seemingly in this moment, Darren panics though, but it becomes clear later on this is kind of where it was heading. It was not necessarily clear that that's how Merlo was going to react, but there was going to be a moment where Darren could say, I'll give you somebody else, somebody even better. Merlo laughed. Who could you give me, Darren Shan? I'll give you... I gulped deeply, shut my eyes and whispered the terrible words. What was that? Merlo asked, pausing suspiciously. Speak up. I didn't hear you. I said, I licked my lips and forced the words out again, louder this time. I said I'll give you my girlfriend. If you spare Evra, I'll give you Debbie. And here's the thing. Even if it is part of a plan, which wasn't 100%, I wasn't 100% on at this point, it's a very dangerous game. I thought this was going to be more a case of literally using her as bait, but we'll have to wait and see how that actually comes together. Chapter 23. Evra, for obvious reasons, is not in on this plan, so he immediately calls for Darren to take that back, but Darren plows through. He knows that Merlo wants her. It's an easy way to hurt Darren, and he can actually drink from her. He even calls her juicy again, and I really wish he wouldn't. I'm I know he's talking about her blood, but also, And as he started pushing Merlo more on the idea of going after her, that's where when I was reading it, started to get oh, this is kind of planned. I couldn't work out if how big of a plan this was, but I was starting to put pieces together. I was thinking that Evra may end up being the spanner in the works here, but we're quite close to the end, so if he did cause problems, they weren't going to be major. But because of this, Darren has to make a choice. He has to look like a bit of a rotten bastard. How can you do it? He asked. How can you give her up as if she was just a human? I said shortly. I was going to say animal. I smiled thinly. To a vampire, it's the same thing. You're my best friend, Evra. Debbie's just a human I was soft on. Evra shook his head. I don't recognise you any longer, he said sadly, and turned away from me. All right. Merlo reached a decision. He drew back his knives, then thrust them forward. I winced, but he only cut the ropes around my ankles. I fell heavily to the floor. "We'll do it your way," the Vampanese declared. "But if you put one foot out of place—" "I won't," I said, getting up. "Now, how about your word?" "What?" "You haven't given it to me yet. I'm not leaving without it." The Vampanese grinned. "Clever boy," he gurgled. "All right, I give you my word. The girl for Snaky, Debbie forever. Is that good enough for you?" I shook my head. "Say you'll let me go when you're finished with Debbie. Say you won't stop me coming back to free Evra. Say you'll do nothing to harm either of us afterwards." Merlo laughed. "Oh, you're clever, all right. Almost as clever as young Merlo. Very well, I'll let you go. I'll do nothing to stop you coming back or hurt you once you're free." He raised a finger. "But if you ever return to the city, or if our paths cross in the future, it'll be death. This is a temporary reprieve, not a long-term guarantee. Agreed?" Agreed. It's hard, but it's one of those where you go, this is necessary, and hopefully it'll be dealt with down the line, either explicitly or implicitly. But he still tells Evra that he'll be back to get... But he still tells Evra that he'll be back to get them to the Cirque later on, even if he doesn't answer. And Darren is let down from being strung up, like you saw in there, so he can head to Debbie's house, though he is bound with ropes, so he can't, like, escape or try anything. Chapter 24. Darren makes Merlo mark the path they take, so he can easily make his way back to Evra when this is over, and to his dismay, because he is strung up, he has to be carried by Merlo on a few occasions. Not an ideal situation, given that Merlo absolutely fucking reeks. They're talking when they reach the surface, and it's clear that Merlo is getting a little bit suspicious of Darren, given that he seems to be pushing, going after Debbie a little bit too hard, but Darren is quick on his feet with this stuff, like I've said. "You seem to be very keen to lead me to your girlfriend," he said suspiciously. I shrugged as best as I could beneath the ropes. "The longer I have to wait, the worse I'm going to feel," I said. "I know what has to be done, and I don't like it, and I feel awful afterwards, but all I want right now is to have it over and done with, so I can fetch Everett and find someplace warm and lie down and relax. My feet are blocks of ice." They get to Debbie's house, and while Merlo says that if her parents come in, he will kill them, they head straight for the girl's room. The Christmas tree is still bare, their tradition not able to be fulfilled quite yet, and the outline of Debbie's body can be seen under the covers. The smell of her blood was thick in the air. He approached the bed from the side nearest the door, stopping half a metre away, then he produced something from one of his pockets. Straining my eyes, I realised it was a bag. Opening it, he took out some kind of salt-like substance and sprinkled it on the floor. I wanted to ask what it was for, but I didn't dare speak. I guessed it was some kind of ritual the Vampanese performed when they killed somebody at home. Mr. Crepsley had told me they were big on rituals. Merlo walked around the bed, sprinkling the salt, muttering words I could make no sense of. When he was finished, he strolled back to the foot of the bed, glanced over to make sure I was watching, and then, in one swift move, almost too quick for me to follow, leapt on the bed, landed with foot either side of the sleeping form, jerked back the covers, and lashed out with both knives. Killer cuts, which would slash open Debbie's throat and end her life in an instant. Chapter 25. Merlo's knife swished through the air, through the space where Debbie's neck should have been, and through the soft fabric of the pillows and mattress. But not through Debbie, because Debbie wasn't there. Merlo stared down at the creature tied to the bed, its hooves and snout bound as tightly as I was. His jaws quivered. He couldn't bring himself to say the word. "It's a goat," I finished for him, smiling grimly. Merlo turned slowly, his face a mask of confusion. But, while he was spluttering, trying to figure out what was happening, the door of one of the wardrobes opened, and Mr. Crepsley stepped out. I was gagged. Like I kept saying, I thought they were baiting him, actually using her. I did not see this coming, and I love it so much. It genuinely made me laugh. I love some shenanigans like this. That's iconic as hell. The fight between Mr. Crepsley and Merlot is quick and furious. It's not a fight between two men, after all, but between two apex predators and creatures of the night on top of that. It's broken down really nicely by Shan, so you still get a feel for what happens. It's not rushed, but it also doesn't drag on beyond what's necessary for a short burst of a fight. It ends when Crepsley drives his hard, sharp nails directly into Merlot's belly. Merlot gasped and went deathly still. The knife dropped from his hand and he gazed down. Mr. Crepsley's hand had disappeared into the flesh of the Vampanise's belly, all the way up to his forearm. He left the hand there a moment, then yanked back sharply, bringing guts and a torrent of dark blood with it. Vile. Absolutely vile. 10 out of 10. As I said in my notes, get bent, you big purple bitch. Isn't it good knowing that people survive in this one? Doesn't that feel good, Shan? Yeah, fine, Merlot died, but he's a villain for God's sake, and he tortured Evra. Fuck that guy. The good survived in this one. Chapter 26. Now for the cleanup. Merlot gets dumped back in the sewers. He's in his happy place. He is dead, so leave him there. The Debbie decoy goat gets set free because it managed to survive. Apparently earlier on, there's sort of a bit of backtracking saying, oh, Darren had stolen her from a zoo. I cannot track when that would have happened. I'm side-eyeing that a little bit, but I'm sure there was still some time. I'm assuming, because it's from the city zoo. So what I'm assuming is that that's happened between the phone call of him saying, hey, I can make it to your Christmas thing, and the 2 p.m. mark when they get there. I assume that's when that happened. Also, got to clean up all the blood. Debbie and her parents aren't going to want to wake up on Christmas with the house covered in blood. Also, I don't think I remember to mention, so it says earlier, oh, the house smelled of Debbie's blood. They took a small amount and put it on the goat, but they've not drained her of blood or anything like that. They've taken a tiny amount just to make sure the goat smelled right, as it were. Last up is getting the family back into their rooms, into their beds. They'd been conked out, sleeping in the attic. The entire night had been planned. The wine I brought for dinner, I drugged it when I was in the kitchen. I added one of Mr. Crepsley's potions to the wine, a tasteless little concoction that knocked everybody out within 10 minutes. They'd be asleep for several more hours yet, and wake up with sore heads, but otherwise no ill effects. I smiled as I wondered what they'd think when they woke in bed, fully dressed, with no memories of the previous night. It would be a mystery, one they'd never solve. And I'm glad to see that there's an admittance after this, that the plan had so many ways to go wrong, and he goes into detail about that as well. And I think I almost expected something to go wrong, even if it all, pretty much or mostly, worked out. I thought there would be something that would happen, and that would, ruin me emotionally, because I know that Shan loves that. But all in all, this is the best outcome. They haven't gone back forever yet, so that's going to be, where we go for the final outcome sort of thing. But all things considered, things could have gone much worse. We do learn that if Merlot's body is found and traced back to what these two have done, then the Vampanese will be guaranteed to go after them until they're dead, and that isn't something that they could possibly escape from. Not even the generals would assist them. They agree not to tell Evra about that part, given that Darren is already going to have some explaining to do regarding the whole save him by handing Debbie over situation. Can't blame him for not being best pleased about that, but he'll figure out that it's fine at some point. And feeling bad about leaving without any notice or saying goodbye, anything like that, Darren leaves Debbie with basically a little gift to make it up to her. As we talked about earlier, they have a tradition in their home where they decorate the trees on Christmas Eve to send them to sleep, basically, which isn't really needed this year, given they got knocked out. So Darren decides to make sure the trees still get decorated, or at least Debbie's tree anyway. Leaning forward, I kissed her forehead and brushed a stray lock of hair out of her eyes. "Merry Christmas, Debbie," I said softly, and turned and left. I went to rescue Evra. And that's how we round out Tunnels of Blood. If I find out in the next book, when I eventually get to that, if I find out in the next book that there was some issue with them going to find Evra, I'll be so upset, but I don't think he's going to do that. This is the way we not only round out Tunnels of Blood, though obviously that is rounding out that first trilogy in the saga. And hey, despite everything, I didn't cry in this one, and nobody good died. this is the one where Shan shows kindness to the reader on the whole. The horror is still as fantastic as ever, and, you know, faves still do get hurt, but we're spared from losing anyone. So let's wrap up on my thoughts here. It's very clear that I did not read this as much as I thought going in. Vampanese as a term felt kind of familiar, but that's about it. And I do vaguely remember a girlfriend plot happening. The pacing is far more similar to Vampire's Assistant than Cirque Du Freak, which I can see being the norm going forward. We are safely in the you need to have read what came before to get the most out of this and probably understand stuff zone. So we don't need that fast pacing of the first book, which really served the fact that this is like that is as much a standalone book as it is the start of a series. And it is also nice to know that nostalgia is not the only thing that made me enjoy this. Because I worried about that, especially with the first one, and I know that played a huge amount into it, but now that I'm learning, that I know nothing about things going forward, I am still going to be able to enjoy it, which is cool. It's like a kid's book, and I'm an adult, and it's still really well written. Apparently I can't really well speak. We get a little bit of info on the generals, but we still have a lot more to learn, and I assume that we will be seeing them again, given, you know, we've got that meeting about Darren being necessary and the big council meeting. The big bad wasn't overblown, as I did worry about. There is still very much, like, I made the supernatural and the anime sort of like, vague anime comparison earlier. Merlot is about the size of, like, in terms of stakes, he's like a villain of the week type size. Like, he could still have larger consequences, but he doesn't, and he is like one man type thing. Like, we still have space to grow. The Destiny stuff that's been quite big, especially in the first book and rather in the second as well, was left to the wayside, but the world building in this took precedence in terms of wider stuff outside the main plot, so I'm not mad about it, but I do hope that comes up again in the future. It came up a lot in book 1, and we had a little bit of mentions of it in book 2, Mr. Tiny being the thing that I thought of immediately. The growth in Darren and Crepsley's relationship in this book is absolutely fantastic. We see that the past year of time together had already brought them closer, but Crepsley learning that he can actually trust Darren and that it's safer for all of them if he is honest and open is just love it. We had the conclusion, in this trilogy at least, of will Darren betray Crepsley or not, and as we saw, he chose not to, and that warms my heart so much. Yeah, maybe it will come back at some point, but this felt like a conclusion to that, like a big conclusion to that. If it does come up again, I don't think it will be as it has been so far. Like, it will show up once a book. Just mention it, by the way. He said he was going to betray him, but he won't. I don't think that will come up as frequently as it has done in this first sort of trilogy, in this first part. But we'll see. Nobody good died, and I was allowed real, actual hope. I love that for me, honestly. And, like, I was not lured into a false sense of security. I'm sure that will be used against me in the future, but I'll take what I can get. I like that it isn't all just your faves die and also be scared to, like, get attached to someone. Like, I like that he knows when to just go, no, you're allowed a happy ending kind of thing, which I think is important. Even in books where we're told quite, like, in the opening to the first one, we're told that, like, you know, bad things do happen in this. This isn't always, like, the heroes win sort of situation. Finally, that really did feel like a round off to Darren's early vampire time, as it were. It's clear by this point he's very much settling into the fact that he is not fully human anymore and he can't go back. There's no moral quandary about it in the way that it was in especially book 2. And I know we have had like a year's worth of a time skip in this one, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we have even just a little skip. I wouldn't be surprised if we have moved forward again in book 4, even if it's only maybe like a few months again, just to like move us along. I would be surprised, like, because between book 1 and 2 it was like a couple of months, which like made sense. I would maybe assume that that's the sort of movement we're going to have between 3 and 4. Shan did an incredible job of creating this as a trilogy. The way the pacing and storytelling style shifts subtly and sometimes not so much is really cool to see. I love seeing someone who puts care into writing for their audience the way that Shan does. The balance between what's on the surface and what can be read into is so nice to see, because kids do have the ability to read beyond what's on the page. They're just more likely to need a little bit of assistance, and he doesn't shy away from horror in various ways, which again is a really clear sign he respects and understands his readers, because children love to be frightened in the way that adults do too. There's stuff in these books that makes my adult skin crawl. There's a reason this man spurred me on to wanting to become a writer when I was a kid. I thought I'd be a horror writer when I was younger because I wanted to write something like he did, and who knows, maybe someday I will. Hell, maybe I'll actually get back to doing fiction writing at some point, but Papa is busy. I'm so looking forward to diving into the rest of this series, knowing that it's all going to be new for me, but expect a break between this and the next trilogy. This took far longer than I expected, so I'll be doing some other stuff in the meantime. Easier stuff, frankly, shorter stuff, all that. But I hope you enjoyed my deep dive into the first part of this saga. I know it's long, but it's what the series deserves. If you've made it this far, then you did that. Go you. Give yourself a sticker or something, and I don't know, put a vampire emoji in the comments for engagement. I don't know what I'm doing next. Probably Beastars 3, because that's been sitting waiting to be read for a while. Let's not think about how many times I've had to renew it, because I thought I'd be done with the series sooner. Remember when I thought I'd cover all 12 books in one video? Yeah. Right, I'm done here. Feel free to like, subscribe, put your notifications on. I don't know, I'm not your dad. Maybe I am. Do your homework. I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, a wonderful whenever you are watching this. Take good care of yourself. Right.